Chapter 750. The four of them arrived at the bungalow. Hu Feng and the others were not there. They were probably still taking a bath. After staying on the mountain for so long, they were physically and mentally exhausted. They took a hot bath and a steam bath to relax. The Li family Zhuangzi had a massage service, but not a scrubbing service. Scrubbing required them to rub against each other. Massaging depended on whether the nurses had time. If they had time, the women would go to the women's pool and the men would go to the men's pool. The process of massage was a process that the nurses learned. Massage was a special department that existed many years ago. Many years later, Westerners discovered that they could massage. This was invented by me. The Westerners actually admitted that they invented it. It was just that when they first pressed on muscles and joints, they finally understood that the acupuncture points in China were the correct ones. They attacked and suppressed China's medical skills while researching crazily. At first, they said that there were no acupuncture points. Later, they published a paper and found that the acupuncture points in China were the places with the lowest electrical resistance. Was it magical? Was it fun? How could it be like this? Li Yi knew these things. He was unwilling to talk about it in the past because it was meaningless. There were too many people in the country who worshipped foreign things. Now, he didn't need to say anything. Where was the West? What were those people doing? He wanted to live happily, just like the red pandas. The 10 red pandas were no longer in the cage. The villagers knew that Dong Zhu liked to raise animals and gave them more space. Therefore, they temporarily put together a large cage in the square. It was 30 meters long and wide and 10 meters tall. They even put in a frame for the red pandas to climb. After the red pandas were full, they found a place to curl up and sleep. Their big tails covered their bodies like a blanket. They were even more interesting than squirrels. They're sleeping. They're really 9-joint wolves. The color of their tails is circled. Empress Wang looked at the sleeping red pandas and felt regretful. Let's go see the pandas. Li Longji also felt that the sleeping red pandas were boring. Build a large cage next to the panda garden. Arrange the slide and other things according to the panda garden. It will be fine when it snows. Li Yi told the palace maids and eunuchs that they would note it down and find Songda to make arrangements. On the 1st of November, the panda park was completed. After the 10 red pandas moved in, the news that the Li family Zhuangzi was purchasing forest musk deer and bears at a high price also spread throughout the capital government. The price of a live forest musk deer was the same as that of a sheep. The hunters looked at the time and realized that there was still a month before the new year. Of course, the news of the live bear had also spread, but for the time being, no hunter wanted to catch it. It was a bear. On the evening of November 2nd, it began to snow. Li Yi found the printing workshop and made some arrangements. Early the next morning, the newly printed newspaper introduced the red panda. It was also a free tour and free food for the red panda. As soon as the advertisement was released, rich people in Chang'an came over with their children. Li Yi was also there. He came over early in the morning to see the little pandas. Red pandas were the most interesting when it was snowing. They also knew that it was not easy to get injured in the snow. When they wake up in the morning, they eat bamboo, just like pandas. Biscuits were prepared for the tourists. The red pandas also ate biscuits, and so did the giant pandas. The 10 little pandas finished their meal and couldn't stay idle anymore. Some of the red pandas were rolling in the snow by themselves. Just as they were rolling happily, another one came over. The other one came up and pounced on the one rolling in the snow. The one rolling stopped and stood up with its 2 hind legs. It raised its 2 front paws high and slapped down at the one behind it. The one behind it was playing around. Its foot slipped and it fell down. The red panda that had raised its front paws missed and rolled out by itself. The one that was lucky enough to avoid it before found an opportunity. It quickly stood up, raised its front paws high, and smashed down at the one that missed it. Then it slipped and slapped itself on the snow. The other one didn't seem to want to play anymore. It turned around and ran. This one chased after it. Just as it turned a corner, it was knocked down by a red panda that jumped out from the side. Ha ha ha, the tourists laughed after seeing it. It was too stupid. The most interesting thing was that when the red pandas wanted to fight, they would stand up and slap it. Then they would hug each other and wrestle. The fur of the red pandas was clean. No one washed it for them, so they licked it themselves. When it snowed, they rolled in the snow and the dirt on their fur was cleaned up by the snow. The door of the cage opened and the 10 people who received the free biscuits were put in. They ran to find the red pandas they liked and reached out to hand them the biscuits. The red panda just started to run. As it ran, it seemed that it couldn't outrun them. It stood up and raised its front paws high. When the people handed it the biscuits, the red panda raised its paws to look and smell it. It reached out a hand to take it and stood there to eat. It was a wild one. It had only been here for a few days, but it wasn't afraid of people at all. It's so familiar, just like a koala. Li Yi didn't feed it. He ate the Chinese crepe. Dongzhu, actually, it's okay to sell food. The tourists are willing to buy it. Songda smiled and looked at the red panda's happy face. He gave an idea. There are only 10 in total. They will be full after eating for a while. The tourists take so many biscuits. If each of them buys a biscuit, the tourists will feel that it's not fun if the red panda doesn't eat it. Li Yi refused. Feeding animals was the zoo's business. They could collect tickets, but they couldn't let the tourists buy things to feed them. If the tourists found out that the animals didn't eat, they would be unhappy and think that they were cheated. At that time, the zoo would reduce the animals' food. When it was time to eat, they wouldn't give them food. They would wait for the tourists to come and feed them. The animals were malnourished and easy to get sick. If the tourists didn't feed them enough, they would become thin and weak. Many zoos at that time had done such things. When the tourists announced it, they found all kinds of reasons to deny it. The one that did well was the one that raised the Amur tigers in the northeast. One by one, the Amur tigers were eaten into balls, just like Garfield. When the tourists announced it, everyone just laughed. Not many scolded the zoo. The zoo also explained that it was winter and they had to store some fat for the winter. Moreover, their fur was long and looked like balls. After a while, they would be fine. Some zoos explained that they didn't abuse them. They gave them food and they would get fat. Some zoos explained that they didn't give much. It was the animals' own business and they would lose weight. Li Yi didn't want to expect the tourists to spend money. He raised the 10 red pandas himself. That way, their fur would look smoother. The red pandas didn't know that others were worried about them. They took the biscuits and took small bites with a smile. They were more dexterous than the giant panda. The giant panda gave a biscuit and guaranteed that a lot of crumbs would drop. Then, it would slowly search for the biscuit and lick it into its mouth. The red pandas ate the biscuits without dropping any crumbs. They still held the biscuits with one paw. Dongzhu, you should raise more red pandas. Red pandas eat less and are not picky about food. They are easier to raise than giant pandas. Songda also found the advantages of red pandas. They saved money and were willing to eat grass. In addition, red pandas were clean and chose a fixed place to go to the toilet. Giant pandas were more casual. Look at the harvest of the hunters who went up the mountain before the new year. There are fewer red pandas in places where there is not enough food. I found that Hu Feng and the others are always lucky. They can always meet the animals I want. Li Yi said as he got up. He wanted to take a closer look at the red pandas and see if they ate the pancakes. Chapter 751. Li Yi came in front of a red panda. It had just finished a biscuit and wasn't full. It looked around, hoping that someone would come and feed it. When it saw Li Yi, it stared at Li Yi's hand. Li Yi was holding a crepe in his hand. Li Yi took a bite. The red panda tried its best to stand taller and raise its head. Li Yi pinched a bit of the fruit inside and placed it in his palm. He bent down and handed it over. The red panda reached out its claws and picked up a small piece of fried dough stick from Li Yi's palm. It couldn't wait to stuff it into its mouth. In an instant, the red panda paused. Its mouth moved again. It opened its mouth, closed its eyes, and slowly sat down. Its body swayed slightly. After a while, it took another bite of the fried dough stick in its hand and continued to repeat its previous expression and actions. There was a lot of chili sauce on the fried dough stick. It was beef chili sauce. The red panda was obviously spicy, but it wasn't afraid. Instead, it enjoyed it. Have you eaten spicy food before? Li Yi said to the red panda, who was addicted to eating chili. The red panda ignored him and continued to eat. Looking at its expression, it was hard to tell if it was uncomfortable or enjoying it. A red panda came over from the side. It looked at its companion, sniffed with its nose, and reached out to share. This one turned to the side, obviously unwilling to share such a small piece of fried dough stick. Come, you have some too. Do you think pandas eat chili? Li Yi bit off a piece of fried dough stick, spat it out, and handed it over. He couldn't use that hand to pinch the fried dough stick again. It touched the red panda's hand just now. The second red panda that came over didn't mind. It grabbed it and ate it. In an instant, its eyes widened. Soon, its expression became the same as its companion's. Its expression was so complicated. Li Yi took a bite of the crepe and said in a muffled voice, "Does it feel good? Haven't you eaten garlic in the wild? That thing is also quite spicy." As he spoke, he turned to leave. The first one had just finished eating and caught up. It stood up and grabbed Li Yi's pants, looking up. "Are you addicted to eating it? Be careful not to get heaty." This time, Li Yi bit off the remaining part of the youtiao and put it in his hand. The red panda grabbed onto it and staggered with its two hind legs to find a spot. It lay down on a stick and went to the platform above. It leaned its body against the stick and started eating. The tourists' eyes lit up as they watched. They were mesmerized by the red panda's cuteness. Red pandas are better than giant pandas. Who said so? Pandas can do somersaults in their sleep. They're so cute. Red pandas also have colors around their eyes and furry tails. Red pandas are not round enough. Giant pandas are round enough. Little panda, eat more. If you get fat, you'll become round. Stop arguing. I like red pandas. Pandas can't be touched. They're bears and will hurt people. Red pandas can be touched. They even know how to stand up when they're given something. The tourists discussed among themselves, each with their own opinions. Pandas are interesting, but you can't get close to them. Red pandas don't hurt people, they just need to be fed. Dongzhu, red pandas don't bite people. Songde looked envious. He also wanted to get close to them. Whether it bites or not depends on whether it feels threatened or not. After eating and drinking, you can touch it. It's more docile than giant pandas. Li Yi wasn't worried about the red panda biting people. If a tourist was really bitten, it could only mean that the tourist had done something extreme. It was a matter of the environment. In Zhuangzi, no one would take the initiative to hurt these animals. Li Yi believed that he could release the red pandas in a few days. If he put them outside, they wouldn't leave if they were given food. It was difficult to find food in winter now, so the red pandas didn't run very fast. Dongzhu, you're still the kind-hearted one, Songde praised. Then I'll eat meat too. Give me a sheep, I can eat it with a knife. The same goes for cows and horses. Li Yi didn't feel that he was so kind that he didn't eat meat or kill animals. He didn't eat Sanjing meat. If he wanted to eat it, he would do it himself. He used to have a friend who was licensed and had a doctorate. With a license, he could go to some Buddhist places for free, including free vegetarian meals. His friends never bought meat or seafood for him. When they ate together, it was always someone else who bought it. When he bought it and cooked it, his friend would eat it. If he couldn't buy it himself, wouldn't he be promoting killing if he bought it himself? If this friend hadn't taken the initiative to buy fruit at the party, everyone wouldn't have wanted this friend. The most interesting thing was that this licensed friend liked to tell fortunes and was told by others. Dongzhu, 9-knot wolves are so fun. Why don't others keep them? Songde thought of a question. One can't be kept. It needs a partner. When it's in heat, it will become irritable without a partner. And hunters just like their fur, just like foxes and weasels. When you see red pandas in the wild, you won't find them so interesting. It's like seeing a giant panda. Who can think that a giant panda is charmingly naive? Li Yi said as he walked back. He wanted to wash his hands. The hand that he used to feed the red panda was still hanging by his side. In the past, when he came across money, he would find a place to wash his hands. He couldn't wipe it clean with a wet towel unless he used alcohol-based hand sanitizer. There's a basin of warm water next to you. Wash your hands before touching the red panda. Wash your hands after touching it, Li Yi reminded. Not long after Li Yi left, Yao Chong and the other 4 arrived in a group. Li Yi even knows how to raise 9-knot wolves. Let's see what's so good about them. Yao Chong walked in front. He was used to being domineering. Well, at least he's free now. I hope he can do it again after the new year. Lu Huaishan, who was familiar with Li Yi, was worried about the current prime ministers. Li Riji said, I heard that His Majesty has been very happy since he came 2 days ago. I don't know what Li Yi did this time. The most uncomfortable one is Song Jing. We don't have to worry about him. Lu Youqiu looked like he was gloating. Yin Xizhen was the youngest official. The 4 of them had all been prime ministers. He had never been one, only 2 ministers. After he was rehired, he was very serious about his work. He was supposed to die this year at 77 years old. But now, his face was glowing, and he was full of energy when he spoke. He saw a group of red pandas. After eating, the red pandas were lazy and looking for a place to sleep. Some saw that their companions had chosen a good spot and ran over to sleep with them. Its large tail swayed back and forth, and soon, it covered itself and its companions. Are they wolves? Yin Xizhen looked carefully and couldn't see any wolves at all. Pandas used to be called iron-eating beasts. Li Yi gave them new names, Giant Panda, and Red Panda. No wonder he always calls the small pandas Little Panda. It turns out that the name he prepared for the 9-knot wolves is Red Panda. Lu Huaishan smiled. It was really fun. Red pandas were not worse than giant pandas. They were just as cute. Yao Chang's face was no longer so serious. Looking at the sleeping red pandas, there was a hint of gentleness in his eyes. This old man guesses that Li Yi is waiting for something. If he doesn't say, no one can ask. His Majesty probably knows the situation. Song Jing is in trouble. Yao Chong didn't believe that Li Yi would put his thoughts on animals. If so, it meant that his plans were related to animals. Chapter 752. As Yao Chong spoke, he looked away from the red panda and sized up Zhuangzi. Tourists and ordinary people saw Li family Zhuangzi as prosperous, relaxed, and interesting. In Yao Chong's eyes, that was not the case. What he saw was fog and darkness. He once dreamed of Li family Zhuangzi at night. When he woke up in fright, Zhuangzi seemed to be a big mouth that wanted to swallow people. There were too many secrets in Zhuangzi. It felt unreal and like a dream. Yao Chong admitted that he could not reach the realm of Rushi view. Everyone, do you think Li family Zhuangzi is floating? Is the capital office like a bubble in the past 2 years? Yao Chong suddenly asked. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Yung, the people think simply. They will believe whoever gives them a good life. The temples, monasteries, and temples in Chang and have less offerings. Ordinary people will take incense and go home to give it to Her Majesty and Li Yi. Instead of believing in Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts, it is better to believe in Li Yi. If Li Yi had not pushed Her Majesty to the front, the consequences would have been. The others listened and did not continue. The matter involved was too big. They had already discovered that the people were no longer willing to pray to Buddhism, immortals, and ghosts. The people of the capital office were more willing to read newspapers. There were stories, general knowledge, and advertisements in them. Now, the capital office issued more than 100,000 copies of newspapers every day. Li family Zhuangzi had to print 400,000 copies and give away 300,000 copies. Even so, there were still people who could not buy newspapers and ran to read them with others. There were many neighbors who visited each other. There was a calendar in the newspaper, and it also talked about the solar terms and what kind of land was suitable for planting. 3 coins could buy a few newspapers and write on the back. Otherwise, why would Yao Chong think Li family Zhuangzi was floating? It was unreal. Of course, they didn't know that Li Yi was using this to increase his lifespan, otherwise, they would feel that it was too realistic. It turns out that it's so interesting to catch a few more red pandas and raise them together. Lu Youqiu changed the topic. He didn't want to study the Li family Zhuangzi. His Majesty and the Empress would always come over. They had been in contact with Li Yi for a long time, so they definitely knew more than they did. Even His Majesty didn't care, so why should he bother? Let's go and take a look at the parrots. Li Yi calls the 16 parrots big red-breasted parrots. I heard that they can imitate words. Li Riji saw that the little pandas were resting and not active, so he went to see the parrots. The parrot is in Zhuangzi. We can't go in. Oh, it's this old man who can't go in with you. Yao Chong was depressed. When he first came to the Li family Zhuangzi, he used a fake name and identity. There was also another person who said that he had a fake name. Now he was in trouble. Of course, His Majesty, the Empress, King Song, the retired emperor, and noble consort Lu were all fake. However, fake people were different from fake people. Yung, let's go in. Trust me. If there's a problem, this old man will pay with his life. Lu Huaishan had a different idea. Yao Chong hesitated for a moment and nodded. I'll walk behind with my head down. The 5 of them were about to enter the Li family Zhuangzi. Then, when Lu Huaishan said that they were the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, they went in. No one questioned them, and no one came up to greet them warmly. The villagers were still doing what they were supposed to do. The winged knights came over to take a look, smiled, and turned away. They went in unimpeded and soon saw the 16 big red-breasted parrots. Hello. I'm Dongzhu. Welcome. The group of big parrots was not orderly at all. Judging from their voices, they all sounded like little girls. The parrots imitated the voice of whoever they learned. If the range was too wide and there were too many low notes, the parrots would not be able to speak. The range and timbre of little girls were the most suitable for parrots to imitate, so it was easy for them to teach the parrots. The 16 parrots can all imitate, but Li Yi doesn't need to show off. Song Jing thought that he would lose his mind because of the parrots. Yao Chong listened to the parrot and repeated the 3 phrases. He shook his head. Lu Huaishan said with a smile, if these parrots can say longer sentences, they won't be wrong, and they can fly far away and come back, then Li Yi will be tempted. He was talking about carrier pigeons. Unfortunately, carrier pigeons could not speak. The parrots could speak, but they could only imitate the sound. If they did not understand the meaning, they would not be able to say a long sentence. Come on, everyone. The big red-breasted parrots are in front. Li Lang hasn't come to us for a long time. The 5 of them looked at the parrots, and a woman's voice came from behind. Li Lang is a heartless person. We don't have any new songs, but he didn't give us any. We have to come here ourselves. Li Lang is busy. Everyone in the government can live in a house. You're praising Li Lang like this, could it be that you want to get on his bed? No, I want him to sleep with me. You are too shameless. Thank you for the compliment. Hey, who are those people in front of us? Don't joke. They offended Li Lang's distinguished guests. How can he write songs for us? Along with the voices, a group of women came over. The 5 people in the group knew the identity of the other party at a glance. They were the masters of Nankou in Pyeongkang Square. They knew many of the people in the group, so Yao Chong was nervous. The group of women walked over and looked at the 5 of them. They nodded politely and started looking at the parrots, as if they were ordinary passers-by. The 5 of them sighed in relief and gave a thumbs up to the masters. Too awesome, pretending not to know them. No, they really didn't know them. Dongzhu, Xinyan's masters are here. We agreed yesterday to let them in directly. The patrol team is here too. Songda reported to Li Yi, who was copying the medical books. Bring them to the music courtyard. Don't worry about the patrol team. I will be there in half an hour. Li Yi continued copying without raising his head. Songda left and found Xinyan and the rest. He led them to the music hall. The courtyard was large, and the rooms were connected together. There were piano, marriage proposal, kongho, and other musical instruments. The kongho was similar to the harp. The only difference was that the kongho had 2 strings, while the harp had a single string. When playing, the kongho could play polyphony, but the harp couldn't. This was why the kongho in China was so powerful. To put it simply, it was a song from Li Yi's TV series. For example, Iron Blood Loyal Heart. Chasing the Grass, The Boundless Desert. Cold Wind Blowing, The Blue Sky. The tune was different, and when it was sung, there was a harmonic effect. Unfortunately, after that era, there were no more classical works. The kongho could play such an effect, and one person could do it. Of course, the piano was the same as playing polyphony. The piano had a wide range, and one could play it with both hands. Li Yi's classical polyphony piano was a song from China. The Shepherd Boys' piccolo was also a polyphony, and it was very pleasant to listen to. Xinyan and the rest had already learned it. They were professionals, and when they encountered an instrument that they needed to learn, they could just learn it. In other words, don't compare your hobby with other people's profession. Unless you are Old Zhong. Yes, Old Zhong was like a panda. He was clearly a bear, but he had to rely on acting cute for a living. Old Zhong was clearly a medical academician, but he had once won the 400-meter hurdles championship. For a long time, no one had broken the record. When meeting such people, there was no way to play happily. There is a song here. Sisters, quickly take a look. There are also lyrics. Let me see, the ink has entered the water, crossing a pool of blue and white flowers. 10 miles of peach blossoms, waiting to be married. If the mountains and rivers in my heart can be seen in your eyes, I will pray for a lotus flower with every step. Chapter 753. How would I know that the floating grass, the passing of time makes me grow old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds, a smile of mortal fate? AI. Xin Yen sang the lyrics and finished the song. In the end, she sighed. It's so nice. Go and ask the scholars outside, who composed this song. A girl next to her said with a smile as she prepared to sing again. I'm afraid no one would dare. They would be killed and buried. What if Li Lang really copies someone else's poem? Don't worry, the person who is copied will not make a sound. The instruments are ready, let's sing again. The people of Nanchu talked and laughed as they repeated the song. Those without instruments began to dance at the side. Although they danced differently, the style they displayed was the same. After half an hour, Li Yi finally finished copying the medical book and asked someone to send it to the palace. He then went to the music hall. Seeing everyone singing and dancing, he waited for a while before the song ended. Li Lang is here. Li Lang, how can you be so cruel? You only cared about other people and forgot about us sisters. A girl walked over and looked at Li Yi with a sad expression. Li Yi revealed a distressed expression, I also miss you, but there are too many things in the mortal world and it is hard to find the time. Why don't you enter the Buddhist gate with us, Mr. Li? Another woman stepped forward, looking very serious. The Buddhism has not been empty since ancient times. It is in the mortal world. Li Yi shook his head. Who cares about the Buddhism? Li Lang promised us that he would find a way to help us find something to do. Right, now many people have come out to perform. If we go out, our status will be low. If we don't go out, we won't be able to eat. The girls began to talk again. Li Yi smiled and nodded. He felt that the current situation was not bad. According to his previous plan, each performance team would accept a job. Those who were originally difficult to invite, could now be invited. However, there would be people in the middle to help pull strings. Otherwise, the teams would have to find their own jobs. Which team would get more jobs would depend on how clean their organization was. Anyone who did not cooperate with the imperial court would be banned. As a result, the underground industry of Chang'an became peaceful and less dirty. People who abducted and sold children and forced women into prostitution could no longer be seen in Chang'an. If someone dared to do such a thing, someone would report it. No matter how powerful the people in the underground industry were, could they be more powerful than the winged knights? If he wanted to wipe them out, he could do it all at once. The 16th Guard had also been involved in some shady things in the underground, including being a yamen runner. Now, they were also participating, but they were not helping to cause trouble. Instead, they were helping to find jobs. For example, if someone committed a crime and the government wanted to arrest them, they would contact the people who walked in the dark and ask them to come forward. There was also the matter of keeping an eye on the foreign countries, so they were perfect for it. With a large number of performances, the people's entertainment life was enriched, and the income of those involved in the arts increased. This included the other scholars. They wrote poems for him, and some of them could even compose good tunes. However, most of them were works about love, just like Li Yi's work. The people of Nankou were usually unable to invite them. They still needed to bathe first before entering. After a long time, Xian Yan and the rest felt bored. They were used to it in the past, but ever since they met Li Yi, they would be annoyed if there was nothing new to do. They wrote a letter to Li Yi and told him that he would come over today to help them think of a solution. Look, the people you are in contact with now have two characteristics, or one characteristic. They are rich. Li Yi smiled and said. If they wanted to go to Nankou, they had to be rich and talented. The girls smiled. There was no choice, their status was there, and if they let others take advantage of them, they would not go. We need to be like the commoners and interact with more commoners. We need to compose some patriotic and loyal songs. The commoners do not need to know how to play. They just need to sing. Hence, the difficulty of singing must be low. The main thing is to promote positive energy. Positive energy is righteousness, righteousness. Xian Yan interrupted. Something like that. Li Yi nodded. For example? Xian Yan asked. The others laughed. Seeing that Xian Yan was making things difficult for Li Yi, he immediately asked. Come on, let's improvise. For example, those who have lost their loved ones, or those who are suffering, we can sing for them. Gently holding your face, wiping away your tears. My heart will always belong to you, telling me that I am no longer lonely. Li Yi directly copied it. There was no difficulty. Let the world be filled with love, positive energy. Everyone's mouths were slightly open as they watched Li Yi sing. Li Yi sang as he walked to the piano and sat down. The accompaniment started playing. After singing 2 times, Li Yi asked, "Can I? We don't have to be in love all day long. There are fewer frontier songs now, and we need more people to write frontier poems. For example, Wang Han's wine, what is he doing now? He is in Changpeng. I saw him a few days ago. He is a pervert, but he has some talent and money." A girl laughed. "That's right. Li Lang, you should learn from Wang Ziyu and visit us often. There is no need for you to bathe first. You can go after bathing at home." Do you think that if Li Lang knew Wang Ziyu, he wouldn't have to stay in Zhuangzi all day long? No, why should Wang Ziyu date Li Lang? Does he have the ability to govern the world? Can he create something that benefits the people? Can he compose a song anytime? That's right. No, Li Lang, sing another song. The girls chattered. Their final goal was to make things difficult for Li Yi. Li Yi sat in front of the piano and didn't get up. He continued to play and sing. Gently awaken your sleeping soul, slowly open your eyes. Li Yi copied another song with positive energy. Tomorrow will be better. Everyone, I can't make things difficult for Li Lang. If it was someone else of his age, they would be running to Pyongkong Square all day long. Li Lang, you haven't been to Pyongkong Square, right? Do you know how to design a house? Come to our place and design something for us. Li Lang, the clothes that you designed don't fit me very well. Come to my place and I will wear them for you to see where the problem lies. Don't always make things difficult for Li Lang. Li Lang and the others are not good. Look at me, I am willing to chat with you. Just now you said it was positive, and then you said it was simple and easy to sing. Don't be bound by the rules of the songs now. Li Yi quickly changed the topic. He definitely wouldn't go to Nankou. He was afraid that he wouldn't be able to come back. I know. Just like the song that you wrote, copied, it sounds very good. The people are willing to sing it. Even now, I can still hear Canghai's laughter. Xinyan also knew that it was enough to make a joke. Li Yi helped to come up with ideas. Let's talk about serious matters first. Add the poems from the frontier. Write some songs that praise Her Majesty. You all are actually representing the government. Li Yi wanted to create an official song and dance troupe from the Pear Garden. When needed, they could serve the government. How they wanted to play during normal times was their own business. What happens after the people know how to sing? Xinyan nodded. Chapter 754. The others quietened down and waited for Li Yi to talk about their new development plan. They wanted to participate in more activities, but they also needed to ensure that their status did not change. If they were to perform for ordinary people, how much money would they need? Other people with lower status would go out to do work, and the commoners would start to accept them. This involved the problem of reputation. If other people's reputation grew, what would they do? Next, we will hold a singing competition. You all will be the judges and let the commoners sing. Li Yi said. He knew that Xinyan and the rest were making things difficult for them. Other people had low status and low status. As long as there was work, they would accept it. If there were more performances, people would only know those people and not the big shots of Nankou. This would make them depressed. If the grassroots came up, what would they do with the orthodox ones? Judge? Others will sing. Xinyan rolled her eyes. Of course. Let your maids be the judges first. Zhuangzi will advertise in the newspapers. If the commoners are willing to show off their singing voice, they can sign up for free. After that, there will be a preliminary selection to choose those who are good at singing. After that, let these people be divided into groups to compete. The better ones will be chosen. Continue the selection until the end. The best few people will be chosen. In order to let the commoners participate actively, as long as they pass the preliminary selection, they will be given money as a reward. Li Yi brought out a set of methods from his past. It was the entertainment method of the Western countries. There was no innovation in the entertainment circle in his past. They were all copying other people. When they saw a foreign program that was popular, they would copy it. Be it the Western countries, the Koreans, or the Japanese. Whatever they could copy, they would copy. Some even had to buy the copyrights of others. Otherwise, they would sue them. The key was that copying was very useful. For example, now, it was much simpler. They did not need to lower their status to perform. They could still show their faces and interact with the commoners. Xin Yan and the rest did not know about the matters in the other spacetime. When they heard Li Yi's method, their eyes lit up. It is equivalent to choosing a courtesan. Choosing a courtesan is interesting. The courtesan selection is held in Pyongkang Square. Commoners cannot participate. Now, the commoners can participate. It is good, but who will pay for the rewards? Of course it will be us. Now, our reputation will be even greater. Only then will people be willing to go to our place. What will happen to the chosen people in the end? If you want to join us, then join us. If you don't, then go home. According to Li Yi's words, the women began to think about what to do next. Xin Yan looked at Li Yi. Li Lang, is this how you operate it? How much is it? Li Yi shook his head slowly. How can you spend your own money? We're doing this to earn money. How do we earn it? Many people asked. Advertise and get sponsors for you. Ask the businessmen who sell things, especially those who have big shops in Chang'an, to pay for it. Let them pay for everything, including the decorations, meals, rewards, salaries, and our profits. Let them pay for everything. It's like this. Li Yi began to explain to everyone how to do it in detail. This was the first time that everyone had heard of such a method of operation. Oh my God, it was indeed Li Lang who could make money anytime, anywhere. They don't know the situation. Why don't Li Lang introduce us to them when you advertise in the newspapers? A woman was worried that others would not pay for it. I will pay for the first batch of advertisements. Let others see the effects of this type of program. I want to see it too. Li Yi refused to ask others to pay for it for the first time. What if it doesn't work? If he doesn't make money, he will be ruining his reputation. Li family Zhuangzi still needs to advertise. If Li Lang is willing to pay for it, I guarantee many people will join us. Everyone laughed. Li Yi waved his hand. No, we don't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. We don't need to let others know about Li family Zhuangzi. I will build a few rooms outside Mingdemen. We will produce and sell things there. We will use the name of that shop to advertise. If the effect of the advertisement is good, the sales of the products there will be reflected. If the effect is not good, we will think of other ways. Li Yi had his own plans. He doesn't need to use the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Okay, Li Lang. Let's sing and dance. Two women came over from the side, one on the left and one on the right, not letting Li Yi leave. According to Li Yi's usual style, he will leave after the discussion. It was rare to see him, so he must sing and dance for him. Don't dance the decadent music. Li Yi said since he couldn't leave. Something is going to happen again. Yao Chong, who was watching the parrot outside, thought that there must be something wrong with the group of people from Nanchu. They haven't come out yet. Nan Chu's everyone going out was a big event. So many people were watching. If everyone went to Li family Zhuangzi, the whole city of Chang'an would be concerned. What were they going to do? What big event was going to happen? It is probably a performance. The real big event is not something Nan Chu can participate in. Oh, the performance outside the imperial city is not counted. Lu Huaishan was not very worried. It was impossible for them to go to the imperial city to perform for the people in the palace. They are probably going to take out a new song or something and spread it outside from Nan Chu, Li Riji thought for a while. Maybe they are preparing for the new year. There will be a program for the new year. No, definitely not. Yao Chong said firmly. The new year is simple. Xin Yan and the others will go to Li family Zhuangzi for the new year. A few days in advance is enough. It should not involve the imperial court. Lu Youqiu thought that the imperial court was far away from Nan Chu. They watched for a while and felt better. They went home and didn't go back to the office. When it was almost dark, the people from Nan Chu left. They didn't have dinner, but they took a lot of things with them. They had to go back and think about some details. As soon as they returned home, many sisters from Nan Chu came to find them. They took out half-veil songs, and at the same time, they took out 2 positive songs sung by Li Yi. The people from Nan Chu admitted that half-kettle muslin was good, but, that's it? Nothing else? Are 3 songs worth your trip there? Can't you let Li Yi write it down and send someone to deliver it? Song Jing and the others who were working in the political affairs hall soon got the news. Xin Yan and the others went to Li family Zhuangzi to get the 3 songs. Nothing else happened. Everything was stable. It's good that nothing happened. I thought there was going to be a big battle. AI. Song Jing was relieved. When he knew that the people from Nan Chu went to Li family Zhuangzi, his heart was in his mouth. He felt that something was wrong. In the end, they wrote songs. Very good. Su Yi lowered his voice. Is it Li Yi looking for them to relieve his loneliness? Impossible. Xiao Yi has beautiful women in Zhuangzi. Even if he is looking for someone, he can't find so many people. Bai Gu didn't believe it. He didn't believe that Li Yi was looking for women. He also didn't believe that the people from Nan Chu went there just for 3 songs. But he couldn't guess the details. He could only wait and hope to have a peaceful new year. There was still more than a month. Chapter 755. The people who moved into their new homes were familiarizing themselves with the surroundings, including their neighbors and the location of their homes. Some people even wondered if they could raise chickens. After all, it was cheaper to lay eggs than to buy them. Since the price of grain was low, they could also feed the chickens with bran. Today, they saw a lot of people coming out of nowhere and building a shed in the area next to them. After asking around, they found out that they came from Huazhou and were hired by a company called Changkuai Vermicelli. As for who opened Changkuai Vermicelli, they didn't know. They temporarily rented a place away from Zhuangzi and were buying bamboo in large quantities. The people looked around and found nothing interesting, so they continued to care about their own lives. The people who were hired from Huazhou didn't know who was behind them. Anyway, they were paid well and went home before the new year. Everyone knew about Changkuai Vermicelli, but few people ate it in Chang'an. The people didn't have the time to know about Changkuai Vermicelli, but it was impossible for Li Qingqi to not know. Li Qingqi asked but didn't get an answer. He couldn't find the boss either. He went to Li family Zhuangzi and found Li Yi, brother Yi, Changkuai Vermicelli, it's mine. I want to try if I can do something without the name of Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi directly admitted that it was his. He wanted to sell Changkuai Vermicelli. Why do you want to do this? Li Qingqi was puzzled. Why did he have to make Changkuai Vermicelli? The yield of new rice will increase. Now, there is old rice in Chang'an. Old rice doesn't taste good. But to make chang kwai vermicelli, old rice is the best. I can turn it into something delicious without wasting food. When the quantity of indica rice increases and the warehouse can't hold it anymore, I can make it into chang kwai vermicelli and send it to the soldiers at the border. It's more convenient to eat. Of course, I also need to send jerky and meat floss. Otherwise, chang kwai vermicelli won't have enough nutrition. Li Yi talked about the situation of dealing with old rice. Old rice wasn't delicious, and new rice was more fragrant. Now that the standard of living of the people in the capital office had improved, they all wanted to eat new rice and grind wheat into chang kwai vermicelli. The land road from Luoyang to Chang'an had been repaired, and there were always cars going back and forth. Even the snow couldn't stop them. They just had to pull snow removal tools and clean the roads. Are you selling rice noodles wholesale? Li Qingqi nodded. Yes, he didn't eat rice noodles. We don't sell individual rice vermicelli in bulk. You can buy them in bamboo tubes. If the price is high, you can also buy them in bulk. Or, after buying a bamboo tube, he would buy some in bulk and put them in the bamboo tube when he was eating. There were small beans soaked in vinegar, dried and fried. At the same time, there were also salt and pepper noodles, as well as dried green onions. When he ate, he poured hot water on it, just like instant noodles. If you don't use the bamboo tube, wrap it in straw paper. Li Yi said as he gestured. He didn't have a plastic bag, so the vinegar couldn't be stored properly. It was just like making vinegar cloth. Tofu was fried into bean bubbles and soaked in vinegar. When it dried, there would be a vinegar smell. The rest of the food was wrapped in a small paper bag and poured into it when eating. Li Qingqi swallowed his saliva. You can put a salted egg or dried meat in a bamboo tube. The price will be higher. Good idea. Li Yi gave him a thumbs up. He wanted to use this thing to advertise during the selection of singers in Nankou. He wanted to see the effect of the advertisement. Of course, the venue would provide rice noodles for the participants, judges, and staff to eat for free. The audience would enjoy the discounted price and help with the promotion after eating. Unfortunately, there was no television or internet. The singer's voice wouldn't spread far. He couldn't use the equipment in Zhuangzi. It wouldn't be popularized and popular. Shouting with his voice to let more people hear him was like singing in a local opera. Li Qingqi was thinking about eating rice noodles when he suddenly had an idea. Brother Yi, I know how to pretend to be jealous. How? Li Yi was curious. Wax paper. Put a layer of wax on the paper. If it's poisonous, you can use beeswax. Li Qingqi had an "I'm very capable" look on his face. Li Yi, brother, it's already very expensive to package it with raw paper. If you replace it with beeswax, the cost of a packet of rice noodles will be too high. Ordinary people can't afford it. Li Yi didn't want to sell rice noodles as a luxury item. He wanted rice noodles to be the same as instant noodles. If people wanted to eat it, they just had to spend a little more money than making noodles themselves. You can make two types, one for ordinary people and the other for rich people. Li Qingqi suggested. He actually wanted to eat the type of rice noodles for rich people. Li Yi was in a daze for a while. If you say so, I can make it even better. Li Yi remembered the instant noodles and rice noodles in the past. There were oil packets, seasoning packets, and vegetable packets inside. A packet of rice noodles was wrapped in wax paper. A packet of rice noodles cost 2 renminbi, a set of seasoning cost 3 renminbi, and a bamboo container cost 1 renminbi. A packet of rice noodles cost 6 renminbi, no, 10 renminbi. Rich people wouldn't like it if it was too cheap. Brother, I think. Li Yi said his idea. Li Qingqi continued to swallow. Okay, 10 renminbi is not expensive. A bucket of rice now costs 20 to 30 renminbi. Li Yi, a bucket of rice was cheaper. It was no longer a few hundred RMB. The problem was that a bucket of rice weighed more than 10 caddies. Old rice was even cheaper. Dongzhu, there's someone outside. He said his name is Hao Lingquan and he wants to see you. Songda ran over like a ghost. What is he doing here? Li Qingqi was puzzled. He had seen Hao Lingquan before. Hao Lingquan was the envoy of the Bagu tribe. He was a small official and a general in the Dao army. The Dao army was in the Shuo province. He was sent to a small tribe in Tubo. When Mazip's head was chopped off, Hao Lingquan came back with the people of the Bagu tribe. Mazip's head was hung on the Vermilion Bird Avenue for people to see, mainly for the foreigners of the Honglu Temple. Why did this person want to see Li Yi? Did he know Li Yi? Brother, I'll go and see him. Li Yi heard the name and got up. He had to see this person and guess why he came. Brother Yi, be careful. Li Qingqi nodded. Li Yi crossed the bridge under the protection of the palace maids, eunuchs, and guards. He saw a person. The person was walking in circles at the place where free soup was served. He looked very anxious. As soon as Li Yi's team appeared, the person walked quickly towards Li Yi. When he was more than 10 steps away, he was stopped by the guards. The guards wanted to search him. Hao Lingquan opened his arms and waited. No need. Let's find a place to sit down. Li Yi shook his head and went to the noodle stall. He sat down and glanced at the side. Everyone, I have something important to do. Thank you. The people eating noodles immediately took their bowls and went to other places to make things convenient for Li Yi. General Hao, please take a seat. Li Yi stood up and invited again. I'm just a general. Hao Lingquan rubbed his hands and looked very uneasy. The one who took the initiative to contact the later Turkic Baku tribe to instigate a rebellion and even help to kill Mazip is the general. Li Yi invited again. Dr. Li, you. I. Hao Lingquan heard Li Yi's words and his eyes suddenly turned red. He stood there speechless. Please. Li Yi invited for the third time. Chapter 756. Hao Lingquan sat down. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but he didn't know what to say. Li Yi smiled. General Hao, did you hear that I impeached the Hua provincial governor and others? Did you come because you felt that I could speak up for you? Hao Lingquan nodded vigorously. Yes, Dr. Li, you've done a great service. You risked your life to send an envoy to Ba Yegu, which caused Ba Yegu to rebel against Mazip. When Mazip went to fight Ba Yegu, it was already a great victory. In the end, you organized the scattered soldiers to attack Mazip. His Majesty said that anyone who kills Mazip can be made a great general, but you haven't been made a great general yet. Li Yi explained the situation. Hao Lingquan had risked his life to go to the enemy's subsidiary tribe to cause trouble. What was more amazing was that he succeeded and ran back with Mazip's head. He was happy that he was going to be a high official. According to the records, Hao Lingquan didn't become a great general, and he wasn't made a great general this year. Next year, he would be made a 5th-rank general. A great general was a 3rd-rank standard. The difference was too big. Then Hao Lingquan cried to death. He felt wronged. Why should he be a great general? The merit wasn't fake. This matter was done by Song Jing. Song Jing said that if Hao Lingquan was made a great general, he would tell the generals at the border to take the initiative to attack. Then this year, he ignored Hao Lingquan and treated him coldly. After the new year, he would be casually given a small official. Dr. Li. Hao Lingquan's tears fell. He wiped them with his sleeve, but he still couldn't speak. Indeed, as Li Yi said, he was anxious. Why didn't he give him an official position? He knew that the current Prime Minister, Song Jing, didn't give it. What could he do? It seemed that it was useless to find anyone. He thought of Li Yi. Li Yi was righteous and might be able to help. When he came over, he was nervous. Li Yi was just a civil official. Did he dare to offend Song Jing? Was he important enough? In the end, he cried when he heard Li Yi's words. Li Yi actually understood the situation. General Hao, to be honest, since you didn't kill him with your own hands and you directly became a general, it's very likely that you're not familiar with the situation. A general is a primary third-rank official. Do you think a secondary third-rank general will do? After all, we're targeting Song Jing. If we directly help you get the great general, it'll be embarrassing for Song Jing. Li Yi didn't need Hao Lingquan to say it. He said it himself, Song Jing. Hao Lingquan was dumbfounded. She felt that something was amiss. From Li Yi's words, it seemed that he could get himself a great general, but he would have to be demoted to a general. What did he come here for? That's right. Let Li Yi speak on his behalf. How could it be decided so quickly? How could a secondary class rank 2 official be so powerful? General Hao, is a general of secondary class 3 acceptable? Li Yi asked. Hao Lingquan was in a daze. Dong Zhu is asking you a question, Tao Hong said from the side. Ah. Okay, a general is fine. Hao Lingquan reacted and figured it out at the same time. The palace maids and eunuchs were with the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi's official was different from other officials. Which official had palace maids and eunuchs with them? Congratulations, General Hao. Pen and paper. Li Yi congratulated Hao Lingquan first. Qing Song opened the box and took out the paper and pencil. Li Yi put them on the table and wrote, Your Majesty, if you don't reward Hao Lingquan today, who will risk their lives tomorrow? I think it's good to give him a general instead of a great general. After he finished writing, he folded the paper and handed it to the winged knights next to him. The winged knights didn't say a word. They took the paper and ran to Chang and with a few brothers and thousands of ox guards. Hao Lingquan, he looked at what Li Yi wrote. What kind of paper was that? A pencil? What was written? Was this what the officials in the imperial court wrote? He was a lowly official and didn't know much. General Hao, eat a bowl of noodles here. Uncle Tong, according to the number of people, 1 bowl of noodles per person. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to eat noodles. Everyone had one. Eating next to the Li family Zhuangzi was safe and clean. Gu Yan ran back to Zhuangzi. When he came back later, he carried 4 bundles of garlic. Li Yi picked a few heads of garlic and gave the rest to the stall owner. He knew that the stall owner wouldn't ask for money, so he used the garlic. The stall owner took the garlic embarrassedly. He made a profit. Hao Lingquan kept looking at Li Yi, the guards, and the palace maids and eunuchs. He felt a sense of security. The normal noodles were clear broth noodle soup. The noodles were black and couldn't even be counted as 90% powder. No soup, a customer waiting next to the stall owner said to him. He couldn't cook the noodles for Li Yi and the others until he finished cooking the noodles for them. Okay. The stall owner answered. The noodles were cooked and put in the bowl. The customer took the bowl to the place where the soup was free. He scooped the soup into the bowl with a spoon. The clear broth noodle soup became noodles with bone and vegetable soup. Hao Lingquan looked at him, Dr. Li, free soup tastes better than clear broth. Today's soup is pork bone soup. Sometimes it's chicken soup. Some of the vegetables in the greenhouse have bad leaves, so they are put in the soup. Add some salt. Drink a bowl in winter and you will feel comfortable. Li Yi was talking about the preparation of the soup. The vegetables grown in the greenhouse, such as spinach and rape, were thrown into the free soup. Dr. Li, when they eat here, they get free soup. This was what Hao Lingquan meant. They didn't let the stall owner put in the free soup. There were so many people eating here. How much coal did they use every day? Li Yi nodded. Now, the rich people in the village will put rice soup and pickled vegetables at the entrance of the village. Otherwise, they will be cursed for being heartless. Li Yi was telling the truth. Rice soup was thin porridge and most of it was water. People wouldn't starve to death if they drank it. It was especially for people who came to the village. People in the village didn't drink it. Who would drink rice soup when they had a good life? Generally, it was a 2-foot pottery pot. When it was cooked, it was covered. When it was cold, it was heated again. The rich people in the village did it for a good reputation. The Li family Zhuangzi was even more so. A bowl of noodles was brought over. Li Yi pushed it to Hao Lingquan. There was no soup in the noodles. Hao Lingquan understood and scooped it himself. He was indeed hungry. He was a general. When the general commanded the battle, the general listened to the drums, looked at the flags, and commanded the team he was in charge of. The general was literate, knew tactics, and knew how to command. That was why he was sent out to perform a task. If he was unlucky, he would be caught by Bagu's people and sent to Mazip. He would lose his life. He risked his life to instigate the rebellion of others. He even killed Mazip and brought his head back. If he didn't give it to a high-ranking official, he would feel wronged. Hao Lingquan ate. Li Yi peeled garlic for him. He peeled a piece and handed it to Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan didn't refuse. If he could become a general of the 3rd rank, Li Yi's kindness would be great. A few pieces of garlic wouldn't make much difference. Soon, the bowl of noodles was finished. He wasn't full. It was far from being full. He blushed slightly and looked up at others. They looked at him with normal eyes. There was no disdain or contempt. Wasn't it good to be able to eat? On the other side of Xingqing Palace, Li Longji left 3 prime ministers to ask about politics. He asked about the arrangements for the tribes that would come to surrender. Should they be sent to plant terraced fields like the Li family Zhuangzi? Li Yi's memorial arrived. Li Longji opened it and looked at it. His eyes fell on Song Jing. Chapter 757. In the past, when tribes came to surrender to the Tang dynasty would not allow them to move in. Similarly, they did not expect them to help defend the border. They were all appointed officials and sent back. One reason was because the Tang dynasty was arrogant and did not need their help to fight. The other reason was that they could not settle in the mainland. How could a large group of people live in the mainland? Language barrier. Now there was a way. The Li family Zhuangzi made an example. He asked people to plant terraced fields, rent things, but did not give weapons. He also sent people to teach the Tang dynasty language. Should they learn it? The imperial court would operate in the same way. Song Jing and the others were thinking about this kind of thing and analyzing the pros and cons. Before Song Jing could say much, the winged knights sent a letter. Then why was the emperor staring at him? Minister Song Jing, Hao Lingquan, the general of the Dal army, returned silently. You should be rewarded with the position of general, Li Longji said to Song Jing. Your Majesty, I have said that if Hao Lingquan is rewarded with the position of general, the soldiers at the border will send troops without permission. Song Jing still insisted on his idea. He wanted peace and did not take the initiative to attack. Li Yi said that if you don't reward him today, no one will risk their lives to kill the enemy. If you don't want to give him the position of general, he will give him the position of general. What do you think? Li Longji said to Li Yi and gave Song Jing a way out. He listened to him and did not give him the position of general. Song Jing, the difference between general and general was just a little bit. Wouldn't it still give him a high reward if he was at grade 3 or grade 3? No, he had to stop it. Your Majesty, you can't give him the position of general. Why don't you give him the position of general? Song Jing objected. He paused and said, Your Majesty, Li Yi is too young and not familiar with the matters at the border. The Tang dynasty frequently sends troops. Other tribes will see the Tang dynasty as an enemy. Li Yi is familiar with military affairs and knows what the soldiers need, Bai Gu said. He supported Li Yi. Since Li Yi had specially written a note and sent it over, it meant that this matter was of great importance. Ever since she knew about Li Yi had never made a mistake. If she didn't listen to him, he would do bad things. In the end, she still had to follow his decision. Su Yi, who was also a prime minister, looked left and right, momentarily unable to decide who to help. Everyone became prime ministers together, and the first struggle had come. Minister Bai's words are reasonable. In that case, let's make Hao Lingquan a general. Li Longji was unwilling to waste any more time on this matter. It's not wrong to listen to Brother Yi. Brother Yi is wholeheartedly serving the Tang dynasty. As for the soldiers at the border who are willing to fight other countries, let them fight. How could he make himself poor? If he didn't have money, he could ask Brother Yi to come up with a way to make a lot of money. Soon, he would have money. Yes, Your Majesty, Bai Gu answered. Next, it was time for Ziwei to issue orders and produce books. Go now. A foreign country has come to join us. We should act according to the Li family Zhuangzi's wishes. Li Longji didn't even discuss the tribal matters. He followed Li Yi's instructions. The three of them returned to the office of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing's face was gloomy. He finally felt Yao Chang's previous distress. The first prime minister of the Tang dynasty. His analysis was not as effective as Li Yi's passing of a note. How could it be like this? He had already said that Hao Lingquan would not be promoted to a high official and would be treated coldly for a period of time. In the blink of an eye, the imperial court gave Hao Lingquan a general of secondary class, class 3. Would he still have dignity as the prime minister? Can we use the excuse of investigating Hao Lingquan's false claims to merit to delay some time? Su Yi had the same idea as Song Jing. The prime minister's words had to be effective. No. Bai Gu objected, Li Yi will be very angry when he knows. What else can he do to me? Su Yi was not convinced. He can cancel your membership card. Bai Gu pointed in the direction of Heavenly World. Membership card. Su Yi was just about to say that it was okay to not go to Heavenly World, but he suddenly stopped. He thought of something. The 6 ministers or the prime minister all had membership cards of Heavenly World. The people all knew that giving benefits to the officials was to prevent them from interfering. If a prime minister's membership card was cancelled, what would the people think? Damn, that prime minister must have done something he shouldn't have. There was something wrong with him. Sui thought of this and was shocked. For the first time, he found that the membership card of Heavenly World had an additional function. The Prime Minister was high and mighty. The people were not familiar with him. The Li family Zhuangzi was close to the people. The people understood. Didn't that mean that the people would think that whoever Li Yi said was a bad official was not good? Song Jing obviously understood the problem like Su Yi. He sped up, went back to the office, wrote a note, and sent it to the Ministry of Family Affairs. The Ministry of Family Affairs used the fastest speed to decide on Hao Lingquan's promotion. After writing it, they immediately sent someone to send it. Hao Lingquan did not have a house in Chang'an. He lived in an inn in Daozheng Square. Daozheng Square and Xingqing Palace were separated by a road. Hao Lingquan lived here and waited for his promotion. He looked forward to it every day, but it never came. In history, he endured with such emotions until the next year. When he got the position of Langjiang, he collapsed. When he was sent to the Turks, it was so dangerous. He carried out the mission well. In the end, he died of grief and indignation in Chang and of the Tang dynasty. Song Jing's way of handling this matter was disgusting. He insisted on waiting for Hao Lingquan to be promoted. He also waited for things to calm down and people no longer paid attention to it. Then, he casually gave him a small position. Otherwise, if he directly gave it to Lang Jiang, what would people think when Mozi's head was still hanging? In history, there were people who praised Song Jing as having legs. It meant that wherever he went, people there would feel the warmth of the spring breeze. Hao Lingquan didn't feel it. Perhaps the spring breeze that Song Jing placed on him was the spring breeze written by Su Shi, the chilly spring breeze that blew the drunkenness away. A group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs entered Daojing Square Inn. They did not find him. After asking around, they said that he went to the Li family Zhuangzi. The officials then went out of Chunming Gate to the Li family Zhuangzi. They finished the matter today. Hao Lingquan was drinking. He ate 2 bowls of noodles. Li Yi did not eat. He gave his bowl to Hao Lingquan. 2 bowls of noodles were enough to fill the stomach. Li Yi drank with him. The wine was inferior, and the dishes were from the messy Bridgehead market. Everything was given by the people. Each person was given a little. Hao Lingquan's eyes were still red. There were people squatting and standing next to him, listening to him talk about the Dal army. Li Yi helped to spread the news, saying that Hao Lingquan had made great contributions. When the people heard about it, they gave him gifts. Hao Lingquan looked at the various kinds of food sent by the stalls and was very moved. When Mozi was still alive, we had to be on guard against the Tujue. We did not fight with the Tujue tribes. Sometimes, their people would exchange things with us. They did not have copper coins. When we exchanged things, we could not get a bargain. Everyone knew the price. However, the price of sheep was low. 2 tea cakes could be exchanged for 1 sheep. Everyone liked to listen, so Hao Lingquan told them. He suddenly realized that it was fine even if he did not get promoted. At least the people knew about him and were willing to give him things. It was worth it. The people each had a bowl of free hot soup. They drank as they listened. As they were talking and listening, a group of officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs arrived. Greetings, Dr. Li, the officials greeted Li Yi. Li Yi returned the greeting with cupped fists. He looked at Hao Lingquan. General Hao, congratulations. You can receive your appointment. The officials from the Ministry of Family Affairs turned to Hao Lingquan. Chapter 758. Hao Lingquan listened to the people from Minxia province in a daze. He was still in a daze when the book was finally produced. The people from Minxia province left with a basket each containing soap, glycerin, chili powder, and vegetables. General Hao, come on, let's drink and celebrate. Congratulations on becoming a general, Li Yi said with a smile. He changed another person's fate. Hao Lingquan wouldn't cry to death. The soldiers of the Tang dynasty were more willing to risk their lives to kill the enemy. The imperial court kept its word and brought the head back to the general. It was a little worse than a general. It could be said that Hao Lingquan didn't kill it himself. Hao Lingquan sat down in a daze and stared at the book in a daze. He got it. General, secondary class, grade 3. General Hao, I'd like to propose a toast to you for risking your life for the Tang dynasty. I hope you can continue to protect the peace of the people of the Tang dynasty in the future. Li Yi stood up, holding the bowl with both hands and said solemnly. Ah. Thank you, Dr. Li. I'll drink. I can still kill the enemy. I'm not afraid of death. Hao Lingquan shivered and also stood up, holding the bowl with both hands and promised. The 2 of them raised their heads and drank the wine together. Good. Good job, General Hao. Congratulations. The people around cheered. After listening to Li Yi's introduction, they admired Hao Lingquan. Only such a person could win the battle for the Tang dynasty when he became a general. After drinking a bowl of inferior wine, Hao Lingquan let out a long breath and looked at the book again. He wanted to laugh and cry. Then he suddenly raised his head and stared at Li Yi. Only then did he remember that it was Li Yi who had arranged for him to become a general. Song Jing had not been able to stop him. Oh my God, how could it be like this? How could a secondary class, grade 2 official decide the position of a general, grade 3? The Prime Minister said no, and Li Yi said yes, so it was okay. Who can tell me what's the secret behind all of this? General Hao, sit down and eat. The food is the goodwill of the people. The taste may not be very good, it's good. I've never eaten such delicious food or drunk such good wine in my life. Hao Lingquan sat down and ate 2 big mouthfuls of food, chewing vigorously. Dr. Li, if it wasn't for your help, it's His Majesty. After His Majesty found out about what happened to you, he felt that he couldn't disappoint the soldiers. He had to fulfill his promise. Li Yi interrupted Hao Lingquan. The credit belonged to Her Majesty, and no one should snatch it from her. Hao Lingquan nodded, indicating that she understood. For him to be able to go on a diplomatic mission, his IQ and EQ were both high enough. However, he showed a worried look. Dr. Li, did you offend Prime Minister Song? No, I win people over with my virtue and magnanimity. I treat people gently, I have a mellow nature, I'm handsome, I'm unrestrained, I'm cultured and refined. Li Yi praised himself, and the people around him nodded. Yes, Li Dongzhu was such a person. Ha ha ha. Hao Lingquan stared blankly for a moment, then suddenly laughed out loud. Dr. Li is indeed humorous. As for Prime Minister Song, Hao Lingquan was still worried and wanted to personally explain to Song Jing. Don't worry about him. I'll send him a small jar of beef chili sauce later. There's nothing a jar of beef chili sauce can't solve. If there is, I'll give him 2 jars. Li Yi waved his hand, not allowing Hao Lingquan to go to Song Jing to persuade him. Why should the soldiers who were fighting outside bow down to the Prime Minister because he was unjust? Not to mention Song Jing, all the Prime Ministers, including the first inspection team of the Tang dynasty, wouldn't be easy to deal with. Hao Lingquan was stunned again. Could it be like this? Just give him chili sauce. Yes, General Hao, don't worry about Song Jing. Tao Hong added. She and the other palace maids and eunuchs in the Li family Zhuangzi didn't care about the Prime Minister at all. The Prime Minister couldn't control them. Their families were arranged to form a small village, and there were people assigned to guard them. When they returned to the palace in shifts, they were only responsible for the Empress's palace. They could speak ill of the officials. Hao Lingquan looked at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them nodded to him, meaning that Song Jing couldn't do anything to Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan smiled and was completely relieved. Yes, Li Yi had palace maids and eunuchs to serve him, and he was also protected by the winged knights. General Hao, are you staying at an inn? Li Yi refilled their cups and asked casually. In Daojing Square, the cheapest house. Hao Lingquan nodded. He didn't have much money. When he came over, it was the Dao army who gave him the money and asked him to go to Chang'an. His brothers were waiting for him to become a high-ranking official, and then they would look after each other. If he didn't become a high-ranking official, General Hao, if you don't mind, there's a small courtyard in Zhuangzi. You can stay there temporarily. You're a general now, but there's no place for you to stay. You have to wait. The chief of the winged knights, Guozi, has been studying the art of war and other knowledge used in marching and fighting. You two can discuss and learn from each other. As for me, if I have any ideas, I can also ask for advice. Li Yi invited Hao Lingquan to stay in Zhuangzi mainly to learn. Being a general was different from being a general in the past. In addition, it was to tell others that Hao Lingquan was under Li Yi's protection. If you think that Song Jing didn't want to promote Hao Lingquan, then you're offending me. Think carefully, don't wait until I make a move on you and think you're innocent. You may curry favor with Song Jing, but you may not be able to get Song Jing's favor. If you provoke me, I will never let you have a good time. Hao Lingquan didn't say anything and drank the wine. Okay, I'll stay in Zhuangzi and disturb Li Dongzhu. He changed the way he addressed Li Dongzhu. If he stayed in Zhuangzi, he had to call him Dongzhu. In fact, it was another kind of surrender. For example, if Li Yi wanted to catch an animal in the future, the army he was in could use the excuse of training to catch it. Does the inn have anything to bring over? Zhuangzi will send someone to get it. General Hao, you don't have to tire yourself. Li Yi decided to keep Hao Lingquan here. Otherwise, Hao Lingquan would have to deal with the people in the inn. Hao Lingquan also considered this problem. He took out the key. I'll write a letter to the inn's manager. No need. As long as the Li family Zhuangzi has the key to open the door, no one will think that it's stealing. Li Yi waved his hand. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Yes, the Li family Zhuangzi wouldn't steal other people's things. The person in Zhuangzi took the key and left. The two of them continued to drink outside. Hao Lingquan could eat and drink. He didn't look full. Shao Yi, I'm here. Bai Gu appeared with a voice. He sat directly next to the table and reached out to pick up a skewer. The army is here. They're going to Mount Taibai for training. As he spoke, he nodded to Hao Lingquan. They had met before. Hao Lingquan stood up. Bai Zaifu. Sit down. It's tiring to stand and talk. Shao Yi, what's the arrangement for the first batch of 5,000 people? Bai Gu raised his hand and gestured for Hao Lingquan to sit down. He then told Li Yi about the number of people. Send them directly to the foot of Mount Taibai. I'll provide canvas tents. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for them. Li Yi took a bowl and poured wine for Bai Gu. You make so much money selling chili noodles. Donate it. Bai Gu didn't want to go through the Ministry of Revenue's account. The Ministry of Revenue takes 50% of the tax. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for it. Li Yi shook his head. Hao Lingquan was speechless. Chapter 759. As a general, Hao Lingquan naturally knew what was going on in the army. He didn't care about the mobilization of the army. There were some who said that Prime Minister Bai wanted Li Yi to fork out money to support the merger. Li Yi refused, saying that the Ministry of Revenue collected too much tax. Are you too sure you are talking about the army of the Tang dynasty? Can military matters be handled like this? You pay for their meals, and the Ministry of Revenue will buy Zhuangzi's tent. Bai Gu changed his condition. What meals? Do I have to send someone to cook for them when they go to Tubo in the future? Let them cook for themselves. Li Yi's attitude was firm. Soldiers must learn how to survive. You prepare some medicinal herbs for Zhuangzi when they are injured during training. Anyway, your medicinal herbs are free. Bai Gu changed his condition again. Old Bai, why do you keep staring at me? I'm just a civil official. It's not easy to survive in front of Zhuangzi. Li Yi didn't say whether he agreed or not, which meant that he agreed. Zhuangzi's medicinal herbs were indeed free. They were exchanged with medical books. I spoke up for you today. I didn't hesitate to offend Guangping. Bai Gu mentioned his contribution. So, old Song still opposes? Li Yi caught the hint in Bai Gu's words. Guangping can't take care of military matters. Bai Gu provided another piece of information. He wants to be the Minister of War. He's still the Minister of Justice now. Li Yi was a little confused. According to history, Song Jing should be the Minister of Appointments. However, Cui Ryong wasn't punished and was still doing well. Song Jing's power was still small. The Ministry of Justice was only a ministry. It didn't care about many things. Senior officials couldn't do anything. Hao Lingquan lowered his head and ate obediently, pretending that he didn't hear anything. He was scared. God, a prime minister and a civil official were talking about another prime minister. I think he wants you to be an official. Baigu took a sip of the wine and frowned. It's not up to him to decide whether I'm an official or not. Does that mean that I've seized his power? I'll give him a set of wine cups worth 1 coin when I get back. Li Yi didn't care at all and still wanted to give him something. He will run to Zhuangzi and fight you to the death, hee. Baigu laughed. Li Yi meant to say that Song Jing was a petty person. The people who came to Mount Taibai were recruited soldiers. His Majesty recruited 30,000 people. Hurry them up and don't wait until the weather warms up. Zhuangzi has already prepared the tents and other things. I'll give you the capital and give you 10 extra hot air balloons. Li Yi was anxious. It was the best time to climb a mountain when the weather was cold. Tubo was cold and windy. Which cost? The labor cost of your village. Baigu now had some understanding of the cost. The labor cost of the Li family Zhuangzi was higher than other places, so he had to ask clearly. Otherwise, the labor cost was actually profit. Li Yi couldn't give the village a piece-by-piece fee. Li Yi picked up a green onion and soaked it in soy sauce. Zhuangzi doesn't have time to make tents. The Workers' Alliance and the E Alliance are working together. The E Alliance is in charge of the canvas and the Workers' Alliance is in charge of the frames. I'll give you the hot air balloons. I'm not the Minister of War. Don't talk about giving me a gift. Besides, are you going to sell the hot air balloons? I remember now. The hot air balloons balls and baskets are made by the Ministry of Works. You just have to provide one thing. Baigu didn't admit that the hot air balloons were given by Li Yi. Can you blow the hot air balloons into the sky? I also provide gasoline. Giving a balloon is giving gasoline. Li Yi emphasized the fuel. Baigu also picked up a green onion and threw it into his mouth. You use oil to make gasoline. Did you spend money on oil? I give you oil and you make gasoline. Isn't the cost of the technology a part of the cost? Li Yi retorted. I've learned another thing. Not bad. Baigu noted down the cost of technology. The road from Chang'an to Shudi needs to be repaired. The money I gave you is gone. The Ministry of Revenue can find the cement factory in Lantian County and transport the cement to a warm place. Hurry up. Li Yi changed the topic to the road repair. With the money he gave, the road was repaired well. Because it was far away and the roads were narrow, they could be widened with cement. Baigu ate another green onion. Find Shigu. He's the Minister of Works. I only care about money. You're the Prime Minister. Li Yi mentioned Baigu's other identity. Find Guangping. His words are more effective. Baigu pushed again. You don't want to be the Prime Minister anymore? Li Yi asked softly. Who said so? Shao Yi, you can't play any tricks. I don't want to join the League of Ministers for the time being. Baigu was shocked. There's a lot of vegetables in the greenhouses this year. Apart from the capital, the surrounding prefectures and even Luoyang can be sent. The cucumbers can be kept for several days. Li Yi changed the topic and talked about the greenhouses. The capital government had made money from the greenhouses last year. This year, there were more people planting the vegetables. Those who had less money would find people to work with to raise the money to build the greenhouses. In one winter, they would earn back their capital. The price of the greenhouses in the capital government's greenhouses was 5 times that of the summer and autumn season. It was cheaper than last year. There were merchants who collected the vegetables and transported them to other places. They could sell the vegetables for 10 times the price and profit from it. The Ministry of Revenue kept a close watch. When merchants collected vegetables, they would first collect taxes from the people who planted the greenhouses before collecting taxes from the merchants. As long as they bought a large amount, they would collect taxes. The merchants would say that they couldn't eat the vegetables themselves. Unless they were running a hotel, they would collect taxes from the hotel. When Li Yi mentioned the greenhouses, the smile on Bai Gu's face increased. Yes, repair the road. Good roads can transport goods faster and have a lot of taxes. Old Bai, I heard that you ate a lot of meat sauce when you treated people to a meal. I'll bring you a jar. Li Yi glanced at the eunuchs. Ziyu ran away and shouted, let's prepare something else for Bai Zaifu. You want to drive me away? Lingquan, don't live in the Daojing Square anymore. Find another place. Bai Gu muttered and said to Hao Lingquan. Li Dongzhu, send someone to help me move things. I'm living in the Li family Zhuangzi. Hao Lingquan, who had heard a lot of things that she shouldn't have heard today, respectfully responded to Bai Gu. Bai Gu glanced at Li Yi. It's good to live in Zhuangzi. After I arrange a place for you, you'll probably take office after the new year. This year, we need to see the situation of the new leader of the Turks and the news of Tubo and adjust according to their changes. Yes. Hao Lingquan sat upright. She didn't have to worry about the arrangement of seats now. She had discovered that Li Yi had a great influence on the court. There was an uncertain feeling that she didn't dare to say, and that was that Li Yi could decide the candidate for the prime minister. What was going on? Was she too surprised today and began to let her imagination run wild? It didn't take long for Ziyu to return with a big basket on the cart. Bai Gu's followers cooperated to carry the basket on the cart, and Ziyu reported. There's chili sauce, fermented bean curd, shrimp oil side dishes, soy sauce, sweet garlic, salted garlic, pepper, leek sauce, braised shrimp sauce, soap, skincare cream, and the rest are vegetables from the greenhouse. Okay, old Bai, I won't see you off. Goodbye. Li Yi turned his head and waved at Bai Gu. Remember to send the gasoline over. When the hot air balloon rises, check the situation. There's snow on the mountain, and it's easy to have an avalanche. Shout a few times first. Bai Gu put his hands behind his back and strolled to the place where his car was parked. Hao Lingquan stood up and watched Bai Gu leave. When Bai Gu got in the car and left, he exhaled a long breath and felt much less pressure. He was afraid that Bai Gu would tell Li Yi more about the court. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please return to Qidian to subscribe. Thank you. In addition, please vote for me. County Duke is lower class rank, too. Actually, as long as you don't say it out loud like an idiot, you don't have to worry about anything else. I'm the County Duke of Huai then, and my third brother is the County Duke of Fangchu. You can call me that when you need to. Li Qingqi casually arranged an identity for himself and Li Longji. Okay, your majesty will come to Zhuangzi. Hao Lingquan swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling. Brother Yi is in Zhuangzi, so of course, my third brother will come. Brother Yi is my third brother's brother. If there's any trouble in the imperial court, my third brother will come to ask Brother Yi. Li Qingqi said to Hao Lingquan as if it was natural. Hao Lingquan felt numb all over. In an instant, he understood many things. He understood that some things couldn't be said, let alone asked. Just treat it as the truth. Oh my God, there's actually such a person in the Tang dynasty. I know. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale. Obviously, it was caused by insufficient blood supply. If there's nothing else, just focus on being a general. Don't worry too much about Song Jing. Li Qingqi said again and turned to leave. Hao Lingquan sat on the chair and took deep breaths. After a while, he felt that he could control his body again. He picked up the thermos, poured himself half a glass of water, and drank it down. After a short rest, he was ready to take a bath and soak in it. He left the yard and didn't lock the door. He walked toward the bathing pool in Zhuangzi. As he was walking, he heard a woman's voice. Jian, don't be in a hurry. Don't fall. Wait a minute. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw a child running with his 2 little legs. Then, he saw a woman he had seen once. There was a man behind the woman. He had seen this man before. He stood still and didn't dare to move. His head was lowered. The little fellow ran to him and looked up curiously at this person who felt different from the others in Zhuangzi. Jian, quick, hold his hand. Empress Wang caught up and reached out. The little fellow raised his hand and let her hold it. Empress Wang glanced at Hao Lingquan and took the child away. Li Longji came from behind. When he saw Hao Lingquan, he thought for a moment and reached out to pat Hao Lingquan on the shoulder. Don't worry. The people of the Tang dynasty count on you to protect them. After that, Li Longji also left. Hao Lingquan's face turned pale again. His calf seemed to be cramping. Chapter 761. It was comfortable for a tired body to soak in the hot water pool, but Hao Lingquan could only sit there and take a shower. The farmer in charge of the pool didn't allow him to get into the pool, saying that his physical and mental state were not good and he was afraid that he would fall into the pool. After adjusting the hot and cold water, Hao Lingquan took a shower with no expression on his face and his eyes fixed. At this moment, he figured it out, but he was still in a state of shock and disbelief. Li Yi, King Song, and His Majesty called each other brothers, and Empress Wang brought the child to play. It was said that in the Empress Palace of Xingqing Palace, the future crown prince was always surrounded by dozens of people, and it was impossible for the child to run around alone. However, in Li family Zhuangzi, His Majesty, Empress Wang, and the little fellow strolled around as a family of 3, and the little fellow could run around as much as he wanted. It meant that His Majesty felt that Zhuangzi was safer than the palace. God! He was worried that Song Jing would take revenge, but it turned out that he thought too much. No wonder Bai Zaifu treated Li Yi like that. Yes, it's not wrong to ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. With his position, it's normal to spend money to support the army. Why should he care about public and private matters? Hao Lingquan, who had been worried that Song Jing would take action, was completely relieved now. He was not afraid, not afraid, not afraid. No, I shouldn't ask Li Dongzhu to pay for the army. The imperial court is rich, and Li Dongzhu's money should be spent privately, such as training powerful soldiers and winged knights. Hao Lingquan overturned his idea again. He wanted to know how Li Yi should spend his money, and he was very worried. He stood up, moved the stool aside, turned off the water, used soap, and washed his hair. Song Jing is not in a good mood. He just doesn't want to promote Hao Lingquan. Li Longji was talking to Li Yi. The little fellow was sitting on a high stool beside him, eating diced fruits with a spoon. He looked at whoever spoke, looking very serious. Song Jing has certain limitations when it comes to considering problems, but he's willing to analyze what happened after the incident. He has his own political intentions. He's more tolerant towards scholars, but he's more cautious towards martial artists. Li Yi analyzed the situation based on the information and his contact with Song Jing. Li Yi discovered that the prime ministers all liked to monopolize power. Zhang Shua, Yao Chong, Song Jing, and a few others later on. The advantage of having absolute power was that if things were done right, the Tang dynasty would be in the limelight. If the strategy was wrong, the Tang dynasty would be in trouble. What about Hao Lingquan? Li Longji changed the topic to Hao Lingquan. He is brave and resourceful. He needs to learn. He has a sense of honor as a martial artist and is willing to risk his life for recognition. When facing outsiders, he had a strong psychological quality. But when facing the people of the Tang dynasty, he had a weak heart. Such a person, no matter how much power he has, will not betray the Tang dynasty. He's afraid of the imperial court of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi gave another evaluation of Hao Lingquan. Li Longji nodded. First, he'll go to school in Zhuangzi. When he's done, where is the right place to put him? Go back to the Dal army. He's familiar with the geography and environment of the Dal army. The Turks rule a large area with a small population and a bad environment. Many people don't work in agriculture. As long as the Dal army is strong enough, it can push forward from the position of the Dal army. The Turks can't resist. When the Yellow River opens in spring, we can put all kinds of things there. The army will play a great role in the position of several. As Li Yi spoke, he took the map and unfolded it on the table. The little fellow looked at his position and stretched out his small hand to move the plate out. Then, the plate fell to the ground and broke. The little fellow was stunned. His eyes were wide open, as if he didn't understand how he became so strong. He had to go down. The food was on the ground. He had to pick it up to eat. The palace maid hurriedly went to fetch a new plate. The eunuch moved a new table and placed it on the plate. The little fellow ignored the plate on the ground and continued to eat the fruit with the spoon. The baby doesn't know how to control his strength now. It seems that he plays a lot and grows quickly. Li Yi reached out and pinched the little fellow's arm. The little fellow turned to look at him and chuckled. 7 fruits, 7. Okay, you can eat. Li Yi smiled. Li Longji stood up and pointed at the position of the Northern Protectorate headquarters. Here. Yes. Due to strategic suppression and the influence of the supply transportation, the Northern Protectorate headquarters moved to the surrendered city in the west. The supplies couldn't keep up, so they had to move to the surrendered city in the middle. The supplies usually go up the east side of the Yellow River to the Protectorate headquarters. There are several deserts. The problem of the deserts can be solved by raising camels. We don't have the manpower to manage the deserts now. We can wait for the future. Li Yi pointed to 2 large deserts, the Maowusu Desert and the Kabuki Desert. The large desert, especially the Kabuki Desert, spanned from the west to the east, blocking the Yellow River. There were more small deserts along the way. Even if they weren't deserts, they were still grasslands with little grass. One of the places was called the Dongxing district back when Li Yi was still alive. The primary industry of the Dongxing district was agriculture and animal husbandry. The value of the industry accounted for 1/1000th of the total industry. The industry was more impressive. It was more than 500 times that of agriculture and animal husbandry. Tourism was also more than 200 times that of the industry. Li Yi was helpless to develop such a place. If he had the money, he could invest it in other areas and earn more. The Northern Protectorate headquarters was located close to Baotou. It was more advantageous to develop there than the surrendered city in the west. The surrendered city in the west was closer to Wuyuan County. The development of Wuyuan County couldn't be compared to the Dongxing district. The only good thing was that the agriculture there was much better than the Dongxing district. Brother Yi knows how to manage the desert. Li Longji was more interested in this matter. We need manpower, a lot of manpower. It's tiring. We also need to plant grass and fight against shag. Usually, we use straw. If we have the money and manpower, we might as well raise camels. In the future, when we fight against others, we can use the camels. Li Yi nodded and then shook his head. He said that he wanted to fight against the Abbasid Caliphate and India. From there, he could reach the sea directly. Otherwise, he would take a detour. The Suez Canal had not been opened yet. Africa and Eurasia were connected. Africa had good soil. Just by throwing some seeds in, he would be able to reap great benefits. How many years do we need to fight our way through? Li Longji wanted to fight and expand the territory of the Tang dynasty. After fighting the Turks and Tubo, we will have complete control over the Bohai Sea. Only then can we continue to expand to the north, northeast, northwest, and southwest. Li Yi wasn't in a hurry to conquer. The war wasn't over yet. The lives of the people in the Tang dynasty's capital office were better, but the other places were still the same. When it came to fighting the Tubo and Turks, if you don't fight them, they will fight you. It was impossible to reconcile. As long as the other party didn't start a war with the Bohai Sea, there was no need to fight. They could slowly take over the Bohai Sea. The population of the Bohai Sea was small, and it still occupied the 3 provinces in the northeast. It still lacked a unified government. During the exchange, the people of the Tang dynasty would slowly become like Li Yi's era. There were several ethnic groups living together in harmony. There were people who opposed the Manchus in other places, but there was no such thing in the northeast. They even respected the Manchus' habits and didn't invite them to eat dog meat. The most interesting thing was that there were also Koreans there. Korean dog meat was delicious. With the addition of Muslim meat, there was no problem. Chapter 762. Li Longji rolled up the map again. He didn't need to look at it anymore. The importance of the Northern Protectorate manor lay in the fact that as long as the baggage of the army followed, the Turks wouldn't dare to attack the Great Wu army. If the Turks ran to the Great Wu army, the Northern Protectorate manor would send troops to cut off the Turks' path of retreat. In the past, they focused on defense and built a city. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to supply the baggage. The local population was small and resources were scarce. Farming was barely enough for them to survive. If it wasn't for the war, the imperial court wouldn't send supplies to the Northern Protectorate manor. The soldiers of the Northern Protectorate manor could deal with the Turks on their own. Similarly, the Turks didn't have enough supplies, and a single attack would deplete a lot of their national strength. Li Longji couldn't wait to go to the Yellow River and open the river. He had witnessed the power of capital from Li Yi. With money, one could do anything. Wasn't it just logistics? Send it over, spend a huge sum of money, and after sending it over, Brother Yi, do you have a rough estimate of the cost of transporting military supplies to the Northern Protectorate manor? Li Longji wasn't sure how much money it would cost. Li Yi shook his head, I haven't sent it before. Third brother, we don't need to send a boat full of things. We can send half a boat full of military supplies and half a boat full of other things. Sell the remaining half of the boat. Unload half of it at the Northwestern Protectorate manor, load it with local specialties, and continue upstream. When we reach a place upstream, we can carry whatever the locals lack on the boat. Buy it from the locals and continue upstream. Li Longji wasn't a fool anymore. He immediately understood Li Yi's motive. As long as there were enough boats, the Yellow River could be transported to the sea. What the upstream lacked or had, they would know by making a trip there. Not only would the commoners along the way not reduce their wealth by buying things, they would even increase their income by selling things that weren't valuable locally. That's right. Li Yi nodded his head. This was what he was thinking as well. What the Yellow River needed was the government's investment. Preparedness meant success. Thinking about it this way, I feel delighted. The inspection at Huku Waterfall has already been completed. We can travel on the tracks and on land. Li Longji clenched his fists. He liked Zhuangzi in the Li family. Whenever they encountered a problem, Li Yi would give them a practical solution. It gave people hope and something to look forward to. As long as they followed it, they would definitely succeed. Empress Wang suddenly said, it's a pity that traveling in the desert is too tiring. Even with camels, people will die in special weather. Li Yi laughed, sister-in-law, as long as you're willing to spend money, it's easy to cross the desert. You don't have to cross the Maowusu desert directly. If you want to cross the desert by force, you have to dig a well and build a pond with cement. You have to pour the well water into the pond and cover it. In the area where the Chatua clan was located, there were underground canals and wells, and there were open canals outside. The area between the Mawawusu Desert and the Kabuki Desert is similar to the soil. It can be dug out to store water for a long period of time. Empress Wang thought for a moment. Dig a well for each section of the road. Plant trees around the area and send people to guard the area. Then, the team would travel through the same route. Won't they go astray and not be able to find the place? Li Longji continued, use cement to build pillars, bury a section in the sand, and watch the pillars as they walk. Later, we'll find elder brother and ask the workers' union to fix it. Li Longji arranged work for Li Qingqi's workers' union, regardless of whether it was the new year or not. They would work as if it was the new year and get 5 times the pay. Third brother, we can hire the locals, even if it's just to help push the windmill. Give them more benefits. Li Yi mentioned the matter of hiring local workers. Yes, that should be the case. Li Longji reacted. The locals were familiar with the situation and gave them benefits. Only then would they do their best to help. When the wells were dug, they would pave the way. The locals would use the path and naturally maintain it. Perhaps the locals would move to a place with a lot of well water, saving the manpower needed to look after the place. That way, we can build a city next to the wells. Empress Wang added, there are many wild beasts, especially wolves, selling newspapers, the workers' union is recruiting workers. From today onwards, you'll get 3 times the pay for digging wells in the desert. If you don't come back after the new year, you'll get 5 times the pay. Selling newspapers, well, digging workers in the workers' union will have 4 meals a day. There will be meat for each meal and 1 tael of wine at night. The next morning, the paperboys began to shout. They would get 3 times the pay before the new year. The new year would usually start from the little new year and continue until the 10th day of the first lunar month. The imperial court's annual leave was 10 days. Those who worked would get 7 days more. The young and strong people, such as those who worked at the docks when the Yellow River was still passable, were more attentive. They had the strength and knew how to dig wells. They just had to push them around. They didn't need to worry about their skills. After 3 months of work, the Yellow River's Huku waterfall would be completely open. Then, they would return to the docks and earn at least 10 more months' pay. In the Political Affairs Hall of Xingqing Palace, Song Jing flipped through the newspaper and shook his head when he saw the description of crossing the desert to build water points. It's a waste of manpower and money. There's already a way to cross the Huku waterway of the Yellow River. Why do we still need to go by land? If we take the land route to the east bank of the Yellow River and repair the road there, wouldn't it be easier than crossing the desert? Song Jing found the root of the problem. He didn't submit a memorial and went straight to look for Li Longji. Li Longji went through the memorials. The main reason was that the local government wanted to build irrigation works, appease the people living at the border, and request to strengthen the defense at the border. When Song Jing arrived, Li Longji finished another one. He put down his pen and said, "Official Song, you've worked hard. Take a seat." Song Jing sat down and stood up before saying, "Your Majesty, I heard that you want to open up the desert road to the Protectorate of the Northwest." I'll pay for it," Li Longji replied. He directly talked about the matter of the money. If they didn't go through the Ministry of Revenue, it had nothing to do with them. Song Jing gulped and hurriedly said, "Your Majesty, I feel that it's better to build a road by the Yellow River than to build a desert road. We've already gone to the east bank of the Yellow River. The Protectorate of the North is on the other bank of the Yellow River." He wanted Li Longji to use his own money to build the roads according to his ideas. Build it. The roads on the east and west banks of the Yellow River will be rebuilt. The roads that aren't in good condition will be repaired using new technology. Li Longji nodded his head. "You're right. Build it. I have the money." Song Jing, he thought for a while, "Your Majesty, since that's the case, why build a bridge? The Pu Jin Bridge is too troublesome to transport troops. Official song, don't you know that the Pujin Bridge is being repaired? It can be repaired before the Yellow River reopens next year. Who knows, it might even be completed after the new year. Li Longji was astonished. You, the Prime Minister, don't know about the actions of the Imperial Court? The new bridge would be a floating bridge made of metal cables. It could be opened and a boat could be placed across. Then, the two sides of the bridge would be filled with large cement blocks to secure the cables. When more iron was added, more iron could be used to make a huge iron bull. The concrete would be damaged easily after a long time. Your Majesty, with the money, why don't you build the roads above the capital? Song Jing asked. The money came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The men in the family are strong and fit, and are suitable to help in the construction of the floating bridge in winter. Official Bai will be in charge of the roads above the capital in spring. He's already discussed it with Official Wei. Li Longji patiently explained to Song Jing. Song Jing took a deep breath. I understand. Chapter 763. Song Jing returned to the Political Affairs Hall expressionlessly. He did not enter his office but sat down in the hall outside. He found some tea leaves and placed them in a pot. He then poured some water from a thermos bottle. He pulled out a drawer with pine nuts, pliers and a plate of pine nuts. He then pinched the pine nuts. Guangping, what are you doing? Bai Gu heard the commotion and came out to see Song Jing. Su Yi also came out with a curious look on his face. The pontoon bridge at Pujin Bridge has started construction, but we did not know about it. Song Jing said softly. Guangping, you did not know? Bai Gu was surprised and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi replied, it's been repaired. The people are saying that it will be more convenient for people to cross the bridge next year. It's dangerous for people to cross the bridge. Song Jing was stunned. Both of you knew about it? Even the people knew about it? Only I don't know about it. How did you know? Song Jing was even more depressed. It was written in the newspapers. Bai Gu and Su Yi replied together. Song Jing finally understood why Li Longji had such an expression. It was in the newspapers. Guangping, don't always think that the stories in the newspapers are fabricated. You have to read the newspapers from the beginning. Read it carefully. Read it twice. Bai Gu patiently told Song Jing that one should not read 10 lines at a glance. I did not see it. I read the newspapers very carefully. Song Jing felt that he was wronged. He did not like reading stories, but he was willing to study the daily life facts. He was more interested in reading about the Li family Zhuangzi. For example, chili noodles, kerosene lamps, thermos bottles, tea leaves, glycerin, including the supply of vegetables in the greenhouse during winter. As the Prime Minister, he placed great importance on the newspapers. There was no mention of the pontoon bridge. Bai Gu turned around and went into his house. After a while, he took out a set of newspapers and said, Guangping, look. It's on this page. This one, here. Song Jing looked at the place where Bai Gu was pointing. Indeed, there was one. It even brought a simple map of what it would look like after construction. He got up and went into his room. After a while he returned with 4 papers in his hand. Who can take out one of my newspapers? Song Jing gritted his teeth and said. Guangping, next time you have to look at the pages. Now there are 5 newspapers. They say it's after the new year. Su Yi said to Song Jing while holding back his laughter. This old man knows that after the new year, it might be expanded to 10 copies each, and it's still 3 coins. 3 of the copies have the contents of dictionaries printed on them. Cut it yourself, cut it according to the dotted lines, drill the holes with an awl, and thread it through. When you have enough, you can make a dictionary. Then, there are 3 double-sided prints. Song Jing was still angry. He felt that Her Majesty was dissatisfied with him and did not even read the newspaper. That's right. Princess Jinxian only printed 10,000 copies in the first batch. She gave them to the temple, monastery, and aristocratic families. Xiao Yi only thought of printing them herself. Bai Gu's words faintly expressed his dissatisfaction with Princess Jinxian. She should have given them to the people of the capital government first. Ordinary people with children in school should have given them first. Their children could learn by themselves. Su Yi spoke up for Princess Jinxian. The temple, monastery, and aristocratic families gave Princess Jinxian the money for printing. The money for the paper, and the ink was given by Li Yi. Right now, Her Majesty and Li Yi do things freely. They can do whatever they want. Song Jing did not care about the printing of dictionaries. He mentioned that the political affairs hall's power had decreased. Bai Gu laughed, Guangping, it's Her Majesty's own money. Xiao Yi will also take out the money to build infrastructure. Has the Ministry of Works started to build roads? Song Jing mentioned the situation of the roads in the capital government. This could not be Her Majesty and Li Yi's money, right? The Ministry of Revenue has money. Xiao Yi sells chili powder. She sells chili powder and pays 700 yuan per caddy. While the people of the capital government do not have much work in the winter, they will build the roads that are easy to repair. The difficult ones can be repaired after the winter thaws. Bai Gu explained. After all, Song Jing was the prime minister, but he could not control the money. If the Minister of Revenue was not the prime minister, he would need to tell the prime minister when he needed money. Since he was the prime minister, he could do it. Drink tea. Song Jing did not want to say any more. He could not say anything. Bai Gu was 13 years older than him. Li family Zhuangzi and Hao Lingquan were also drinking tea. They drank tea and asked Guozi for advice. Guozi was young, but he knew a lot. He was very sensitive to military matters. Guozi was a 6th-rank official and was in charge of 30,000 winged knights. Hao Lingquan was a 3rd-rank general and was in charge of 30 people. The 30 people came out of the barracks and were arranged by Hao Lingquan to live in a house in front of the settlement. If you want to win a battle, you have to train strong soldiers first. You can't be afraid when you are outnumbered. Li Dongzhu said that the strongest soldiers can fight to the last man. I don't know if the winged knights can do it. I believe that the 3,000 winged knights can do it. They were personally trained by Li Dongzhu. Guozi slowly explained to Hao Lingquan. Li Yi told him about the Mandarin Duck Formation. The Mandarin Duck Formation could be formed randomly, which meant that they were trained well. When Guozi trained the winged knights, he divided them into many steps and positions. Every soldier had to adapt to all positions. How can you make everyone not afraid of death? Hao Lingquan himself was not afraid of death. He thought that there were very few people who were not. Power, money, and faith. It is an honor for General Hao to be a general. When the Tang dynasty won too many battles, it was impossible for everyone to be made an official. Like the former Qin, there were no titles and no rewards, so you had to give money. Guozi had learned the method from Li Yi, which was to pay. When soldiers killed enemies in battle, they had to be given merit points. Merit points represented land. What if there was not enough land? Use money to exchange for it. Faith. General Hao, look at the winged knights after training and you will know. We fight for His Majesty and the people of the Tang dynasty. We are the strongest soldiers. The moment we move out is the moment the war ends. His Majesty is watching us. The people of the Tang dynasty are counting on us. Our families are honored because of us. As Guozi spoke, he sat up straight with a serious face. Hao Lingquan nodded his head vigorously. His blood was boiling after hearing those words. He admitted that the winged knights were strong, but he didn't expect the winged knights to learn like this. It was a good idea. When he had an army in the future, he would do the same. General Hao, be prepared. In the future, the government soldiers will be disbanded and turned into recruits. His Majesty and the imperial court will pay for it. Guozi revealed to Hao Lingquan. I understand after listening to Bai Zaifu and Li Dongzhu. Hao Lingquan expressed that he understood. He also knew the disadvantages and advantages of the recruitment system. The disadvantage was money. As long as there was no money, the recruitment system would be useless. The advantage was that the people who wanted to be recruited must be strong or have their own specialties. When the overall level of the army improved, the combat effectiveness would also rise. Other people who couldn't fight could be farmers. I heard from Li Dongzhu that when the iron chain pontoon bridge is built, the road from there to the Dal army will be built and then sent to you. Guozi mentioned another thing. He told Hao Lingquan the importance of the Dal army. Why don't you give the money to the south? The south needs to be connected. Hao Lingquan was happy and puzzled. It's being built. According to Li Dongzhu, the Dal army will be of great use in the future, Guozi guessed. Chapter 764. In the blink of an eye, it was the 12th lunar month. Nothing major happened in the 11th month. The commoners were all busy. The greenhouses increased the price of the imperial government's cloth. Fresh vegetables were delivered to the east and west every day. It was impossible to sell them at such a high price like last year. Normally, the price was maintained at 4 to 5 times the normal harvest season. Vegetables with slightly worse quality were sold at 4 times the normal price. Vegetables with good quality were sold at 5 times the normal price. There were also specially selected vegetables that were sold at 8 times the normal price. The Li family Zhuangzi's vegetables were not sold. They were all handled internally, including gifts. Li Longji was rich. The gold mine and salt mines provided him with a large amount of money. He looked energetic all day. Li Yi also had nothing to do. He only lectured. He lectured to 220 students. After the new year, 220 students went to the village to find work. They replaced the students who did not pass the imperial examinations and became village officials. Bai Gu directed the Ministry of Revenue to investigate who was evading taxes. Yao Chong and the others were collecting evidence. They were preparing to take down the 6 provincial governors in one go. Song Jing was the busiest. He had just received the position of Minister of Personnel and Minister of Justice. Li Longji saw that he had too little power and gave him this position. Once something happened, Li Yi's words were the most effective. Who wouldn't feel sad to be the Prime Minister? Cui Ryong was sent to Hunan Prefecture. He cooperated with Zhang Shua to deal with the land clearing and road construction. Song Jing proposed that although the college entrance examination was deep, those who were not talented should not be promoted. It was not based on seniority. Whoever wanted to be promoted needed to be talented. This conflicted with Bai Gu's suggestion to limit the promotion of exiled officials. Bai Gu said that exiled officials should not be promoted casually. They had to work for a certain period of time. Song Jing was in charge of the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of Personnel, so he was in a difficult position. He found out what kind of official was good. The Li family Zhuangzi had 42 students. 41 of them were officials in the various counties. The remaining one was in charge of collecting and handling the overall affairs. They were all talented people. But, should he really promote all of them? They were branded with the Li family Zhuangzi's brand. In addition, the students who went to the village also learned some skills. What he didn't know in the past, after learning and adapting to his identity as a village official, he helped to coordinate and come up with ideas. These students were not bad, but they were not officials who had passed the imperial examinations. Should he promote them? In addition, the officials in the 22 counties of the capital were not bad. Even though they were afraid, the officials of Lantian County would still report to the county every once in a while. Seeing how the officials looked like they had nothing to live for but did not dare to die, one could imagine how the officials felt. The performance of Chang'an County and Wanyan County was particularly outstanding. These two counties were in charge of the entire city of Chang'an, right under the emperor's nose. Li Longji tried his best to give them benefits by offering them a high salary. The bailiffs took the initiative to work overtime all day long. Those who wanted to do bad things had all gone to work in a proper business to earn money. Song Jing realized that there were too many people he could use, and the space was limited. He took the information and looked at it personally, one by one. Su Yi helped him with some small matters, such as evaluating which official was better. The emperor gave more money and things, and the officials are indeed grateful. Su Yi flipped through the evaluation records and sighed sincerely. They are not working hard because of the things given. They are afraid that if they don't work hard enough, they will be punished. Song Jing had his own understanding of this. The officials who lived outside the city had new houses, coal, and money. They worked hard in order to continue to have such treatment. The officials who lived in the city were afraid of being squeezed out and worked hard as well. If they took the money and continued to be greedy and take bribes, they would die. If it really doesn't work, send them out and find a place near the capital. Su Yi suggested. If the officials worked hard and handled things well, it was time for them to be promoted. Send them further away, like exile, and find a state capital nearby. For example, a county captain was sent to a county deputy or a registrar, or directly promoted to a county magistrate. The registrar, county deputy, and county magistrate were sent to the state capital to join the army. The hardest to arrange are the students who did not pass the imperial examinations. Let me ask the emperor. Song Jing had the hardest time for a large group of students. If he didn't arrange them, others were already doing very well. There were no positions for those who passed the imperial examinations. Although he said that he would not accept those who were not talented in the imperial examinations, he had dug a hole for himself. There are still 220 students from the Li family Zhuangzi who are preparing to replace the current students after the new year. It will be more troublesome then. Su Yi was distressed for Song Jing. 220 students were now officials, and all of them were first in the imperial examinations. They were directly at the 9th rank. When they had experience in the local areas, they would be promoted. The salary was a small matter, but the position was a big matter. Song Jing didn't want to mention the people who came out of the Li family Zhuangzi. There were many of them, and they were learning from Li Yi. If he asked them to write books, they would definitely not do it. They wanted to be officials with real power. Li Yi was not worried at all about the things that Song Jing was worried about. He continued to give a lecture to the 220 students today. He connected the speakers and set up a water screen. He used the equipment in the hospital to make a slide show of the resting villagers, the winged knights, Hao Lingxuan's team, Yang Huanjin, Huang Xianrong, and the rest. Of course, Zhang Shao from the Zhang family village and Wang Xing from the imperial plantation also came. It is actually very simple to be a village official in the village. How many people are there in a village? He went from house to house to house, asking questions and memorizing them. What do they have? What do they need? Just these 2 points. Solve them well, and the people will have a good life. What do they have, including labor, skills, and family background? There are 5 people in a family, 3 children and 2 adults, and they only have 500 yuan in savings. At this time, it is not realistic to want to build a Tumu greenhouse. Planting cucumbers, eggplants, cowpeas, cabbage, and rape. It is not easy to manage too many varieties. They only have 500 yuan. Who can invest more money? Li Yi went straight to the point and gave an example. Everyone sat upright and thought together. What should they do? 2 adults and 3 children, and they only have 500 yuan. They want to plant a greenhouse. If I am a village official, I will look at the local situation. I will take the initiative to look for the rich people who do not have land. I will help the people. Plant 1 mu of land and let the rich people invest money to build a greenhouse. I will use the people's land. I will provide the technology, and my technology will be given to the people for free. I will teach you the specific planting methods for the greenhouse. You will also know how to plant different vegetables. I will teach you more in the future. Let's discuss how to distribute the money earned. Even if the people only get 20% of the profits, next year, you can get more investment. You can invest the money you earned. Don't expect the people to become rich within a year. Unless you can provide technology that others do not have. Li Yi continued to talk about how to deal with the situation. Dongzhu. A student raised his hand. Please speak. Li Yi looked at him. There is only one person in the village, and she is a widow. What should we do? The student asked. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Then you will be in trouble. You need to organize more widows. You cannot interact with them alone. This is a matter of principle. Don't tell me that you all went to the village to create trouble. Protect your position and don't give any political opponents a chance. Li Yi did not laugh. Instead, he was very serious. Chapter 765. When everyone heard this, they stopped talking. During this process, Wang Xing did not laugh, the Shu Salt gang did not laugh, Guozi did not laugh, and the villagers did not laugh. The villagers saw how Dongzhu dealt with the issue of men and women in Zhuangzi. This was not funny. Wang Xing had experienced countless struggles in the palace, so he could not laugh. The Shu Salt gang knew too well what was going on. Some officials were tricked by people using the excuse of personal morality. Guozi thought that it was not easy for a widow to live alone, and as a man, he should take care of her. You know what you are learning, and so do others. Your bodies are branded with a brand that can never be removed. Many people do not want the Li family Zhuangzi to exist, but they have no choice. They can't deal with the Li family Zhuangzi, but can't they deal with you? Li Yi was still serious and explained the situation to the students. Don't be silly and think that everything is fine after passing the exam. Life is long. When you reach the place, first, you are not allowed to drink. No matter what reason or excuse the other party uses, you are not allowed to drink. You would rather refuse someone's invitation and offend them. Second, you are not allowed to look for women outside. Even if you say that you are not allowed to drink, you are not allowed to go to a party. If you go, you will not be able to explain yourself. After a year or so, there might be a woman with a newborn child who will come to you. Third, when you reach the place, if someone kneels in front of you and cries for justice, do not listen to one side of the story. However, you must arrange for the person to cry for justice. Write a letter to Zhuangzi, and I will send someone to deal with it. Li Yi began to talk about the various things that the 220 students would encounter in the future. Every matter could be a trap for the students. Of course, it was not a big deal to be tricked. They just had to pay a price. Later on, they would be tricked again. The students took out their small notebooks and began to write. It was so dangerous. It turned out that becoming an official was scarier than going to the battlefield. Come back, let's talk about the widows. When you reach the village, remember to meet the village chief first and then the elders. Ask a few old women in the village to stay by your side and then contact the women in the village, especially the widows. You are not allowed to meet any woman alone. It is the same for the old women. You have to invite more than 3 at a time. Organize the women to work, and if the widow is shrewish, that is even better, let her be in charge. As for accommodation, you must stay at the village chief's house. If there is a problem at the village chief's house, I will look for the village chief. Li Yi hated that he couldn't impart all of his life's struggles to the students. The losses he had suffered were more than the salt the students had eaten. The students' fear increased. They realized that they weren't going to a village, but a tiger's den. Now, I'll tell you how to deal with things in the village. After you survive in the village, I'll tell you how to deal with things in the county. It's much different from the village. Next, I'll talk about how to promote the welfare of the elderly in the village, how to distribute the poultry in the village, and how to coordinate the management. Li changed the topic again and talked about the specific situation and the measures the village had taken to deal with it. Alright, that's all for today. We have a medical class in the afternoon. After a long class, it was almost noon. Li Yi put down his things and turned to leave. Others helped to clean up. The speakers were too far away, and the water curtain equipment was put away. There were 90 people in the afternoon class, so they didn't need these things. The salt merchants of Shu smiled, not surprised at all. This was Li Dongzhu's ability. He obviously didn't have a real official position, but he supported almost half of the people in the capital. Hundreds of thousands of people followed him to eat. His every move was related to the people's livelihood. Wang Xing smiled and took people back. He decided to find a village above the emperor and see if he could help the other party make more money. What he pursued was not to return to the palace for power, but to realize his self-worth in life. Zhang Shao, the village chief of Zhang family village, was very helpless. It was as if he didn't hear it. Zhang family village had been arranged by Li Dongzhu, and his village was just, how Lingquan pulled Guozi, Li Dongzhu knows everything. If he goes to the Dal army, the people there will be blessed. How can Li Dongzhu go out? If he goes out, where can the imperial court find him for important matters? Guozi despised Hao Lingquan. You only think about your Dal army. You don't know who will ask about politics. Your general position, other than Li Dongzhu, who can stop Song Jing from getting it for you? Yes, Li Dongzhu must stay on Zhuangzi. Li Dongzhu has worked hard. Hao Lingquan realized that His Majesty and Li Dongzhu would come here. He didn't know what His Majesty and His Majesty were talking about. In the past 10 days, His Majesty came here 4 times. And King Song, who came and went like a ghost, what was he busy with every day? A large group of people. Is it time for class? A vigorous old man's voice sounded. Hao Lingquan was startled, but he didn't jump out this time. He turned his head and saw 2 people coming. He hurriedly bowed and opened his mouth, but no sound came out. I'm Mu Qingxi, and this is my wife, Lady Mu. Li Dan introduced himself. He had also met Hao Lingquan. Hao Lingquan brought the enemy's head here, and everyone wanted to see it. Old Mr. Mu, Lady Mu. Chapter 766. Hao Lingquan was disappointed. He thought that Guozi had followed the winged knights here under Her Majesty's arrangement. However, that was not the case. Li Dongzhu had to leave to deal with the locust plague when the students in Zhuangzi were taking the imperial examinations. Before he left, he specifically asked about Guozi's situation. He said that he had taken a liking to him, but they had not met before settling down. Guozi was also impressive. No wonder he was Li Dongzhu's key person. How could he be different in the imperial examinations? Z, are you respectful to Li Dongzhu because he recognized your worth? Hao Lingquan felt that he had found the reason. Guozi shook his head. There's no such thing. I'm just afraid of Li Dongzhu. Afraid of what? Does he know how to fight? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Yes, he knows how to train soldiers, give commands, calculate, teach drawing, and even research weapons. However, He likes to be in charge of logistics. He knows what the soldiers need. He says he's afraid of death and won't charge. When Guozi talked about Li Yi, his face was full of admiration. Afraid of death? If the winged knights were not afraid of death, why would they listen to him? Hao Lingquan thought that was impossible. Soldiers admired those who dared to fight. Because they were afraid of him playing with them. That would be worse than death. Guozi shook his head. He had received one-on-one training with Li Yi for 3 days. His physique was good, so the training content increased accordingly. He did not sleep at all during the 32 hours of high-intensity training. Li Yi, on the other hand, slept. He could sleep and wake up at any time. He did not know how he trained. What about the specifics? Hao Lingquan wanted to know more. Guozi shook his head. The past is unbearable, but it's nothing. Li Dongzhu said that there was a team that could complete 32 hours of training in the desert. They threw people into the desert. They had a mission target and were only allowed to bring a wet towel and a tactical military knife. 32 hours to complete a series of missions and survive. I'll try it when I have the chance. If others can do it, I can do it too. Guozi was proud. He wanted to try the 72 hours of desert survival training. Hao Lingquan kept blinking her eyes, wondering how they could survive in the desert for 3 days. He thought it was impossible. A knife and a wet towel. What a joke. Officer Gua, I can't. There's no water. Hao Lingquan shook her head. Yes, isn't there a tactical military knife? Li Dongzhu knows how to use a military knife to fetch water and how to bury himself. If he's lucky, he can find insects and grass to eat. Guozi was confident that it would work. Hao Lingquan still didn't understand how to get water with a knife. He smiled and said, Li Dongzhu is a talented commander. He can't fight with his life on the line, but he can command and teach, right? Guozi kept looking at Hao Lingquan with that kind of gaze. Hao Lingquan was almost scared out of her wits. Only then did she say with a smile, on the battlefield, you and your 30 subordinates were enemies with Li Dongzhu. I advise you to take your men and run. Run as fast as you can, and run as far as you can. No, they had to split up and not run together. It depended on luck and Li Dongzhu's mood. If he really wants to kill all of you, there's no point in running. If you're lucky and Li Dongzhu doesn't want to chase you all over the place, some of you might be able to survive. Guozi thought about the scene of Li Yi flying back and forth on his flying device and that sniper rifle. He had used it before. It was hundreds of steps away, and he could kill anyone he wanted. He had killed so many people in Songzhou and captured so many people. The sniper was the most important contribution. If it weren't for the fact that many of the winged knights had never seen life and death, and that Tubo's soldiers were too tenacious, dozens of his brothers wouldn't have died. It wouldn't happen again. His brothers knew how to fight, and the sniper rifle was even more effective. Hao Lingquan didn't know about the flying device and the sniper rifle. He wasn't convinced. Officer Gua, you're saying that I can't beat Li Dongzhu alone with 30 people? You brought 3,000 people. He can kill you all if he wants. Otherwise, why do you think His Majesty, the Empress, and Little Ro didn't bring their personal guards? Guozi didn't want to talk about the specifics. If Hao Lingquan didn't know, then so be it. Hao Lingquan suddenly found that he couldn't refute. That's right. His Majesty's family of 3 came. As long as Li Dongzhu was with them, they didn't need any guards. Officer Gua, who's more powerful, you or Li Dongzhu? Fight. Hao Lingquan wanted to compare. At close range, we'll see who makes the first move. If I make the first move and shoot flying daggers, I win. If Li Dongzhu makes the first move, I'll die. At long range, I'll die. There's no chance. Guozi was very honest. His bow couldn't reach the sniper rifle. Hao Lingquan had fought Guozi before, but only once. That time, they had fought 20 rounds, and he had lost 20 rounds in a row. He was about to kneel down to Guozi. As expected of a martial arts expert, he was unreasonably strong. Such an existence had to make the first move when facing Li Dongzhu at close range. And it had to be flying daggers. Officer Guo, when you fought with me, you were 5 steps away. In the blink of an eye, you were in front of me. Why do you need to use flying daggers? Because Li Dongzhu's reaction speed is fast. He also trains frequently. Look at him, he looks like a scholar. He has a lot of meat on his body. He knows how to train. Can I beat him in a fight? In a spar, he might not be able to beat you. In a life and death battle, you'll definitely die. The two of them chatted. Guozi was speaking the truth, but Hao Lingquan felt that it was more and more a myth. Xiao Yi, I have a relative. She's a direct descendant and also has the surname Mu. She wants to marry a young man she thinks is good, but the other party also has the surname Mu. They can't get married because they have the same surname. What can you do? Li Dan found Li Yi. She was being checked while chatting with Li Yi. Actually, there's no problem beyond the 5 generations. Why do you have to emphasize this law? It's simple, just change it. If you have the ability to change the law, change the law. If you don't, change the surname. Li Yi answered casually. Even the constitution could be changed, what was the point of the law? The law was always changing. How could there be a law that didn't change? Good idea. Is my body okay? Li Dan realized that things were so simple. It was just a change. Yes, it's about the same as last time. Mrs. Mu, you have to exercise properly. In winter, many people want to stay indoors. No. Li Yi checked the data and said to the two with a smile. Xiao Yi, she's been feeling dizzy in the morning recently, noble consort Lu said. It's snowing heavily. The air pressure is low, and there's a lot of moisture in the air. When someone turns on the stove, the smoke will settle. Stay in Zhuangzi for a few days. If smoke wafts over, breathe in oxygen and close the doors and windows. Actually, there's no problem in Zhuangzi. The smoke from Chang'an City has mostly dissipated. Zhuangzi has its own stove with a tall chimney. Li Yi's tone was gentle. This was his attitude towards people who came for checkups. It was a habit to not provoke people, otherwise, it would worsen the conflict. A doctor's heart was like that of a parent. A doctor should not lecture a patient like a child. Xiao Yi, it's snowing. Noble consort Lu looked at Li Yi and liked him. This child was good. I don't know. The old people in Zhuangzi said that they know how to look at the sky. It's not a problem in the capital. The houses of the people in the village have been specially built. If there's trouble outside, I'll let the winged knights run around more. The winged knights are His Majesty's soldiers and are close to the people. As long as people don't die, it's easy to solve the problem of houses collapsing due to heavy snow. They can help build new ones. Li Yi took down the inspection equipment and said that there were people in Zhuangzi who knew how to look at the weather. Chapter 767. The heavy snow covered the country, and the carriages and boats were anchored in several places. The winged cavalry galloped through the fertile fields, stirring the hearts of the commoners. The dense fog enshrouds the ice, the thick soup muddied the wine. Today's love is like an illusion, floating and intoxicating in the Tang Empire. Having an elder at home was like having a treasure. The old men and women in Zhuangzi said that it was going to snow heavily, and the snow really did fall. It was clearly daytime, but snowflakes were drifting in the air. The sky was so gloomy that it was no different from evening. Li Yi taught the nurses a lesson in the afternoon. The wind started to blow outside, and snow flew everywhere. Li Yi remained unmoved and continued his lecture. He allowed the snow to stick to the glass and a few kerosene lamps to hang in the classroom. That's all for today's class. Go back and think about it. If you don't understand, talk to each other. If you still don't understand, come and ask me. In the middle of the night, Li Yi finished a big class. The sky outside was completely dark. It was about 16:00 now. Winter days were short, and the sky was already dark at this time. With the dark clouds and heavy snow, it was just like night time. The kerosene lamps of the Li family Zhuangzi were hung one by one with 2 ropes tied to the bottom. When the wind blew, they still swayed. Li Dan and noble consort Lu didn't leave. They would stay for a few days and then go to the hot springs in Mount Li in the east. Mount Li was now in Wang Xing's hands and was under his jurisdiction. Hao Lingquan, who had learned a lot from Guozi in the afternoon, was worried. The snow is so heavy, and it doesn't seem like it's going to stop anytime soon. How many places are going to be affected? The capital's office should be fine. The bad houses in the village have been repaired, but the vegetable greenhouse has suffered. Guozi looked through the window of the cafeteria and saw the small area of snow illuminated by the kerosene lamp outside. Hao Lingquan was also watching. The kerosene lamp was swaying from side to side from the wind. Fortunately, there was a rope tied to the bottom. Otherwise, it would have flipped over. Hua la, quang quang quang, quang quang quang, the sound of cooking in the kitchen of the cafeteria kept ringing out. The dishes seemed to be enough. Why are you still cooking? After listening for a while, Hao Lingquan finally reacted. The background music had been playing for too long. Something's going to happen. I'm not drinking anymore. Guozi moved the unfinished wine to the side and lowered his head to eat. Hurry up and eat. Don't eat too much. After you're done, hurry up and get to work. A group of villagers who were supposed to be resting rushed into the canteen, picked up their plates, and began to serve the food. Previously, when the villagers ate, they would chew slowly. Now, they were wolfing down their food. Guozi put down his chopsticks and ran out. Assemble, winged knights. He shouted, and the winged knights, regardless of what they were doing, quickly gathered together. Hao Lingquan followed him out in a daze, not understanding what was going on. What he saw were farmers running around and more kerosene lamps being hung up. Half an hour later, a yellow door arrived at Zhuangzi. His Majesty has ordered the winged knights to dispatch 20,000 men to Fengzhou, Qizhou, Shang, Puzhou, Huazhou, Tongzhou, and Fangzhou. There are fewer men in Huazhou and Tongzhou. When you reach the place, you will be in charge of saving the people. Officer Guo will stay behind. The Li family Zhuangzi will immediately provide the necessary supplies without delay. Along with the order, the Li family Zhuangzi prepared packages and sleighs. The freshly cooked dishes were placed in large barrels and sealed tightly. The alcohol burners were loaded onto the carts, and buckets of alcohol and kerosene lamps were brought out. The carts were harnessed, and each sleigh had 2 horses. Another 2 horses followed beside it. The sleighs were sent out of Zhuangzi. The winged knights outside brought their things onto the sleighs and split into different directions. They picked up the kerosene lamps and rushed into the wind and snow. In Chang'an City, the 16 guards worked hard to clear the snow under the illumination of the ice lanterns. The commoners in Fangzhou got up to help. The snow was too heavy. If they didn't clear it out quickly, the doors wouldn't be able to open the next night. The winged knights who didn't go to other provinces split into 2,000 men. Each man rode 2 horses, and 2 men rode a sleigh. They carried their things and kerosene lamps to the capital's 20 counties. An hour later, the chaos from before disappeared. The villagers were still busy, and the kitchen staff continued to prepare food. The workshops were working overtime, and the people in the settlement hurried over to help clear the snow in Zhuangzi. The villagers didn't have time. Li Longji's family of 3 arrived soon after. A large number of soldiers had been sent out. The snow clearing in the city was a mess, and the defense was clearly insufficient. The 3 of them were safer in Zhuangzi than anywhere else. Hao Lingquan stood there, unable to help. This was the first time he had experienced something like this, and he felt busier than fighting a war. "General Hao, let's go back and eat." Guozi was left behind and called Hao Lingquan back to the dining hall. "Officer Guo, if only we could go to war with this speed." Hao Lingquan sat there, unable to eat for a while. If the Turks attack the Great Wu army, shouldn't the Great Wu army be faster? Guozi said. The winged knights weren't fast today, and they had wasted time preparing the sleighs. If the people's livestock and poultry died, they would not be able to compete with the other counties. How would they be promoted? Just as he was worrying, a patch of light faintly appeared in the snow, accompanied by rustling sounds and creaking sounds. Soon, the light neared. It was a kerosene lamp, a horse, and the carriage behind it was the kind of board used for carriage wheels. Chapter 768. Winged Knights. Ban Zhao shouted. "Shoo!" The sleigh team stopped, and a sleigh stopped in front of Ban Zhao. There was only one servant beside Ban Zhao, the others had all gone out. The servant looked curiously at the sleigh that didn't even need wheels installed. The entire team consisted of 100 people, 200 horses, and 50 sleighs. Midway, they changed the horses that pulled the sleigh. The horses were in good condition now. It was better to be cold than hot, as the horses' body temperature dropped quickly. The horses snorted and breathed out hot air, lowering their heads to lick the snow. "You are here to help." Ban Zhao patted the snow off his body to make his official uniform more conspicuous and to show his identity. "I am Wang Tingli, the commander of a battalion of winged knights." "You are the county magistrate Ban Zhao." The leader of the winged knights came down from a sleigh. "That's me." Ban Zhao didn't dare to speak in an official tone. "How's the situation in the county?" Wang Tingli asked. "There's nothing wrong in the county for now. There are bailiffs who went to the villages to investigate. The greenhouses in the county might be in trouble. The latest news is that the people went to help." Ban Zhao told the truth. This was all he knew. He was in charge of the yamen. 13 villages, send 3 sleighs each. "Let's go." Wang Tingli turned and shouted. 39 sleighs adjusted their direction and disappeared into the darkness. They were familiar with the situation and would ride their horses if there was nothing to do. "I will stay. The other sleighs will go around the county to provide food for the people," Wang Tingli ordered. 10 sleighs spread out and went around the county. The sleighs carried meatball soup and deep-fried dough cakes. The dough cakes didn't need to be made and could be baked directly. Xinfen County belonged to the imperial government. The people didn't need tents. They probably didn't have time to cook when they were working. Eating something would make them feel less cold. Wang Tingli opened the quilt wrapped around a large wooden bucket and peeled off the sealed oil paper. He took a bamboo bowl from the side and scooped out 4 bowls of meatball soup. He handed it to Ban Zhao and the servant. His own brother helped him hold it and he sealed the bucket again. He then took out 4 deep-fried dough cakes. "Eat. It's warm. There are pickles in the deep-fried dough cakes. The conditions are tough, so make do with it." "Commander Wang, is this food from the Li family Zhuangzi?" Ban Zhao held a bowl in one hand and a cake in the other. He first asked where the food came from. "That's right. Otherwise, who would have the ability to provide so many things at night?" Wang Tingli circled the horse and looked at its condition. This was a military horse used to pull a sleigh. Fragrant. As expected of the dishes of the Li family Zhuangzi. Ban Zhao hurriedly drank a mouthful of the soup and praised loudly despite the fact that it was hot. The waiter nodded vigorously to express his agreement. He took a sip and found that it was indeed very comfortable. After he swallowed the soup, the manservant looked as if he was floating and asked, "Why is it so delicious?" "It's because you've been standing outside for a long time. You'll feel better after drinking some hot soup." Wang Tingli knew the situation. No matter how good the Li family Zhuangzi's meatball soup was, it still depended on the situation. The biscuits are also delicious. The manservant took another bite of the biscuit and praised while chewing. Wang Tingli and the winged knights who stayed behind with her quickly finished their food. They opened a box and took out a folded feed trough. Then, he took out a mixture of cooked bean powder, oats, semi-dried alfalfa, and green fodder to make horse feed. He put the feed into the trough and placed it on the ground to unload the sleigh. The 4 horses squeezed together to eat. They had already eaten a meal at night and were now considered a midnight snack. After running so far, they were hungry. The winged knights are here. There's meatball soup. Everyone, come and eat. At the same time, the people in the county also ate the hot meatball soup and biscuits while working. In the heavy snow at night, the winged knight's sleigh and the lights on it were like Santa Claus' sleigh. Put bells on the horses. The shopkeeper of a shop in the county that specialized in horse gear drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and took out a pile of bells. Military horses never wore bells. After putting on the bells, the horses continuously shook their necks and listened to the sound of the bells. They seemed to find it very interesting. The winged knights who came to Xinfeng County didn't bring many things and didn't have many people. However, for the people, the number of people didn't matter. As long as the winged knights were here, they would feel at ease. The food seller quickly started a fire and put the meatball soup that the winged knights brought into a big pot. He also added some dried vegetables, water, and salt. This way, more people could drink it. The sky gradually brightened and the heavy snow turned into light snow. "Everyone, come to my shop to eat. It's free. Drink some warm wine. It's free. Those who help to sweep the snow at night, let's eat together. It's my treat." The county suddenly came to life. The people who sold snacks and wine all shouted that it was free. The people who grew vegetables in the greenhouse and those who didn't invite help, more people got up to clear the snow on the road. That night, the snow was almost 2 feet deep. The younger children went in and disappeared. In the past, when there was such heavy snow, many houses would have collapsed and some people would have to beg for food. As for the people who froze to death after the heavy snow, there were even more. Especially after the heavy snow and when the snow started to melt, some people didn't wake up the next morning. This time, not a single house collapsed. Everyone burned their kong beds and didn't care if the weather was cold or not. Everyone was clearing the snow and chatting about the heavy snow. The people in the prefectures and counties around the capital also didn't sleep well last night. In the middle of the night, they gathered people to check the situation in the prefectures and counties. Ever since Hua Prefecture was impeached by Li Yi, a group of people went down. The other prefectures were afraid. One by one, the counties and villages were assigned to specific people in charge. Before the heavy snow collapsed the houses, the people were evacuated first. I don't know how many families were affected. The winged knights didn't have enough time to go there. During breakfast, Li Longji left by himself. Empress Wang and the children stayed. Li Dan looked at the falling snow and thought of the heavy snow yesterday. His face was full of worry. When he was the emperor, he never considered the damage that heavy rain and snow would cause to the people. It was a natural disaster and the emperor thought that no one could resist it. Only when there was a flood in a place did the imperial court have to take care of it. Usually, they would reduce the rent. That was all the imperial court could do. As for disaster relief, the local prefectures were responsible. If the situation was too serious, they would have to liquidate their positions. But now, it was different. They couldn't take care of distant places. When the people in the capital were in trouble, the winged knights could take action. This time, the Feather Forest Flying Cavalry also went to the state capital nearby. Li Dan still felt that it was too late. The winged knights were still on their way to other prefectures. The main problem is the funding. The local government needs to have a special fund and a special team. When the other prefectures start collecting taxes, the money left by the local government can be used in this area. Li Yi knew the reason. Chang and City had a special firefighting team. The prefectures and counties also had their own departments. But those were only part-time jobs for the yamen runners. There were not many yamen runners. If they wanted to organize manpower, they needed money. At that time, he had a special department. The personnel were not specialized, but they could be put together with the firefighting team. Chapter 769. I hope the other prefectures are fine. It doesn't matter if the houses are damaged, as long as no one dies. Empress Wang looked at the little fellow eating the wonton slowly with a calm expression. She was different from before. She had money and a stable position. When the houses of the people in other prefectures were damaged, she was prepared to personally send money to repair them. The Empress sent money to the people, and the people got practical benefits, and the Empress got reputation. As for the other concubines, if they wanted money, one was given by the palace, one was given extra by the emperor, and one was helped by someone outside to do business. Empress Wang's money was given a dividend by Li Yi. If one business was not profitable, she would change to another business. She didn't need her money to raise soldiers, so she saved it all up. Now she was ready to spend it. She didn't need money. She had food and necessities in the palace, and she took good things from the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Dan glanced at Empress Wang and nodded. It's right to help the people, but where do the local people come from? Zhichong Fu. In the future, the Zhichong Fu will be abolished. The strong people inside will be recruited. They will be responsible for fighting fires, house collapses, floods, snowstorms, and droughts. They will get a fixed salary. They need special training and training to adapt to all kinds of situations. They have good tools. Li Yi talked about the firemen in his time. Firemen could do anything. If the door couldn't be opened, the fireman would help to unlock it. If the person was trapped somewhere and couldn't get out, the fireman would rescue him. If the child's hand was stuck somewhere, the fireman would break it. If the bicycle was lost, the fireman wouldn't care. Go to the police. Of course, it was useless to go to the police, unless you were a foreigner. However, the Tang dynasty was different. If the people of the Tang dynasty lost something and reported it to the officials, the county magistrate would take care of it. So, the increase is the number of yamen runners? But those people are not responsible for arresting people? Li Dan was very tempted, even if he was no longer the emperor. Li Yi swallowed the wonton in his mouth. Yes, their roles are different. If the people need something, they can go to them, including repairing houses. Xiao Yi. Noble Consort Lu said, if the county has special funds to manage the repairs of the houses, wouldn't they be able to use the repair of the houses as an excuse to spend the money? What imperial concubine Dolu was thinking about was corruption. When the county had money and needed to spend extra money, they would only do it in name only. You can be greedy in any way you want, unless you have no money. Even if the people in the county were greedy for money, they still had to do what they should do for the people. Who was the person who built the house, how much was spent, what materials were used, and the people's fingerprints. The county magistrate, deputy county magistrate, and registrar are supposed to keep each other in check. Unless they are all greedy and their subordinates can also benefit from it, otherwise, they will definitely be able to find out. Li Yi couldn't do anything about this. There were many ways to earn money in the local area. It was the same for him at that time. When he wrote invoices, shovels, raincoats, and assault boats, it was one price to buy them individually, and another price to buy them in bulk. Buying in winter is one price, selling in summer is another price. When he wrote the invoices, he wrote the retail price, but in reality, he paid the wholesale price and kept the money. If he bought an assault boat in summer, he would not be able to buy it after the bill was paid. When the price was reduced in winter, the merchant would pay him according to the winter price. There were also cases where his relatives bought cars. For example, the Tang dynasty built houses for the people, which was part of the civil affairs. If wood was needed to build houses, the county could set up a lumber factory, but it would not use the county's name. When the wood was needed, they could buy it from the lumber factory and transfer the bill. This kind of thing could never be stopped. The key was whether the people's houses were repaired or not, and whether the county's special department would help them when they encountered difficulties. The purpose was not to prevent corruption, but to improve the quality of life of the people. Noble consort Lu smiled. Xiao Yi, this tax is good. Leaving a portion of the money for the local area is just right. Take from the people and use for the people. Li Yi nodded. Bai Gu and Wei Zhigu had the same idea as Li Yi. Wei Zhigu was not dead and was in charge of the Ministry of Works. He wanted to set up a department. Bai Gu felt that the Tang dynasty needed a special fund for disaster relief. They could not just reduce the rent of a place that suffered a disaster. During today's court meeting, the two of them did not communicate with each other, but they both said it out loud. Your Majesty, I want to set up a local Ministry of Works in the name of the Ministry of Works. The Tang dynasty's local Ministry of Works will be directly in charge. Wei Zhigu wanted to be directly in charge. Anything that involved the Ministry of Works would fall from the imperial court to the county. The other officials looked at Wei Zhigu in surprise. Your Ministry of Works wants power. Bai Gu stood up. Your Majesty, please use the Ministry of Revenue's local funds to do things that benefit the people. Just give me the Ministry of Works. Wei Zhigu did not agree with Bai Gu's idea. Local matters are not related to the Ministry of Works. It's a matter of money. Bai Gu retorted. The Ministry of Works is just a department. Do you want to be in charge of everything? Your Majesty, please use the palace secretary and the Ministry of Appointments to do things that benefit the people. Song Jing saw that both of them wanted to have such a good thing in their hands, so he also stood up. This matter was different from the previous ones, and it was even more different from Changping Song. It directly involved the people. When the imperial court had money, a portion of the taxes collected by the local governments would be left behind. It would be possible to build houses for the people, and the people's gratitude would naturally depend on who was responsible. When it came to leaving one's name, who would be in charge? The people would get a good deal, and it would be recorded in the history books. Li Longji looked at this and that and did not say anything. He also realized that when there was money in the future, the local government would do things for the people. Then, everyone, let's talk about the heavy snow first. Li Longji did not think clearly for a while, so he changed the topic. When the court meeting ended, he threw the memorial to Gao Lishir and ran off to the Li family Zhuangzi. Father! When the little boy saw his father, he opened his arms and shouted. Li Longji picked up his son. Are you cold? No. The little boy twisted his body, looking very happy. He can't eat lunch. After eating wontons in the morning, his mouth has not been idle. He eats dried fruits and fruits one after another. He is not big, but his appetite is not small. Empress Wang spoke to Li Longji like an ordinary woman. After the little boy finished his breakfast, he played for a while and ate snacks. The key was that Li Yi supported him and let the child eat. The little boy was growing fast now, and he needed a lot of protein and vitamins. Moreover, he was not fat. As long as he did not get sick of it, it meant that he had a need for dried fruits and fruits. Usually, he would not lack food and would not eat everything he saw. Where is Brother Yi? Li Longji kissed his son and looked for Li Yi in the midst of the little boy's laughter. In class, he talked to 220 students about the way of being an official. He talked about some things that an official needs to slowly ponder, including the relationship with colleagues and superiors, the reasons for doing things and making mistakes, and the correction and justification after administrative mistakes. How to persuade others to believe in his administrative policies and pull more people to the war chariot. Empress Wang talked about Li Yi's matters. Li Yi taught more and more, and brought out all the things in the officialdom. He used to sell medical equipment. What was the most corrupt part? He knew too much. Chapter 770. Brother Yi is the one who truly understands the way of an official. Li Longji sighed with emotion as he held his son. In the past 2 years of contact, he found that Li Yi was flexible in doing things. Except for the bottom line of serving the people, he accepted everything else. Officials were a little greedy and took bribes, but in Li Yi's eyes, it was not a problem. The premise was that the matter was done well. There was nothing wrong with the job, so the money was a small matter. Even if he personally bribed the officials, there was no official in the capital who did not receive benefits from the Li family Zhuangzi. However, the purpose of bribery was different. The Li family Zhuangzi bribed the officials to give extra subsidies and help in life. They did not ask the officials to give any benefits to the Li family Zhuangzi. Even if you can be an official, you can't let uncle be an official, right, baby? Empress Wang opened her arms and said to the little boy. The little boy looked at his mother, turned his head and continued to stay in his father's arms. Seeing that it was noon, Li Yi finished his class and came back to eat. He continued to teach in the afternoon and copied books in the evening. Brother Yi, today in the Imperial Court, the Ministry of Works, the Ministry of Revenue, and the province of Ziwei all want to establish a new department for the welfare of the people. Li Longji ate a mouthful of fried mutton giblets and said that he came back specially for the matters in the Imperial Court. The little boy was eating red braised pork. He ate so many dried fruits, but he could still eat and loved to eat. Jian needs to increase the amount of exercise recently and run more. He doesn't need to wear such thick clothes. He has a good physique and is growing. Not excessive exercise is good for bone development. Li Yi observed the little boy and watched him eat red braised pork. He started to talk about the child's growth needs. Exercise would not increase fat. Now that he could eat, it meant that the child's body had needs. It belonged to the first growth stage. The second growth stage was between 6 and 7 years old. The third growth stage was around 12 years old. If each stage was controlled well, the child's bone development would be good. Generally, the average height of people who practiced martial arts from a young age was short, which was the result of excessive training. Li Longji turned to look at his son and picked up a napkin to help wipe his mouth. Stay in Zhuangzi for the next few days. You can arrange it. The newly established department will be directly under His Majesty's jurisdiction. It's related to reputation and honor. The more training they receive, the more skills they will have. In the future, he could become the military's baggage logistics staff, including equipment maintenance and material transportation. I'm going to let them learn some first-aid medical skills. They are all-round soldiers, and they will promote His Majesty and contribute to the stability of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi did not want to give any benefits to any department. This was different from the armed police at that time. At that time, the military was very powerful. The armed police were second in command, and then the fire department was separated. Change was only possible when society needed it. Now, the House of Subjugation was going to disband and recruit soldiers. The new recruits were a type of recruitment. They would focus on nurturing them, and normally, they would be responsible for handling miscellaneous matters. If there was a need, they would be responsible for baggage during a war. Clearly, they were more powerful than ordinary civilians. Under the direct jurisdiction of Her Majesty, Li Longji's interest was piqued. That's right, I'll be in charge. Let the eunuchs handle it. Send it to the provincial government and let the provincial government issue the order. Li Yi drank 2 mouthfuls of soup and pushed the eunuchs out. Eunuchs were also human. Most of the time, eunuchs were more meticulous than ordinary officials. It was not that eunuchs were bad in historical records. Those were historical records written by literati. No matter how bad eunuchs were, when was the fall of a country because of eunuchs? In the Ming dynasty, how many eunuchs had harmed the people in the East and West workshops? They had always been there to balance the officialdom and punish the officials. Eunuchs had a principle. No matter what the process was, they had to do it well for Her Majesty. Li Longji thought for a while. How do the eunuchs go to the provincial government to coordinate the county's affairs? The local taxes are given to the eunuchs according to the ratio. The first inspection team of the Tang dynasty will supervise. As long as the eunuchs are transferred diligently, the people in the inspection team will not have any problems. Li Yi did not care if the eunuchs were greedy or not. The right thing to do was to get things done and the people get benefits. Li Longji thought differently. Won't the people in the inspection team receive benefits when they go there? They are sent out once every half a month. Many people who are taking the imperial examination are waiting to be assigned an official position. Let them go there in batches. Receive benefits. The local government can't even afford to give benefits. Li Yi had a way. Send more people. He could send out a team whenever he wanted. If any greedy people wanted to bribe them, he would have to spend money again and again. The money spent would be more than the greedy people. If he gave them less money, they would not accept it. In fact, there was no such thing as corruption that could not be cured. It was just that it could not be cured completely. Corruption was too serious. If it was cleaned up from top to bottom, the government's operations would be interrupted. Good idea. Li Longji did not need Li Yi to say more. He had thought of the key point. Send more people. Send more people. How can the corruption of officials be stopped? Li Longji asked another unrealistic question. Stop corruption. Third brother, why don't you ask me how to get rid of Tubo quickly? I have a way. I can even personally kill all of their politicians. Li Yi shook his head. Stop joking. Which country could stop corruption? In his time, the country with the most honest government in the world still had officials who were being punished. With benefits in front of them, who would supervise? Who would supervise the people who were supervising? Everything depended on people to deal with it. People had desires. Generally, places with a small population, high social welfare, and high-level education would naturally have less corruption. There was no need for corruption. They could get whatever they wanted. If it was a big country, the standard of living was low, the gap between the rich and the poor was huge, and the officials were not corrupt. How can corruption be alleviated? Li Longji changed his question. Of course, it is to give them money. The income of the officials must be higher than others. The lower the rank of the officials, the more money they need. They need to feed their families and have to entertain their clients. When they see other businessmen earning a lot, it is hard for them to even eat meat. If someone gives them money, their will become weak. Another thing is punishment. Our Tang dynasty's requirement for the military is to kill them if they lose a battle and humiliate the imperial court. Officials are rarely killed. Usually, they are exiled. If they should be killed, they will be killed. If they are released outside, they will continue to be officials. The cost of committing crimes is too low. Li Yi thought of Zhang Zhiyun in history. Normally, he would be dead by now. But he was still alive and living a good life. The surrenders were settled in Huazhou and Tongzhou. Naturally, they would not rebel. Zhang Zhiyun asked the surrenders to hand over their weapons and live a normal life. Imperial censor Jiang Hui went. The surrenders complained to him that they did not have weapons and that they could not kill wolves. Jiang Hui was awesome. On behalf of the imperial court, he returned the weapons to the surrenders. Then, the surrenders rebelled. They captured Zhang Zhiyun and wanted to send him to the Turks. Zhang Zhiyun was rescued. The imperial court felt that he had humiliated the country and killed him. They were so strict with martial artists. On the contrary, the civil officials were demoted. The cost of committing crimes was low. Of course, they dared to take action. What about the report? Li Longji still did not want to kill the civil officials. A few are enough. Kill the rest. Li Yi waved his hand. The cost of committing crimes was low. Chapter 771. Kill. Li Longji was still hesitant, especially when it came to the ministers in the imperial court. He always met them, and he felt that he could not kill them. Usually, through frequent transfers and torment, the other party would not be able to withstand it and die. In this way, he felt that it was the other party's problem. If they transferred you, you would die. It had nothing to do with him. Kill. If we don't kill, we won't be able to quell the anger of the people. Li Yi insisted. He knew the problems of the officials too well. He had bribed and helped the officials deal with their political opponents. Those methods could be said to be unscrupulous. There were more suicides in the medical system than in other systems. For example, when someone jumped off a building, he said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not." There were people who analyzed this. In fact, the other party said, "I don't want to, but I don't dare not to." Why did people say, "I want to" and not "jump"? Ha! It was just killing people. Li Yi was used to it. According to the law, he was shot 3 to 5 times in the past. It was not wrong at all. In this life, he decided to be a good person. Then, the problem of whether to kill the officials or not was simple. He did not have any psychological burden when killing people. He could do it himself. After all, local officials are not easy to kill. They can be recruited. Li Longji talked about another problem. Local officials should report to the imperial court for recruitment. Then, the imperial court will provide money to support them. The local officials should not support them with their own identity. Li Yi talked about the local officials of the Tang dynasty, especially in the border areas. There were provincial governors, judushi, and military governors. They found people to work for them. As for the money, it was paid by the local government. The people who were recruited only cared about the good of the officials and did not put the imperial court first. In history, Du Fu was recruited to help deal with things. When Du Fu worked, he hoped that the environment would cooperate with him and not that he had to adapt and change the environment. People formed cliques and factions. If he did not join, he was ostracized. After some time, he did not want to work anymore and wanted to resign. In the end, they had no choice but to let him go home. However, they still gave him benefits. When that person died, no one appreciated Du Fu. His life was bitter. It gave people the feeling that Du Fu's life was a bitter life. The imperial examination did not go well. Li Linfu cancelled all the results of that imperial examination. After that, Ganya didn't go well either. He spent all day in Chang'an without any connections. His child died at home. It was impossible to say that he died of starvation. He died of illness. No matter how hungry they were, they could still survive by drinking rice soup. Adults had a mouthful of rice to eat, but children couldn't. There were many people like Du Fu. They couldn't pass the imperial examinations, so they worked for other officials. Then, he would be appointed as a foreign official. There were no major ones, as all the major ones were appointed by the imperial court. It was equivalent to some local people not being organized by the country. Auxiliary police, sanitation, and so on could be recruited by the local government. But it's not right that the secretaries of the municipal government and the municipal party committee are not authorized. Who are they working for? Li Yi emphasized on this matter. The officials had to work for whom they ate and who they worked for. Now that the imperial court had money, they could not allow local officials to privately recruit directors. Li Longji lowered his head and ate, calculating in his heart. After a while, he said, "If you're not in charge, will the imperial court's Ministry of Personnel be included in the assessment?" The state government is in charge. The Ministry of Personnel doesn't have the energy to deal with local officials. Li Yi shook his head. He didn't agree with the Ministry of Personnel's decision. The state government was usually in charge of departments such as public security, taxation, statistics, and so on. Li Longji nodded his head to show that he understood. That's how it should be done. Listening to Brother Yi was right. After dinner, Li Longji went to look for Li Dan. This year's winter is better than last year. Xiao Yi, that child, has put in a lot of effort. Noble consort Lu praised Li Yi whenever she talked about him. She personally felt how good the Li family's Zhuangzi's operation was. He was able to lead the entire government to work together. Next year will be even better. With the implementation of taxation and the establishment of specialized teams, the people won't have to be afraid of disasters. Li Longji was ambitious. He was not worried at all. Li Yi would take his time to push for something. He would not do it immediately. He was much more capable than the ministers in the imperial court. The moment the ministers opened their mouths, they would get what they wanted. Uncle's Zhuangzi should be bigger. The land at the front is planted to help the people in the settlement. The land at the back is planted with beans. If you want to raise land, continue to buy land to the east. Empress Wang hugged her sleeping son and said that the Li family's Zhuangzi area was small. Now the Li family's Zhuangzi area was very big. It added up to 5 square kilometers, which was 2 kilometers by 2.5 kilometers. It would take 2 hours to circle around Zhuangzi and the Zhang family's village. There was also the imperial plantation above, so they had to continue circling. The area was not small. If they continued to head east, it would be other people's land. Further east was Mount Li, the imperial family's land. In the future, we can start from the capital government. We can promote it in Hunan province. We can build cement roads and nail paws for livestock. Li Dan was thinking about transportation. He realized that the speed of the sleigh in winter was very fast. As long as there was snow, the horses pulling the sleigh felt more relaxed than the wheels of a carriage. However, the horses were hot. Once they started running, they would not be able to expel the heat in time. In winter, the horses were like dogs. When they ran on the snow, they were very happy. Li Dan had been the emperor several times. He had some understanding of the world's affairs. He hoped that the roads would be more normal. Building cement roads. When it rained or snowed, it would not be muddy. What it took was iron hooves, but what it gained was time. Cows also needed to be hammered. Otherwise, they would be worn out. Moreover, their hooves would need to be repaired. Cows were the most interesting animals. When you wanted to kill them, they would know and cry. When they were being hammered, they would feel at ease when they saw other cows hammered. If they always went to a hammered shop, the cows and horses would not need to be tied up with ropes. They knew the people who hammered the nails and knew what they were used for. The workers could lift the hooves of the cows and horses with a lift of their hands. They could remove the worn-out nails, repair the hooves, and nail the new nails by simply hanging a rope. Let's talk about it next year. Li Longji was not sure what to do for the time being. He needed to see what the officials thought. More importantly, he needed to ask Li Yi. Another day passed. The winged knights arrived at the various provinces. When they arrived, they first found the villages and people affected by the disaster and then gave them food. Tents were set up. Inside the tents, there was a stove burning honeycomb coal. They placed the people whose houses had collapsed inside the tents. The winged knights and the Li family Zhuangzi had been in contact for a long time. Their way of thinking had changed. They used to think that houses were important. Now, they knew that people were the most important. If houses collapsed, then so be it. Money could solve the problem. When people died, nothing could save them. Everyone, don't worry. It's just a matter of houses. If your houses were crushed, it means that your houses were not good. We will build new houses for you. You can live in tents during the winter. We will build new houses after the ground melts. The winged knights shouted to the people living in tents. They were not sure who would repair the houses, but they knew that someone would take care of it. The people who lost their houses would need many years to recover. If they built new houses for them, their energy would not be focused on the houses. People were the most important. Even if a person was a farmer, they would still have a lot of food. Chapter 772. The people who were affected by the disaster were very sad before, but when they saw the winged knights, they all smiled. After eating the food provided by the Li family Zhuangzi, they were not afraid at all. The people were not stupid. They knew that if they met the winged knights, the Li family Zhuangzi would take action. Once the Li family Zhuangzi took action, more help would come soon. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi's Li Dongzhu had been doing business with Her Majesty. Not only could his Zhuangzi make money, but he also helped Her Majesty make money. The houses in the capital government were all repaired by the Ministry of Revenue. The Ministry of Revenue did not care about the houses in the prefectures. Presumably, Li Dongzhu would pay for it. Li Dongzhu was a good person and wanted to live a long life. Therefore, there was nothing else in the tent. The people first placed the memorial tablets for Her Majesty and Li Dongzhu. Those who had incense offered it, and those who did not kneeled down and kowtowed. In the long run, the people will believe in the Li family Zhuangzi and not the court. Song Jing got up early in the morning to go to work. On the way, he saw that the ground was cleaned and there was only a circle of snow around the ice lantern. He felt that Li Yi was raising the prestige and making a move in terms of money, giving benefits to the people and gaining their support. But what he did not understand was that Li Yi did not want to be an official and did not care about the position. He usually did not interfere with the court. It seemed that there were only 3 times. One was in Lantian County, one was in Huazhou, and the last time was Hao Lingxuan's matter. Like the heavy snow now, it did not count. The Li family Zhuangzi sent things and the winged knights went out. It was far away from the court. When they arrived at Xingqing Palace and the court meeting started, Song Jing stood up. Your Majesty, the Li family Zhuangzi has won the people's hearts. We must guard against him. For the sake of the country and the people. Song Jing requested that the Li family Zhuangzi be restricted. He could not let the Li family Zhuangzi be in the limelight anymore. This subject agrees. Bai Gu said. This subject agrees. Su Yi stood up as well. This subject agrees. The other ministers said in unison, including Wei Zhigu. They all knew about the Li family Zhuangzi situation. They had too much influence, so they had to put some restrictions on him. Li Longji's expression turned ugly. He admitted that the officials were doing this for the sake of the Tang dynasty, but how could he restrict the Li family Zhuangzi? Not allowing Brother Yi to sell his things. Brother Yi is not allowed to spend money on the military. Brother Yi is not allowed to provide help to the victims. You have good intentions, but do you understand my brother Yi? Brother Yi didn't want to be the emperor, so he stayed in Zhuangzi and raised animals. It snowed heavily the day before yesterday and yesterday. Everyone, please find out more about the situation and see where you need help. I have the money. Li Longji did not reply. There was nothing to say about Li Yi. It was impossible to restrict him. Whenever Brother Yi did something, he would first mention His Majesty. The Li family Zhuangzi's free soup always said that His Majesty cherished the people and ordered the Li family Zhuangzi to give him free soup. The winged knights who went to the disaster relief this time represented His Majesty's authority. Song Jing's expression turned regretful, but it disappeared in a flash. He returned to his normal state and began to talk about the snow. In fact, there was not much to talk about. The news that could be sent back was from the 20 counties outside the capital. There were no problems in the counties. Not a single house was damaged. The people even ran out to help sweep the snow. There were no cases of soot poisoning either. The newspapers repeatedly said that soot poisoning was the result of soot poisoning. The people were obedient and followed the instructions. They would rather it be colder in the latter half of the night than press the stove. The advantage of pressing the stove was that it was convenient to wake up the next morning. The stove would catch fire as soon as it was lit. There was no need to put in soft firewood, hard firewood, or coal. If the weather conditions were good, the people who pressed the stove would wake up in the morning and the stove would be lit up in a few breaths. The house would immediately be warm. When it was snowing heavily, one could not press the stove. It would cause suffocation, and soot poisoning. When he said to put a basin of water on the stove, he did not mean to use the water to absorb the carbon monoxide. After the water was put in, the water vapor would circulate and carry the carbon monoxide out. The house was not dry, so the carbon monoxide absorption was relatively low. Song Jing had nothing to say about the capital's matters. They had already done it. Each and every county listened to the Li family Zhuangzi's arrangements. 41 students were in the county. This subject requests to check the freezing of the water net and the situation of the livestock. Song Jing casually found a matter to talk about. The water net had turned into an ice net. There was snow on it, so the sledges could be used. The livestock were well palmed so that they would not slip on the snow and ice. Moreover, the ice was flat and relatively undulating. Livestock were most willing to walk on this path, just like humans. Song Jing's intention was to check how many livestock the Li family Zhuangzi had and whether they needed to pay taxes. So when he spoke, he looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu instantly lowered his head. Don't look at me. I can't have any ideas about Xiao Yi's livestock. He sells chili noodles because they grow well. Xiao Yi will definitely be angry if I look for trouble with his livestock. This is because the livestock are subsidized for the commoners in the summer. There were also terraced fields. They looked like they were plowed this year and planted next year. There were some things that could be done to bully Xiao Yi, but there were some things that could not be done. One of his teeth was loose. He did not know what the problem was. He would ask Xiao Yi tomorrow to see if it could be plucked out and fixed or if it could be cured directly. This subject agrees. Su Yi expressed his support for Song Jing. The other officials were silent. They were not prime ministers. Their families lacked food. One was a reward from the emperor when he remembered, and the other was a reward from the Li family Zhuangzi. Different ranks would receive different things. There were also differences in the number of items. If he targeted Li Yi, would the Li family Zhuangzi give him anything? That was despicable. Everyone had officials of the same rank. Only one person did not receive anything because he targeted Li Yi. Was he honored? When facing others, it was strength of character. The strength of character of an official would be recorded in the annals of history. When facing the Li family Zhuangzi, the commoners would not admit that he had strength of character. The commoners would think that he had done something wrong. That was why the Li Dongzhu did not give him anything. Official Baigu, how do we investigate the livestock? Li Longji asked Baigu. Baigu, I didn't say anything. What does Song Jing say have anything to do with me? Do I need to investigate? I can just ask Xiao Yi directly. Baigu was full of resentment. This subject will go to the Li family Zhuangzi in the afternoon to ask. However, this subject does not think that taxes can be collected. The taxes on chili noodles are already quite high. Baigu directly said it. It was just a small matter. How big of a fuss was it? Can't I go once? Is there anything else? Li Longji did not care about the Li family Zhuangzi's question at all. He believed that if anyone crossed the line, Brother Yi would take action. He did not need to do anything. No one was perfect. Wasn't it easy to find trouble with others? After the court meeting, Baigu did not even return to the political affairs hall. He just strolled alone. Walking out of Xingqing Palace, there were barracks all along the way. He walked along the barracks and arrived at the Ba River Bridge. Bai Zaifu, you didn't take a carriage? Someone from the Qianyo guards who stayed at the bridge all year round asked with a smile. He did not want to check. Baigu was the prime minister. It would be humiliating if he continued to check. Even if he met the emperor, no one would check. I walked a few more steps. It was noon when I arrived. I can eat more food. What are you having for lunch? Baigu put his hands behind his back and looked around. Chapter 773. You're running again. There's no snow now. It'll hurt if you fall. Baigu had just crossed the bridge when he met Empress Wang and Shang'er. Shang'er was so happy all day. Ever since he could walk on his own, he wanted to run. His legs were not tired. He was not like many children at Li Yi's time who insisted on being carried by adults after walking a few steps. The little guy was not like that. He was willing to find fun things by himself. There were many fun things in Li family Zhuangzi. Even the trash cans were cartoon characters. Minister Bai. Empress Wang, who was taking care of the children, greeted Baigu when she saw him. I'm looking for Xiao Yi to ask about something. They want to collect the livestock rental fee first. Isn't the water network frozen now? I'll see what Xiao Yi has to say. I don't agree with collecting money. Baigu did not hide anything from Empress Wang. He told her the reason was about money. He disliked others who wanted to take money from Li family Zhuangzi. He had to see the situation when he wanted to take money. When he asked Xiao Yi for money, he asked Xiao Yi if she would give him money. If Xiao Yi was willing to give him money, then that was the best. If Xiao Yi was not willing to give him money, then she had a special purpose. The special purpose of the money did not conflict with the imperial court. It was guaranteed that the money would be thrown out and not kept. It's almost noon. There's less than half an hour before the class starts. Empress Wang held her son's hand. I'll go take a look. Baigu nodded and went to find Li Yi. Li Yi turned on the water curtain again and spoke with the sound system. What are the rules of the officialdom? Be with the light and dust, officials hide from each other. This is actually the way of survival. For other officials, it's right. But I'm telling you, you're from Li family Zhuangzi. Don't play this game with me. If an official's actions hurt the people, write back and I'll deal with it. We're standing at different heights. You have to learn more. As long as you're capable, I'll promote you. If any of you get mixed up with the local officials and get involved in something you shouldn't do, don't let me know. The so-called shallow rules were the result of you not having the ability to resist. We are not. We don't need to follow other people's rules. We are the rules. Li Yi was instilling ideas into the students. He didn't want the students to listen to others after leaving Zhuangzi. It was just like Hangzhou, which collected salt taxes during the Qing dynasty. Every time an official was sent, another official would be removed. Even if some officials managed to survive this ordeal, what about that official? It was over. What's the use of tidying up once? The local style was still the same and repeated. It was just like Shangxi at that time. There were no good cases from the province to the localities. The first time he checked, it was the same. After taking care of a group of people, when he turned around, he found that it was still the same. Because the Jin merchants were too awesome and rich. It was similar to Kaiyun Zinan. The Jin merchants used money while Kaiyun Zinan used its people to cause trouble. Li Yi knew that the Northeast was the least xenophobic place. The Northeast accepted everything, including food habits and outsiders. Many people from other places would think of fighting when they talked about the Northeast. Actually, the Northeasterners were quite honest in the Northeast. Of course, other people were just as honest in the Northeast. For example, the people who sold cut cakes had to buy them. There were also people who sold mutton skewers and naans. In the Northeast, they were all honest and didn't cause trouble. The Northeast was very peaceful. If anyone dared to cause trouble, they would definitely destroy them. Therefore, many schools in the border region were placed in the Northeast. The students went there to study, mainly to learn skills. When they went out, they didn't have any problems. They talked and laughed. However, no one dared to use their identity as an ethnic group to take out a knife. Because the country dared to place schools there, it proved that the local people were not afraid of outsiders. What the local people needed was law. As long as others made the first move, there was no problem. Do it. Bai Gu came. He listened to Li Yi's lecture and felt helpless. There were many things that could only be understood and not explained in words, but Li Yi actually said all of them. Many of the knowledge were secret manuals of officialdom. In the Li family Zhuangzi, it was common knowledge. When Li Yi saw Bai Gu, he nodded and continued, rules are set by people. Why do you add the word hidden to the so-called shallow rules? Because they are not presentable. When you come to the place, you don't have to follow anyone's rules. You are only responsible for Her Majesty. Today, I am honored that Bai Zaifu of the current dynasty is here. Please say a few words to Bai Zaifu. Then, we will go eat. In the afternoon, I will teach the doctors. Li Yi cupped his fist at Bai Gu. Come on, old Bai Gu, say a few words. Bai Gu regretted it. If he had known, he wouldn't have come and taught. The problem was that they were used to Li Yi's merciless analysis of officialdom. Would they care about what he said? Bai Gu went on stage with a stomach full of dissatisfaction and resentment. He began his lecture, mainly talking about fairness and fairness. The other 220 people were actually officials who passed the imperial examinations. When dealing with them, he couldn't deal with them according to the methods of the other students. The difference was too big. He went up and talked a lot, but there was nothing practical. Then, he looked at Li Yi with resentment. Li Yi smiled and nodded. Okay, no problem. What Bai Gu said was not important. What was important was that Bai Gu was the prime minister. When he came over to give a lecture to the students felt something different. Did you see that? Zhuangzi had casually found a minister or prime minister to teach him. Wasn't that awesome? The students were actually used to it. If someone of a lower rank came over, they would feel that there was a problem. Xiao Yi, don't torture me like this in the future. I came here to discuss something with you. Look at what you've done. The class ended. Bai Gu was very unhappy. I'm the Prime Minister, and I came here to teach you a lesson. Why is your class so valuable? Old Bai, I'm just letting you show your face. You have to know that the positions of these people in the future are 220 people. Think about it carefully. Li Yi said with a smile. The students were learning from him now, and these people would be specially arranged to be in special positions in the future. They were different from other people. The knowledge they learned was very complex. In the future, the Tang dynasty would be moved because of them. They would also teach other people. This was a power, a huge power. When the time came, even if the Li family Zhuangzi was not there, they would still gather together. The Confucian ideology would be broken, and it would become a debate of 100 schools of thought again. This was Li Yi's idea. At the same time, it was also something he pushed forward. Bai Gu took a deep breath. Xiao Yi, it's a good idea for you to stay in Zhuangzi. You can't go out. You've offended too many people. No, old Bai, you're wrong. It doesn't matter who I offend. What's important is that no one dares to show up. If they do, I'll take care of them. I'm not going out because I'm thinking about them. If anyone dares to assassinate me, their family will be uprooted by me. Li Yi still looked indifferent. Xiao Yi, they're now saying that they want to take away your power. What do you think? Bai Gu finally told her about what happened in the imperial court. Give. Who's taking it? Give it to him and let you be responsible. Li Yi was still smiling. Chapter 774. I'll give you a pair of braces. Wear them when you sleep at night for 10 days to half a month. We'll see how it goes first. Before dinner, Li Yi checked Bai Gu's loosened tooth. There was no big problem. He just needed to fix it when he slept at night. I don't wear it during the day. Bai Gu was happy when he heard that he didn't need to pull out his tooth. It's transparent. You can wear it during the day. Take it off when you eat. Wash it often. Li Yi nodded. We've collected all the rent this year. It's about 9.6 million yuan in cash. The main reason is that the price of food has decreased. Bai Gu got the braces. On the way to the cafeteria, he told Li Yi about the income of the imperial court. The income from rent and transfer added up to 9.6 million yuan, slightly more than last year. Due to the decrease in the price of food, it didn't seem like a lot. The tax should be more. Li Yi thought about how much money he contributed to the Ministry of Revenue in Zhuangzi. The business tax adds up to 13 million yuan. There are still a few days before the new year. The price of vegetables in greenhouses is high during the new year. It's estimated that we can collect 11 million yuan. Speaking of the business tax, Bai Gu looked very happy. The business tax of the imperial court was actually higher than the rent of the entire Tang dynasty. When they arrived at the cafeteria, Bai Gu carried his own tray to choose the dishes. Li Yi asked the kitchen to make a portion of fried noodles. He added a pile of meat and vegetables, added more aged vinegar and chili oil, and added a bowl of soup. Next year, the Hunan prefectural court will be in good condition. If we add in the business tax, do you think it will exceed 20 million yuan? Bai Gu took a bite of the fried bean worm and calculated the taxes for next year. He loved to eat worms, especially fried ones. Li glanced at the worm. There's a lot of food now. The imperial court should store more. Also, encourage the people to plant and raise medicine. The toad's crackers can be used to anesthetize. Bai Gu ate the entire worm. If you can eat, you want to live a better life. You really need to improve your medical skills. The Imperial Medical Department needs to continue recruiting people, and the local students. Bai Gu stopped talking about the students. He wanted the students to study medicine well. The local government specialized in medical classes, and the students did not like to study, unless it was to take the Imperial Medical Exam. Bonus points. The medical books have already been distributed. If students do well in the medical exams, they will be given preferential treatment when they take the imperial examinations in Chang'an. For example, if he answered 3 questions incorrectly, he would not be able to get into B grade. However, if he did well in the medical exam, he would be able to get into B grade. If he answered a question incorrectly, he wouldn't be able to enter the A grade. If he was good at medicine, he would be able to enter the A grade. Using another subject to exchange for a position in the imperial examination. Li Yi came up with an idea. There were too few doctors in the Tang dynasty. Outside of the imperial physician department, most of the doctors were taught by their families, taught by themselves, or looked for a master. It was the hardest to find a master. A master would make all kinds of tests and nurture them from young. The Imperial Medical Department was better, and the local government academies also gave him a chance. However, those who could enter government schools would consider becoming government officials instead of doctors. They thought that if they became government officials, they would be able to help more people, and if they became doctors, they would not be able to treat many people. The thinking of a great doctor was to treat the country. I think that many doctors will be able to come out from the Jing governor's office. They are literate, but it will take many years. Bai Gu thought about the number of years it would take to train a doctor, and he felt helpless. The fastest is 3 years. Shorten the time to 2 years. For the time being, I can see the common symptoms, the obvious ones, and then prescribe medicine. Li Yi did not have a good idea about this. Relying on looking, listening, asking, and feeling the pulse to treat patients was too demanding. Under normal circumstances, it was just a cold or a fever. He would take a look and then prescribe medicine. As long as he did not use toxic medicine, he would not die from taking medicine. The Ministry of Revenue will pay for the collapsed houses in the other provinces because of the snow disaster. If there are floods and droughts in other places, it will not be easy for the Ministry of Revenue to check. Bai Gu ate a few more mouthfuls of food and talked about the snow disaster. The Ministry of Revenue had money. He wanted to give it to the people, but he was worried that it would not be easy to check after the disaster in distant places. The imperial court will buy the materials to repair the houses and lend a sum of money to the people. There will be no interest and the money will be repaid over years. The people will use the borrowed money to find people to build houses. It will not be possible this year. They will continue to live in tents. The imperial court will provide coal. It will be easier to build houses when the snow melts next year. If it is just to repair the houses, the imperial court will pay for it. It will not cost much. Li Yi came up with the idea to take care of all the houses in the Jing governor's office. This was because the people in the Jing governor's office had to bear the price of goods after taxes. He also abolished the mediocrity. This was considered a contribution to the tax collection. The provinces outside had not started to collect taxes, so the people had to think of their own ways. If there were beams in the collapsed houses, they could be cleaned up and used for new houses. If the houses were made of mud and grass, they could be rebuilt if they collapsed. The people outside still live in shacks. If they collapse, they can live in tents. It is better than shacks. Bai Gu began to feel sorry for the people again. In Chang'an City, the houses that were not in good condition had been rebuilt. Then there was the situation in the counties. He had not been there before, but it should be good. But there were some places where the people used grass curtains to build shacks and lived in them. It did not matter in summer, but people would freeze to death in winter. Li Yi lowered his head and ate his fried noodles. He was thinking about what to do. At that time, not everyone had their own house. There were many families who did not have a house and rented a house. The key was that they could rent a house. The people who lived in shacks did not have the money to rent other people's houses. It was useless to build low-rent houses for them. They did not have the money. They could only provide subsistence allowances. Subsistence allowances were the same as giving out food. In theory, the local government would give them subsistence allowances. But in reality, it was not clear whether they would give them subsistence allowances. There were also charity warehouses, which were different from Changping warehouse. Those who were rich would usually provide food for those who did not have enough to eat. When the taxes are collected, we can use the tax money to help. The main problem is job opportunities. The people who live in the inhabited areas have jobs. They do not have to pay anything if they do not have land. The people in other areas have lost their land. If they do not pay, they will be considered as runaways. Also, if they fall sick for many years, their families will be dragged down. Li Yi could not think of a good solution at the moment. He could not use his own money to support everyone. This winter, many people came to live outside the inhabited areas. They lived next to the captives. Because their identities were not clear, they were not allowed to cross the bridge for the time being. When these people arrived, they first re-registered. Some of them brought their household registration. They directly explained the situation. They lost their land and came to find a way to make a living. In the past, if they were caught, they would be punished. They would be beaten with a plank or exiled, unless they brought a public inspection. But when they arrived at the Li family Zhuangzi, it was fine. He quickly went through the procedures. In the future, he could live there for a long time. He would also be assigned a job. You, Zhuangzi, have too much power. You should restrain yourself. I also support you to take back your power. Bai Gu was also waiting for the tax collection to be carried out. Then, the entire Tang dynasty would be cleared of land. When they were almost done eating and ready to leave, he advised Li Yi. Li Yi shrugged. How do I collect it? Don't let me pass a note to Her Majesty. Move the workshop away and send someone to take care of it. You can ask for permission from the imperial court before you do anything. You can only do it after the imperial court approves. Bai Gu thought of a solution. Sir, I want to drink water. Li Yi blinked. Chapter 775. Can I ask Xiao Yi if we have to pay the court for the rental of Zhuangzi's livestock? Bai Gu asked as he prepared to leave. Li Yi lowered his head and thought for a moment before saying, there's no need to pay for the rental of a single animal. There are too many cows and horses in Zhuangzi, so it's considered a large-scale rental business. We have to pay taxes. You're willing to pay? Bai Gu thought that Li Yi was going to refuse. Li Yi shook his head, but this rental business is a form of repayment to society. Other than the feed, there's also a small fee for the use of the animals. According to the rental fees, if the cows and horses are old and can't be used anymore, I'll be able to earn back the money used to buy them. If I have to pay taxes, I'll definitely pass the fees to the renters, and they'll have to spend more money. The court is actually collecting money from the commoners, not me. If the court collects it, I'll raise the price. Li Yi pushed the question back. It didn't matter if they collected it or not, he wasn't the one paying. Do you think we should collect it? Bai Gu found this to be a difficult problem. Yes, 30% of the tax is 1%. Then I'll raise the price by 5%. This way, I can still earn 66% more. They use it for transportation, so they earn money. It's not like farming, where I rent it to the commoners at a cheaper price. The commoners can farm, so the yield is not high. Li Yi chose to raise the price. The renters were doing business, not agriculture, so they shouldn't be given so many subsidies. When do we start? Bai Gu thought for a moment and felt that it made sense. After the new year. There are only a few days left before the new year, let's inform them in advance. Li Yi set the time. I'm going back. Bai Gu took the box of braces and strolled back. Minister Bai, come here. Empress Wang pulled her son's hand to the side. The little boy's face was red because of the cold weather. The court did not react to the snowstorm this time. The winged knights were mobilized, and the Li family Zhuangzi was in charge of supplies. They felt that they were being passive and wanted to give me a warning. Li Yi shook his head, guessing what these people were thinking. Just as it had been at a certain time in his life, when the people were in trouble, the local officials were not happy which group moved first. There were also people who wanted to donate things. They had to get the land in their hands. With so many things, how could they not know how to control them? Others donated large amounts of bread and mineral water, and the officials took over. The reason was that the officials had strong organizational skills and needed to be unified. In fact, the corporation's ability to operate was better than the government. Later, with the development of the internet, the same situation changed. Whoever donated something would be officially announced and acknowledged as the person who donated it. Furthermore, the person who donated it had put in a lot of effort. One was the environmental factor, and the other was the overall level of knowledge of the officials. When he was in the Tang dynasty, there was a large-scale snowstorm. He didn't care about the imperial court and directly took action. How should he settle this matter? How was it recorded in the history books? In comparison, the officials were clearly incompetent. Empress Wang pursed her lips. Do you think they can organize it in the middle of the night? Now the people whose houses have collapsed need to eat, shelter and coal. Tell them to get busy. That's how it should be. Li Yi agreed. Zhuangzi didn't need to spend any money. Aren't you all capable? I'll give you a chance. Bai Gu returned to the political affairs hall. He brushed his teeth first, washed his braces, and put them on. He felt awkward and his voice changed. Bai Gu found Song Jing in Su Yi and said, after the Lunar New Year, pay the money. Xiao Yi raised the price. 30% tax and 1% tax. What else did he say? Song Jing wanted to ask if Li Yi would give in. After collecting taxes, give subsidies to the poor people. The imperial court will handle it. After collecting taxes, the people in the area will enjoy happiness. Bai Gu didn't mention that Li Yi didn't agree to submit a report. He didn't mention what to do with the people who didn't have a house to live in. The two of them understood that they didn't reach an agreement. Li Yi wasn't someone who was willing to listen to others. The next morning, when everyone was reading the newspaper, they suddenly found out that Li family Zhuangzi said that the rent of cattle and horses would increase after the Lunar New Year. Price increase. After the Lunar New Year, it will increase by 5%. 5% isn't expensive. It's snowing heavily. Li family Zhuangzi took out a lot of money to help. He said that he has to pay taxes. The problem with taxes. Li family Zhuangzi should be exempt from taxes. Zhuangzi always pays. The imperial court is too much. How can they take Li Dongzhu's money? I didn't see you angry when they took it in the past. I rent the horses. If the imperial court doesn't take Li Dongzhu's taxes, I can earn more. Yes, it's all the imperial court's fault. The people in the imperial court were busy now. Li Yi had let go and no longer sent new supplies to the other prefectures. Song Jing arranged to hire people to help deliver and transfer goods. He bought instant noodles from Li family Zhuangzi, transported coal to the coal mine, and rented cars from Li family Zhuangzi. He sent supplies to the people affected by the disaster. He found that he had to rely on Li family Zhuangzi's power to spend money. The imperial court should have its own emergency team. Recruit people. During lunch, Song Jing gathered a large group of people to discuss some matters. Chang'an City had people to clean, put out fires, remove feces, and transport slag. However, there was no transportation team that could support the local areas at any time. If there was a war, there would be 16 guards. Then, they would hire temporary people to help transport. Now, they could see that it wasn't working. They needed more supplies, livestock, and manpower to raise them. In the past, they didn't have money and couldn't afford to raise them. Now that they had money, they didn't want Li family Zhuangzi to be in the limelight. They could only do it themselves. Recruit. Wei Zhigu agreed. Otherwise, they should set up a team. The others nodded. They would recruit now and confirm the quota before the Lunar New Year. The structure and details would be perfect. They would start after the Lunar New Year. They passed a note to Li Yi and advertised in the newspaper. Li Qingqi helped to pass the note. He also sent over frozen seafood. It's good to set up an emergency rescue and disaster relief team. The winged knights won't always be on the front line. Their roles and responsibilities will be clear. Li Yi commented. Otherwise, they would have to wait until next year. It seemed that the group of people was anxious. The imperial court has money. We can spend more money. Li Qingqi mentioned the situation of funds. We need to recruit 5,000 people. The population of the imperial court is not enough. Gradually, the number of people coming to the counties will increase. The farmland will still be the same. More people will prefer manual labor and service industries. The demand for roads to the outside will increase. More goods will be transported in for consumption. When Li Yi asked someone to do the typesetting, he analyzed the future of the imperial court. They had to make arrangements in advance. Otherwise, it would cause bad planning and messy situations. Just like when he was young, no one expected the city to develop so fast. The streets were narrow and there were few places to park. The cars were all parked on the roads. It was too late to think about planning. Now, there were still few people coming to the imperial court. They had to make plans quickly. Drainage ditches, underground canals, public toilets, warehouses, road expansion, housing planning. They have set up a team. It's still unclear how much money they will spend and how to manage it. Li Qingqi was thinking about the various details of the new department. It's simple. Organize a few acts like a firefighting team. In fact, it's better to incorporate them into the firefighting team. Li Yi didn't feel that it was difficult to manage an emergency rescue and disaster relief team. Moreover, they didn't have to lose money. Chapter 776. How do they practice? Specifically find houses to collapse? Li Qingqi was now thinking about the snow disaster. A good rescue team must be a good construction team. They can build and demolish. They have a complete set of tools and are very professional. In addition to training their physical fitness and learning relevant rescue knowledge, they also need to build more houses. For example, there are many places in the capital that are under the control of the government, such as hillsides, hills, and yellow land. When they build houses, the number of foreigners increases. Arrange for them to live in the houses, and the rent can be cheaper. If they are new and have no jobs, they will pay the rent late. Li Yi talked about building houses and collecting rent. The houses he built by the river were sold to foreigners, and the students were free of charge. Make money. A new team to make money. In Li Qingqi's mind, the rescue team was the same as the 16 guards, paid by the imperial court. Otherwise, it will be difficult to raise a team of 5,000 people. Building houses is training in itself, and they take turns to build houses. Part of the money earned is used to buy equipment, and the other part is used to pay for daily expenses. Li Yi didn't think that so many people would train every day and then relax and play football. Of course, in the early stage, they didn't need to build houses to learn professional rescue knowledge. After spring, when they ate so much good food, their physical reserves would be up, and they would build houses. Li Qingqi pondered for a moment. In that case, won't the imperial court find people to work and rescue? The 16 guards can do it too. The 16 guards can't do it. They are soldiers, and they have to risk their lives when needed. The rescue team is dangerous, but not dangerous. Does the 16 guards need to know how to build houses? If you want to learn, you can help the people now. You can be more professional and be an engineer. If there is a war in the future, you can use them. Li Yi found work for the 16 guards. He felt that the 16 guards should play a bigger role. Chang'an wasn't a war. The next day, the imperial court's recruitment advertisement was released, and the people were stunned. They needed more manpower. But they were all working and couldn't find time. Especially since the recruits weren't temporary, they needed to be trained for a long time. During the early stage of training, they couldn't go home every day. They could only go home once every 10 days. In the future, those who lived near their homes and weren't on duty were allowed to go home every day. After the imperial court's people finished reading, those who had land at home naturally didn't consider it. Many of those who didn't have land at home and worked at the docks went to the desert to dig wells and build roads. The rest were hesitating. Would there be any danger? Was it more tiring than working at the docks? Was the food good? Would they be bullied? You want to go there now? Can't it wait until after the new year? One day had passed. It would take at least 2 or 3 days for the people from the governor's office to go to Chang'an to register. The people in Chang'an were all busy. They were chiseling ice, preparing for the Li family Zhuangzi's work, and preparing for the new year. At night, the number of people who had signed up came out. There were 101 people, which was far from the number of 5,000 people. Song Jing and the others didn't leave. They waited and felt weak all over. Why did they only recruit so few people? Initially, he wanted to hire them to help transport the goods, but now, there were 101 of them. Should he arrange for them? Li Longji didn't stay with them. He went to the Li family Zhuangzi early. I heard that there will only be a few dozen people today. I don't think there will be more than 100. Li Longji originally wanted to set up his direct management team. Song Jing and the others were from the imperial court. If they couldn't recruit people, how could they organize the team? After the new year, there will be more people. The newspapers will be sent far away. There are many people in the local families, but they don't have land. Those who have been doing other jobs will be tempted. Especially those young people who have many children at home, can't study, and are not married. The salary is high, 30 renminbi a day. The price of rice is low, and they are provided with food and accommodation. If they work here, they can save money. We must put an end to gambling. We can't gamble away our salary. The internal management will be militarized. Li Yi knew that he couldn't recruit people now. He had to advertise and send out newspapers. If he didn't consider the time, some newspapers would appear in Hangzhou and other places. Since we can only recruit people after the new year, what should we do with the people who are recruited now? Li Longji had to think for the imperial court. They should be the people in Chang'an. The people who are recruited should help to transport the goods. They should eat good food and take care of their bodies. Professional rescue knowledge doesn't need to be taught immediately. Let them go home during the new year. Their salary will be given as usual. Li Yi gave an idea. They couldn't let the people go back. Before the new year, they should transport supplies to other provinces. Professional knowledge had to be organized, such as what to do when it snowed, how to deal with emergencies in heavy rain, where to build canals in drought, and so on. This included building bridges and temporary tents. Find craftsmen to teach. Li Longji was more worried about the professional aspects of the emergency team. Find ferrymen, boatmen, dock workers, firefighters, people who build houses, build camps, repair cars, and people who raise horses, cows, sheep, chickens, and ducks to teach. They are required to adapt to all environments and be familiar with the habits of animals. When there is a flood in the future, if they can help the people move things, they will do so. I will also find time to write some theoretical guidance and send it over to see if it can be used. Li Yi knew that the professional rescue personnel knew everything, but they could divide the work. They didn't need to be good at everything. It was the same for firefighters. They knew more things so that they could help others. As Li Yi spoke, he went into the house and took out a simple map. On the map of Fangzhou, there is an open pit coal mine. Dig directly from there. Don't transport from other places. The coal here is easy to burn. Li Longji wasn't surprised at all. Low sulfur, low ash, low phosphorus, and high calorific value. There are many coal mines in this place, so some need to be dug down. For example, in Fengzhou, there is a coal mine buried more than 70 feet deep. It's not worth digging at the moment. Li Yi mentioned the coal mines in Changgu. There were many of them there. There were many coal mines in the western region. If you went north, you would reach a place where the calorific value of the coal mines there was high, more than 7,000 calories. Good, good. Li Longji said good twice. There was coal there. Dig directly. Li Yi took out the coal mine and enjoyed the treatment of free coal. It belonged to him. At morning court the next day, Li Longji threw out the new coal mine. Order the local people to organize coal mining. The people in the surrounding areas will have better days in winter. As for the rescue team, he repeated Li Yi's words and told the prime ministers not to worry. There would be people. The ministers at the small court meeting looked at each other. They wanted to avoid Li Yi and do their own thing, but in the end, it was Li Yi who helped them come up with ideas. In order to solve the problem of coal transportation, he even took out a new coal mine. Baigu seemed very happy. According to the rules, the people could take any amount of coal they wanted, but they had to pay for coal. Generally, coal was bought from blacksmiths and kilns. The people only needed coal slurry. Your Majesty, do you want to arrange for people to wash coal in Fangzhou's coal mine? Baigu knew that the Li family Zhuangzi had high requirements for coal. There were people washing coal in other places. It was very hard, but they also earned a lot. There were also labor protection supplies. This winter, the people can use it first. It doesn't matter whether it's coal or coal. We'll see how things go next year. Li Longji didn't plan to arrange for people to wash coal in the new mine in winter. Chapter 777. Should come down. A horse-drawn sleigh from Xianyang County to Chang'an stopped. The coachman jumped down first and urged the 4 passengers to get off so that he could unload the sleigh and relax the horse. The horse was rented from Li family Zhuangzi. The renter cherished it very much and let the horse run at a constant speed during the journey. He never urged it. It turned out that the place where free soup was provided by the river was separated by 5 sheds. There was still free soup for the people and the horse to rest. Xianyang County was 50 miles away from Chang'an. The horse carried the 5 people for more than 2 hours and rested for 15 minutes in a shed. The 4 people got off the sleigh and each of them took out a 4 yuan coupon and gave it to the coachman. This was the money for their carriage. In summer, it was cheap to rent a boat. From Xianyang to Changping, 6 to 8 people could sit on it. The cost was 4 to 5 yuan. In winter, a sleigh ride cost 4 yuan per person. If they didn't want to spend the money, they would walk 50 miles on the snow. If you like something, hurry up and buy it. We have to go back before dark. The older of the 4 said to the others. I know, Uncle 11. The things in Chang'an are cheap. After the travel expenses, we can buy less than in Xianyang. Someone said the purpose of this trip, shopping. Today was the New Year's Eve. They would go shopping and not come out after returning home. The things in Chang'an were cheaper than in Xianyang. There were also things in Chang'an that Xianyang didn't have. The prices were sky high. The vegetables in Chang'an were more expensive than 20 counties in the capital. The people in the county didn't buy them. The coachman watched the 4 people leave. He took off the dung bag from the horses but unloaded the sleigh and led the horse to eat. There was a place for horses to park nearby. The horses were provided with food and fodder. The coachman bought fodder according to the packaging, a small bundle. The fine fodder was bought according to the weight and added to the horse. There was a guillotine nearby. If someone wanted to cut fodder for his horse, he could do it himself. The water was free. The water was provided by the imperial court. It was the same as the supply point on the road. Eat, eat. When you finish, go back. They brought goods, so they charged more. Today, we will go back 1.5 more trips. Rest. I will give you more fodder in the evening. The coachman said to his horse, his slightly wrinkled face full of smiles. Since they came from Xianyang, the 4 of them paid 16 coins. When they returned, they would discuss the price based on the quantity of the goods. If there were too many people, they would have to go down and not tire the horses out. The rent was now 10 coins a day, and the food depended on what the tenant gave. Feeding them concentrated materials would cost more, and it would cost more than 10 yuan a day. Feeding them ordinary dry grass would be cheaper. There was a problem. If they didn't feed the horses, they would lose their strength and die of malnutrition. In the future, they wouldn't be able to rent anything from Zhuangzi. The neighbors around him would point fingers at him, saying that he had harmed the livestock of the Li family Zhuangzi. The coachman planned to go back and earn back the rent and fodder money. Then, he would make another round trip and earn his own income. He earned nearly 40 yuan in a day, which was not a small amount after a whole winter. Next to them came a snow plow pulled by oxen, carrying 9 people. The oxen stopped, and everyone got down one after another. They carried the goods on their backs and were going to the west market to sell them. The coachman took out a broom to clean the snow for the oxen's hooves and legs. The oxen could pull the cart, but their speed was slow. The oxen obviously came out earlier, and then they would rest for a while and go back in the afternoon. They made about the same amount of money by making 1 trip a day. Dongzhu, we bought 3 more oxen and 2 horses today. They are old, and the owners can't use them to do much work. They can't afford to feed them. Ask Zhuangzi, and if Zhuangzi doesn't buy, they will report and kill them. Songda found Li Yi, who was looking after the big red-breasted parrot, and reported the situation. You bought them according to the price of the meat? Li Yi picked up a pine nut with long tweezers and sent it to the cage. Hello, my Dongzhu. The parrot said the 2 words it had learned. Sometimes it said, hello, welcome. It's too cold. My Dongzhu. Yes, according to the price of the meat. Songda answered. Raise them for a few days, and then set up the cart. Li Yi didn't want to kill them for meat. He knew that Songda didn't buy the kind of livestock that couldn't do any work. It was a family raising 1 ox. When it was old, it couldn't be expected to work like before. There was a way to put 2 oxen together to pull the cart, or even 3 or 4 oxen. They could work together. In theory, such an ox and a horse could do more work than a normal ox or horse. If they worked in their current state, they could earn some money. Besides their own food, there was still some left. Then they would keep raising them until one day, when 4 oxen couldn't do the work of a normal ox, they would use the extra money they earned to feed them. At that time, they wouldn't be far from dying of old age. They wouldn't live for more than a few years. Otherwise, they would be able to work all the time, and efficiency would be a problem. When they died of old age, they would be checked, and then eaten and skinned. In other words, they would use their own labor to exchange for a chance to die naturally in their old age. After they died, they still needed to be eaten. As long as there was no disease, no matter how important the oxen and horses were, they were not as important as people. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. Songda had always thought that Li Yi was benevolent, righteous, and kind. Li Yi didn't explain anymore. Others wouldn't believe him. He wanted to make use of labor as much as possible. He wanted more livestock to work together, just like repairing a bad engine. If they could do it, they would do it. The value of the work couldn't be directly calculated by the monetary value of the time. If the oxen could live for another 5 years, they would work for 4 years. In the last year, they would wait to die slowly. Considering the depreciation of the currency, the first year of the oxen's 4 years of work would have more purchasing power than the last year. Zhuangzi would make a profit. There was also the problem of jobs. If he used old oxen and horses to plow 1,000 mu of land, the feed they fed was basically the same as the work they did, but it didn't mean that there was no profit. If he didn't use oxen and horses to plow, the consumption would be even greater. If he couldn't even recruit people, the 1,000 mu of land would be wasted. The value was reflected in the maximal use of resources. The old livestock would make up for the position. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous. The big scarlet parrot, which was being slowly fed by Li Yi, suddenly imitated Songda's words. Okay, you're smart. I'll give you 2 more. Li Yi was stunned for a moment, then continued to pick up pine nuts and put them in. Dongzhu is benevolent and righteous, the parrot shouted again. This is the power of capital. Even if it's a waste collector, when the scale reaches a certain level, he can also make a fortune. When the oxen and horses die, the processing of meat, leather, and tendons can make money with Zhuangzi's scale. Yes, the bones can be used to make free soup, giving the livestock a chance to die naturally. People can get a lot of benefits. Li Yi explained to the parrot. It smacked its lips. I want to eat spiced beef. Why haven't there been any dead oxen in the last 2 days? At noon, in heavenly earth, Song Jing invited a group of people to lunch. He had something important to discuss with them. Even the first inspection group of the Tang dynasty had come. He probably felt that the current power of the imperial court was not enough, so he needed to find more people. You've seen the carrying capacity of the sleigh in winter. Compared with last year, it's simply unimaginable. This year, the water network is working. Because of the heavy snow, it's easy to drive on land. Song Jing pointed to the crowd outside. There were no sleighs in the city, but there were many people on the streets. Everyone looked at him and waited. The imperial court has made a lot of tax money this year. The Li family Zhuangzi has raised too many livestock. Can the imperial court collect them? Song Jing got to the point. Chapter 778. Song Jing looked at Bai Gu after he finished speaking. Bai Gu was in charge of finance. Bai Gu looked at the street outside. The Li family Zhuangzi has more than 60,000 horses and cows. The Zhuangzi can't raise them all, so they can only rent them out. Yao Chong understood and said, 30,000 winged knights and 100,000 horses are raised in the Forbidden Garden. If we buy the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock now, where should we raise them? According to the Li family Zhuangzi's method, we can only buy those who are young and strong. Song Jing had obviously considered this problem. He would buy the good ones and leave the bad ones for the Li family Zhuangzi. He had no other choice. He couldn't recruit people, so he had to rent the Li family Zhuangzi's livestock and sleds. If the Li family Zhuangzi rented out livestock and carriages, the imperial court couldn't refuse to pay. Unless the imperial court didn't take over and let the Li family Zhuangzi continue to be responsible for the disaster victims. The idea came from Song Jing's subordinate. If he wanted to save face for the imperial court and save money, he might as well buy them. After the new year, a team of 5,000 people would be recruited, and they could use livestock to transport them. If he bought them, he definitely couldn't buy them from the market. The price would skyrocket. If he bought them in bulk, he would naturally look for people who had more horses and cows. We can only buy the horses that the Li family Zhuangzi rented to the imperial court. The other horses and cows are in the hands of the common people. Lu Huaishan shook his head. Although he said he would buy them, he didn't think so. Song Jing took a sip of wine. The key is whether Li Yi is willing to sell them or not. The price is reasonable. There shouldn't be a problem. Bai Gu considered Li Yi's style of doing things and looked worried. Long Zai. Song Jing looked at Bai Gu again. Okay, I'll ask. There will be 5,000 horses involved in the transportation of goods. They are all of good physique. Buy them all? The price is estimated to be around 30 taels per horse. Bai Gu did not feel that it was a lot of money. It was only a few 100,000 yuan. He was rich. It was hard to determine the price. Horses were different from one another. The Li family Zhuangzi still had close to 5,000 military horses, which had always been given to the 16 guards to use, while his own Zhuangzi's people learned how to ride them. It was said that it was Li Yi's own horse, and it was the imperial court's military reserve at critical moments. He could take it out at any time, including other strong horses to form a team of baggage. After Bai Gu finished speaking, he got up and stopped eating. He had to deal with the matters of the imperial court first. The others sat and waited, hoping that Bai Gu would bring back good news. Bai Gu rushed to Zhuangzi, thinking that Li Yi would be eating there. As soon as he crossed the bridge, he saw Li Yi riding a two-wheeled thing over. Ding! 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 Creak! Hua! When he was a few steps away, Li Yi stopped the bicycle, accompanied by the sound of the bell, brakes, and wheels rubbing against the ground. The tires are not inflated. It's only wrapped with leather. It's very bumpy. Old Bai, you're here. Li Yi got off the bicycle, observed the wheels, and greeted Bai Gu. This is... Bai Gu did not see Li Yi. It seemed that he had found something good. Bicycle. Not including the design cost, it costs 500 taels to make one. It's very expensive. The bearings and chains are made of new steel, the steel used to make guns. Li Yi saw Bai Gu staring at the bicycle and quoted a price of 500 taels. In fact, it was just the material cost of more than 10 taels of steel, not including the technical cost. Li Yi's blowing converter was completed. The requirements for the raw materials were higher than that of an open hearth furnace, and the output was lower. Zhuangzi could use it now. He did not need to spend money on iron ore or good coal. In the first step of rough processing, there was coke, but the temperature was not high enough to produce steel. Then, it was poured into a blowing converter. The furnace temperature rose and turned into steel. The steel was first made into steel plates. After heating, it was forged in a concave groove, then welded, clad, penetrated the core, continued forging, and naturally annealed. Together with other tapping and turning parts, it became a gun barrel. A gun barrel without rifling inside. Paper shells were used, and they were ignited using flintlock ignition mode. The steel used to make the bicycle chains and gears was the same as the steel used to make guns. Li Yi planned to sell it. After selling the bicycle, he could make at least 20 guns, including all the expenses. Li Yi said that the production cost was 500 taels, but he wanted to sell it for 1,000 taels. He did not know how many people could afford it. If not, he could pay in installments. Kerosene lamps and thermos bottles were selling well, even though they were not selling now. Ask it to move. Baigu heard the price and wanted to see it again. Li Yi got on the bicycle and stepped on the pedals. The bicycle circled around Baigu. This thing is exquisite. It is like a boat with a paddle wheel. It uses the big wheel in front to drive the small wheel at the back. The two wheels, why don't they move left and right? Baigu asked Li Yi to stop again. He observed carefully and found the secret. It was very simple. Li Yi also felt that it was very simple. The prerequisite was to improve the smelting technology. How much are you going to sell it for? Baigu had forgotten about buying a horse. 1,000 taels. 1,000,000 taels. It has a lifetime warranty. Is it expensive? Li Yi inquired about the price. It is not expensive. Xiao Yi, you should know that this is not a bicycle. This bicycle has a kerosene lamp on the left and a thermos bottle on the right. When the bell rings, who would not look at it? Baigu already had a sense of luxury goods. He realized that many people who bought kerosene lamps did not wait for the sky to turn dark before they came out to shop. His lackey carried the kerosene lamp and thermos bottle behind him. When he walked to a place that did not provide free hot soup, he would shout, "Pour hot tea." Baigu felt that these people hated places that provided free soup. In winter, people should carry thermos bottles to get hot water. Those who gave them hot soup could drink it any time to keep them warm. At the same time, he hated the ice lamps and the street lamps around Chang'an. The street lamps used diesel lamps and were not dimmer than kerosene lamps. If someone was willing to show off, wouldn't it be more impressive to ride a bicycle? Xiao Yi, there are many rich people in Luoyang. It is easy to sell your bicycle. Yes, a bicycle. It is a bicycle. It does not require any animal power and is fast. It belongs to. I want to use the money I earn to make weapons. A new type of weapon. It is very powerful. It is weaker when fighting against cavalry in the wild. It is most powerful when defending a city. Li Yi did not say what kind of goods the bicycle belonged to. He only said that it was a weapon. Flintlock paper shell bullets are used on flat ground in the wild. There are only a single type of soldier. The firing frequency is not enough to stop cavalry from charging. Li Yi explained the reason. Why do you need a single type of soldier? My Tang dynasty has cavalry, shield soldiers, and mo sword soldiers. Make the gun and show it to me. Only after I see it, I will know where to use it. Baigu refuted Li Yi. Since there was a new weapon, it would be better to use it with other types of soldiers. Okay. Is it over the new year? Li Yi wanted to make a few more. Only then can the power of the gun be displayed. I am here to ask if you are selling your livestock and sleighs. The imperial court wants to buy them for the new army. Baigu remembered the important matter. Is it because Song Jing thinks that renting Li family Zhuangzi's horse requires extra rent? Sell it. Which ones do you like? Li Yi agreed very quickly, 5,000 better horses. I am renting them for the imperial court's current use. 30 carvings per horse. I will not charge you tax for selling the horses. Baigu opened his palm, 25 carvings. I can sell you 10,000 horses of similar quality. Do you want it? Li Yi took the initiative to lower the price and increase the quantity at the same time. A sleigh is not worth 5 carvings. You will lose. Bai Gu began to doubt. There must be a problem. Are you buying or not? Buy. I will settle the bill today. The price will increase tomorrow. Li Yi did not explain. I will go back and ask. Bai Gu ran away again. Chapter 779. Nobody was in the mood to eat after the transaction of 10,000 cheap horses. The transaction of money and goods was completed before 3/4 of the morning. Zhuangzi gave out 5,000 horses, and the other 5,000 were rented by the imperial court to transport the goods. Now that the procedures for the horses were in the hands of the imperial court, there was no need to pay rent. Song Jing was in a good mood and continued to eat in earthly paradise. Li Yi breathed a sigh of relief. Tomorrow, send people to learn how to ride bicycles in Chang'an and show others how to ride them. Dongzhu, do you want to depart now? They should be arriving soon. Song De nodded to show that he knew about the bicycles and talked about another matter. I haven't eaten yet. Let's go, I'll go too. Li Yi rode the bicycle to change his clothes. He put on his military coat and sat in the ambulance with a sleigh. Zhuangzi's large group of people left Zhuangzi and went west. They sent out 1,000 sleighs, 3,000 winged knights, and 200 villagers. When the Li family Zhuangzi moved out, the people were curious again. What were they doing? Li Yi left Li family Zhuangzi. His ambulance was protected from the south of the city and seems to be heading west. Someone ran to earthly paradise to report. It's almost New Year. What's his purpose for coming out? Is there a problem in the west that he needs to deal with personally? Song Jing couldn't help but pay attention. Li Yi's every move affected many people's hearts. He just bought 10,000 horses at a cheap price. Could it be that he took things too hard? Bai Gu didn't understand the situation and looked at Su Yi. Su Yi hadn't been the prime minister for long, so he didn't know Li Yi's thoughts. Yao Chong took a look and sighed, sigh. It's not expensive to buy a horse for 25 horses. The sleigh doesn't cost much. Ask the workers' union to make it. Yes, it's not expensive. Song Jing nodded. That's right. If he bought 10,000 horses in bulk and sold them slowly, he could make a profit. Ah. Wei Zhigu also sighed. Yu Huaid and the others are back, right? I don't know if I'll go out again next year. Bai Gu slapped his forehead and said, that's right. The smuggling alliance hasn't returned yet this year. They probably want to come back for the new year. Last year, we opened the door. This year, His Majesty will be happy. Bai Gu remembered that there was another team that earned money for Her Majesty. That team had cheated many officials. The officials had taken the money, but His Majesty had ordered them to work, so they had to pay out of their own pockets. Song Jing hadn't been in Chang'an last year, and no one had told him about it. Now that he heard everyone talking about it, he asked in a low voice, is that team doing business? A lot of horses will be sent back. I don't know if they're only trading at the Tubo border or if they're also running to the Turks. Bai Gu looked very helpless and picked up the wine to drink. 25 silver coins for a horse, not expensive. Yao Chong comforted Song Jing again. Song Jing, Li Yi's team kept running west. When it was almost midnight, the scouts reported that the two teams were 20 miles away. Quick, they can't wait any longer. Let's go over first and help them set up camp so they can rest. Li Yi could guess how anxious Yu Huaid and the rest were. It was almost the new year. The closer they were to home, the more anxious they were. When Li Yi's team and Yu Huaida's team met, many people who had followed the smuggling alliance back couldn't help but cry. They had been on tenterhooks the whole way. Only when they met up did they feel completely relieved. Those who came later helped to set up camp, while those who came back drank some soup and lay down to sleep. In the morning, when the sky was already bright, they were woken up. After a simple meal, everyone headed back. The goods were moved to the sleighs last night. The more than 40,000 horses that were brought back were also fed. Sitting in Li Yi's car, Yu Huaid and the rest began to talk about the trade. They bought very few horses from Tubo, but they bought a lot of pearls and furs. The horses were used to prepare for war, and many of them were stolen by the Tang dynasty. The stolen horses were left at the border, and the military governor or provincial governor was in charge of raising them. The trading team heard about the internal strife of the Turks and ran to the border to trade for many good horses. Some small tribes felt that the days of oppression by the Turks had come to an end and celebrated. On the way back, we used weak horses to exchange for food. The officials didn't accept anything anymore. Yu Huaid said regretfully. They aren't stupid. After being cheated once, they already know who your backer is. Li Yi laughed. Li Dongzhu, these horses are still yours. The rest of the goods should be enough for His Majesty and us. We earned a lot this year. Yu Huaid and the rest didn't want horses. It was too tiring to raise them. The area around the capital was a flat plain. The Qinchuan River was 800 miles long, and it was not suitable for raising horses. West was where the Tang dynasty raised horses. Up from Jiangxi province was Guanyi province, and Guanyi province was the Lus Plateau. North, past the Great Wall, was a desert, Maowusa Desert. It was the place where wells and roads were being built. East was a small plain, but it was actually a basin, Fan River Valley. If they wanted to find another plain, they would have to go to the North China Plain or Luoyang Plain. Raising horses was too troublesome. It was better to give them to Li Yi. The Li family Zhuangzi had the ability to find a place to settle the horses. I only want these horses. I don't want the rest. You all stay. You all have to work hard outside. I don't know what will happen next year. It's best if you all stay at home. Send someone to take a look. Li Yi decided to ask for less goods this time. The extra goods would be given to the smugglers. Li Dongzhu is benevolent. Yu Huaid agreed on behalf of everyone. Actually, it wasn't much, only about 50,000 to 60,000 horses. Of course, it was much more than last year. The situation this year was good, and they brought more goods. With the sleigh, the team's speed was very fast. When noon arrived, they saw the city wall. The people passing by saw this huge team. There were so many horses, and from the looks of the horses, they were all good horses. The team continued to make a detour from the south. They first went to the Li family Zhuangzi, and then rested. They took a bath, ate well, and slept for a day and a night. They didn't think about anything, and didn't care about anything. When they were comfortable, they would sell the goods. There are 45,000 to 60,000 horses, and they can be used as military horses. The imperial government doesn't lack horses. The person who went to inquire about the news returned to the political affairs hall of Xingqing Palace. Song Jing used his tongue to lick the 2 large blisters in his lower lip. His face was full of bitterness. He looked at Bai Gu. Bai Gu shrugged his shoulders and spread out his hands. I knew it. This matter is too straightforward. There must be a problem. The blisters in my mouth should be removed, and I should apply watermelon frost. Let's find the imperial physician. Song Jing felt that the blisters were even more painful. Yesterday, he was afraid that a long night might lead to trouble. He didn't even eat and rushed to give the money to Li Yi. Both parties signed a contract and pressed their fingerprints. Yesterday's horses were worth 30 coins, but today's horses were not worth it. More than 40,000 military horses were better than 10,000 horses bought for 250,000 coins. Yes, find the imperial physician. The watermelon frost is good. The preparation method of the watermelon frost has been spread to all parts of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi has never kept it a secret. Otherwise, he can make a lot of money with this medicine alone. Bai Gu was quite embarrassed. He felt that he was a little responsible. If he wasn't so proactive, how could he spend 250,000 coins to buy 10,000 horses today? 200,000 yuan was already too much. Chapter 780. Eat some light food these days. The canned fruits stored in the family Zhuangzi are pretty good. Don't eat spicy food like chili, garlic, onion, ginger, etc. The imperial physician came and disinfected the tools with alcohol, popped the blisters, tore off the skin, and applied watermelon frost. Can't the skin stay? Bai Gu looked painful, but there wasn't much bleeding. There wasn't much blood in the blisters either. Li Dongzhu said that the blisters on the surface of the body should be punctured, but don't tear off the skin. Let the skin dry naturally to reduce and avoid leaving scars. But don't leave the blisters in the mouth. Otherwise, the saliva in the mouth will enter the mouth and lick it with the tongue. The blisters will grow first and then grow back. And under normal circumstances, there won't be any scars in the mouth. Don't drink water for the time being. Rinse your mouth after dinner and spray the watermelon frost again before going to bed. When the imperial physician talked about Li Yi, his face showed admiration. Li Yi gave out so many medical books and prescriptions, as well as subsidies, and continued to recruit many people to study medicine. The imperial physician's status rose sharply. They had to take care of students and a large group of people under them. It hurts a little. Song Jing didn't want to hear the words Li Dongzhu now. There is borax. Yes, you can't eat fava beans or fish. You can't touch the meat either, in case the raw meat is not clean and touches the wound. The imperial physician continued to give medical advice and wrote it down. Finally, he signed and stamped it, proving that he was the one who treated the illness. Bai Gu helped to send the imperial physician out. When he came back, he said to Song Jing, "There are still vegetables in Guangping's house? Why don't I go to Xiao Yi's Zhuangzi to get a cart? Everyone can share." Go, go. Long Zai worked hard. Song Jing immediately nodded when he heard that he was going to Li Yi's house. Yes, eat his food. Who asked him to cheat me? Ah. Bai Gu shook his head and really went out. It was afternoon. When Bai Gu arrived, he saw Li Longji and Empress Wang, who had learned how to ride bicycles. Li Yi pulled the little fellow to the side of the road for fear of being hit. "Uncle, the bicycle is good. As long as we level the roads from the capital office to the various counties, we can ride this bicycle to the farthest county in a day. If you want to go to Luoyang, take that railroad. You won't fall into the rails, and it's still flat. Hang a cart behind you, and you can transport goods." Empress Wang said as she rode her bicycle in a big circle. "Sister-in-law, you're right. It's better to put the two-wheeled car in the front. Put it in the back and build a shed. Every time we pull a customer, we have to pay 50 yuan less." Li Yi said with a smile. "Bai Zaifu is here." Li Longji stopped and looked at Bai Gu. What could Bai Gu do? He cupped his fists to Li Longji, Empress Wang, and the little fellow. He turned to Li Yi and said, "Xiao Yi, Guangping is heaty. He bought a horse yesterday, and there's a blister and a blood blister on his mouth. The imperial physician has just seen him, and he needs to eat light food. I've sinned, I've sinned. Why don't we return the horse to the original price? I have a place to raise it, and it's useful. Li Yi said with a, I'm easy to talk to. What's the use of you saying it first? Bai Gu didn't dare to agree now. God knows if it was another trap. Change horses. Winged knights have 100,000 horses. They are called military horses, but there are still horses that are not good enough. His Majesty asked the governor and the provincial governor to send back good horses. In fact, they didn't send the best horses. The local military and government are integrated. If there's one person in charge, it's likely that the tail won't be able to get rid of it. If there's a rebellion, it'll be troublesome to clean it up. Only with enough military horses would they have the confidence to do so. I'll change the new good horses to winged knights. The horses that were changed will be given to the 16th Guard. I'll ask the border guards to continue sending horses back and let them be raised in the Northern and Protectorate manner, not just Longyu Road. Li Yi pointed to the northwest and the north. The officials in the northwest were in charge of military affairs and government affairs. They didn't lack horses. The Tang dynasty could now gather 300,000 military horses. 100,000 were in winged knights' hands, and 200,000 were outside. The 45,000 new horses were in Li Yi's hands. He didn't need them. He had 5,000 military horses in Zhuangzi on standby. Before there were vehicles, horses represented victory, unless the other party's commander was stupid. The mobility and impact of cavalry was a headache. If they couldn't win, they could retreat. If they chased after them, it would consume a lot of energy. When they helped the North Koreans fight, the other party had mechanized troops and used magnetic tactics. Li Yi's country's army was no longer able to achieve the same strategic effect as before. They went from advancing all the way to trench warfare. When facing the enemy's mechanized troops, especially the tanks, they used net-type defense and reverse-slope bunkers. This was a method that couldn't be helped. Since they couldn't win by surprise, they had to use force. If they had the same advantage and mobility back then, they could have completely crippled the other party. Now, they were competing with cavalry. They had fewer people and bigger territories, so cavalry had a huge advantage. Northern and Protectorate manner. Li Longji immediately thought of the plan to pass through the oasis in the desert. It was the Northern and Protectorate manor. Yes, the Hetao Plains. The Northern and Protectorate manor is located in the front. The Turks are in chaos, and the number of surrenders have increased. More surrenders will be arranged here. At that time, the waterway at Huku Waterfall and the land route through the desert will make it convenient for the flow of resources and personnel between Gyeonggi Province and the other side. Li Yi had a map in his mind. There could be 2 routes, 3 routes, or even 4, depending on the arrangement. Thinking about it, the Huaiyuan Plains in the west of the Hetao Plains, which was also Yinchuan, also had plains. Build a small canal at the head of the Jingshui River in Chang'an and connect it directly to the Weiru River and the Yellow River. With just a few li of the canal, even a mountain would be blasted apart. Hetao Plains, not bad. I won't transfer the military horses at the border to prevent them from suffering losses during the war. I still have to raise more horses. Li Longji thought of the problem of many horses at the border and the integration of military and politics. He was worried that he wouldn't be able to defeat the other party without enough military horses. There was nothing for the time being. He could raise the horses himself and change to another place. At that time, the newly recruited soldiers, the Yulin Flying Cavalry, and the 16 guards wouldn't be lacking in supplies and horses. Whoever dared to rebel would be annihilated. Bai Gu listened by the side and felt a headache coming on. Our Prime Minister is thinking of how to govern the Tang dynasty and see if there are any problems. Xiao Yi is discussing with His Majesty about limiting the military and political power of the military governors and regional commanders. We are thinking of buying horses and setting up a team. Xiao Yi is already thinking about the abundant water plants and transportation obstacles in another place. Why does it feel like there are two imperial courts? Furthermore, our imperial court has to be influenced and interfered with by the Li family Zhuangzi's imperial court. No wonder His Majesty is so relaxed every day and seems to be in high spirits. There is also someone outside helping him to consider the restrictions and power of the officials. More importantly, this person doesn't need any power. He can even make money. Old Bai, tell them that if the 10,000 horses we bought can't be used immediately, when spring comes and the roads are cleared, we can let them be raised in the Northern Protectorate manner. If they give birth to cubs, they will be yours. I don't want them. Li Yi suddenly talked to Bai Gu about the horses. 10,000 horses, we only recruited 5,000 people. 2 horses per person. Do you think it's the winged knights? Alright, give me a cart of vegetables. I will bring it back to share with everyone. I will take a jar of pickled vegetables with shrimp oil. What else can Bai Gu say? Should he tell Song Jing that he wanted food when he went back? If he knows, it will probably cause trouble. Chapter 781. Bai Gu's cart couldn't fit all the vegetables. His cart was loaded with books, so it was very heavy. The Li family Zhuangzi sent 2 carts to send the vegetables back. The Political Affairs Hall was now in Xingqing Palace. 1 cart of vegetables was for the officials and the other for the people in the palace. The place where the imperial family grew vegetables was far away. Liuli village was on the road west of the city. As soon as Bai Gu arrived at Zhuangzi, he sent people to each department to get the vegetables. He didn't mention anything about the Li family Zhuangzi. Is radish considered spicy food? The 2 carts of vegetables were moved down and divided into 2 piles. After the people in Zhuangzi drove the carts away, Song Jing saw the radish. He wanted to eat it, but he felt that the skin of the radish was too spicy. He couldn't tell if the radish was still spicy after the skin was peeled. What if it was? The wound in his mouth was not easy to heal. Guangping, you eat celery and stir-fried lean meat. You can't eat the garlic. There are also coriander, chives, cucumber and scrambled eggs or soup. If your mouth hurts, you can eat noodles and slurp it down. Bai Gu was like a skilled vegetable farmer. He took the vegetables and categorized them. He gave different amounts depending on the grade. He could tell the size and weight by his eyes and hands. There was no need to weigh them. The Political Affairs Hall wanted to give out things, so the officials came one after another. They brought their own baskets and were always ready. Every 2 or 3 days, Li Longji would give out vegetables to the officials. The imperial family grew large greenhouses. They gave them to the relatives and officials, but they didn't sell them. On the other hand, the greenhouses planted by the relatives of the imperial family would be sold for money to improve their lives. Their salaries didn't increase, but the income of the people in the capital office increased. The price of goods increased. If they didn't make money, they wouldn't be able to enjoy a good life. This included the princesses. They raised many people. If the vegetables given by Li Longji weren't enough, they planted their own. Princess Yongmu lived in Xingqing Palace. When she heard the news, she came over with her personal maid carrying a basket. The 2 of them chose a few dishes that they wanted to eat from another pile and left happily. When the others were almost done, Song Jing packed up his own and asked Bai Gu. He didn't explain anything. Song Jing was depressed. You, Li Yi, swindled the imperial court's chancellor, and now that you're done, you're not saying anything. Xiao Yi said that we can take it back at the original price. When Bai Gu looked at Song Jing, he suddenly realized that when it came to scheming, Li Yi didn't seem to be at the level he should be at his age. Is there a problem? Song Jing was very cautious. He didn't dare to agree directly. What if he went back on his word and found that he was at a disadvantage again? Xiao Yi is playing a big game of chess, Bai Gu told Song Jing about Li Yi's arrangement. Northern Protectorate Manor. Raise horses. Traveling by water and land, crossing 2 deserts to replenish their supplies at an oasis. Underground canals. Why there? Based on Song Jing's understanding of the Northern Protectorate Manor, he felt that it had no other value other than military use. For military use, it would be sufficient to travel to the other side of the Yellow River. When the Iron Chain Pontoon Bridge was opened, there was no other problem. Why would he need to increase the investment? Yes, it was called investment. There must be something important that he didn't say. The third Prime Minister, Su Yi, was listening and he made a judgment. His Majesty probably knows that Xiao Yi won't tell us about this matter. If we didn't buy 10,000 horses from him, he wouldn't even tell us where to send the extra horses. Bai Gu had already gotten over it. The things that Li Yi was thinking about every day made it hard for him to keep up. Unless he asked him every day, he would tell him. If he didn't ask, he wouldn't know what he wanted to know. Why didn't he enter the imperial court and insist on staying outside? He doesn't have the Tang dynasty in his heart. Song Jing criticized. His mouth hurt even more. Su Yi didn't want to talk about Li Yi at this moment. He said, raise the horses first. When the road is repaired, send them to be bred. Horses that are slightly inferior to military horses might give birth to good ponies. Yes, there should be good stallions. Pick out the mares from the herd and find good stallions to mate with. You don't have to pay Li Yi money. In the blink of an eye, Bai Gu started to think about money again. Stallions were expensive. The things that stallions ate were all good. It was said that the Li family Zhuangzi fed the stallions carrots, raw eggs, fish bone powder, soybeans, and qingchu. There was no need to think about other fodder. It was guaranteed to be the best. The alfalfa was planted in the greenhouse. It didn't feel like raising horses. It felt like raising children. Let the Trade Union Alliance make the snow sleds first. When the 5,000 horses return, the snow sleds have to be returned to the Li family Zhuangzi. Song Jing remembered that there was no snow sleds when he bought the horses. Li Yi should be selling snow sleds. Yesterday, he said that the snow sleds cost 30 kilos. We will buy them too. How much does a snow sleds cost? Right now, it's snowing in most places, especially the grassland Turks. When transporting military supplies, Su Yi was complaining about Li Yi. As he spoke, he suddenly stopped. Song Jing revealed a stunned expression. Bai Gu's lips curled into a smile. Su Yi's expression became serious. It's snowing widely. Li Yi is afraid that there will suddenly be a war somewhere. How can he organize his forces to deliver supplies? Bai Gu nodded. Yes, so he would rather not earn that money and ensure that he can mobilize the snow sleds at any time. He has never counted on anyone else. Right now, if the Turks dare to invade the border, the Li family Zhuangzi will definitely be able to take out a large amount of baggage to send over. Her Majesty is more willing to stay in the Li family Zhuangzi because it's stable. There won't be any unprepared situations. Let's see if there are any other memorials to deal with. Song Jing decided to work honestly. He could no longer blame Li Yi for not giving him the snow sleds. The Li family Zhuangzi was always prepared, whether it was a disaster or a war. He couldn't be the prime minister at all. He didn't have so many resources to waste. The Li family Zhuangzi would rather store things than release them. Su Yi and Bai Gu returned to their respective offices. They just had to persevere for a few more days before the Lunar New Year holiday. A bicycle costs 1,000 kilos. It's not expensive. There's one in Chang'an. If you ride it from the opposite corner, you can get there quickly. Li Longji familiarized himself with riding a bicycle for a while. He felt that it was better than riding a horse. If he rode a horse in Chang'an, if the horse was frightened, it might hit someone. It was easy to ride a bicycle by himself. There were also brakes. Empress Wang parked the bicycle. If you ride it out of the city, what if someone snatches the bicycle? It's useless to snatch it. After snatching it, ride it yourself or sell it. The bicycle is secretly numbered. There's a record of who bought it. Li Yi thought that if others were smart enough, they wouldn't snatch the bicycle. It was the same as when he first got a car. If you snatched it, would you drive it? If others rode a bicycle and you drove it, it would be too obvious. It was the same with bicycles. There were only so many of them, and the price was high. If you looked at it and thought that you were poor, wouldn't you be exposed? Moreover, would a pretentious person carry a kerosene lamp and a thermos bottle by himself? There would be followers. Riding a bicycle would also be followed by a group of people. It was not a means of transportation. Unless it was the Li family Zhuangzi's people who rode it to the city for business, others would have to show off. Thinking of carrying a thermos bottle, Li Yi said to Li Longji, "Children who make money by shining shoes should have a shed. In Chang'an, you can set up mobile stalls on the roadside and collect a little fee to clean up. For example, 1 coin a day. Her Majesty has moved to Xingqing Palace. It's better to open the windows on the neighboring street. At worst, the guards can stand next to other windows on the road where Her Majesty is going." Chapter 782. While the people in the imperial court were busy, the last day of the year arrived. Li Longji's family all left, including Li Dan and imperial concubine Dolu. A large group of people from Nankou arrived and prepared to perform. The first batch of 42 students also rushed back from the county to celebrate the new year with their families. Outside, the southwest barbarian captives were cooking for themselves. Those who performed well were allowed to become cooks. The cooks had the opportunity to learn the cooking methods of the Tang dynasty, which was a good treatment. Usually, they ate black bread. They didn't cook wheat rice with bran. Instead, they used wheat flour and bran to make bread. Occasionally, they ate chicken bones. During the new year, they made dumplings with pork and onion fillings. They were also allowed to drink a bowl of turbid wine. They were also given new clothes and shoes. The key was that they also learned the language of the Tang dynasty. They were not ordinary captives, but knowledgeable captives. When they returned, they could be small leaders. How many Southwest barbarians knew their own language? How many of them knew the language of the Tang dynasty? Li Lang, sorry to disturb you. It's quiet at home during the new year. Xiaolan and I will go to Zhuangzi to watch the fun. Princess Yongmu actually came. She didn't go to the imperial city but went to the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi looked at her and Xiaolan. Welcome, beautiful. I want to go to your Zhuangzi to pick you up, but I'm afraid it's too abrupt. How are the bean worms at home? Princess Yongmu blushed slightly and lowered her head without saying a word. Xiaolan hurriedly said, "We're raising them. We've collected a lot of worms. When the weather warms up, we'll plant beans and hope that the worms will turn into moths and lay eggs. Actually, we don't need to collect too many. Moths lay a lot of eggs. If there are other people's bean fields nearby, the moths can fly there." Li Yi didn't expect the people of the imperial government to be so obedient. After the Li family Zhuangzi's promotion, the price of worms increased in the autumn. It was said that some people caught a lot of worms and buried them in the soil. When their wives gave birth to children, they were afraid that they wouldn't have enough nutrition, so they dug out the worms and gave them to their wives. It was similar to people in the past. When their son got married, they would quickly raise more chickens and wait for their daughter-in-law to get pregnant. At that time, there were eggs and chickens. She fed her daughter-in-law all day long. She ate many eggs a day. Later on, her daughter-in-law felt disgusted whenever she saw eggs. She stewed a chicken every few days and bought pork knuckles for those with money. She didn't add much salt in order to increase milk production. When he came to the Tang dynasty, some villages still did this. They did not care about nutrition balance at all, and some even still favored boys over girls. Now, it was even worse. Even if the farmers did not say it, they would take good care of their daughters. In fact, they still hoped that their daughters and daughters-in-law would give birth to a fat boy. Li Lang, Li Lang. Princess Yongmu called out when she saw Li Yi in a daze. Wen Tian, when you get married in the future, have you thought about what kind of man you want to marry? Do you think I won't be able to make it? Li Yi came back to his senses and asked Princess Yongmu with a smile while pointing at himself. Princess Yongmu's face turned red all the way to her neck. She quickly turned around and looked at the area where the captives were. Li Dongzhu, how can you ask that? Xiaolan put her hands on her waist. I'm just asking. I'm single now. Li Yi was still smiling, making the palace maids and eunuchs standing around very uncomfortable. Usually, the Dongzhu they saw was gentle and elegant. When facing outsiders, he was well-behaved. Occasionally, he would be free and easy, making people feel comfortable. But now, he was clearly a lecher. Princess Yongmu looked at the place where the captives lived and suddenly thought of Li Yi spending money to buy captives. Did Li Lang make money from the captives? In her opinion, Li Yi was able to earn money wherever he went. He was very impressive. Sigh. Li Yi sighed. Don't mention it. If you talk about making a loss, I didn't make a loss. I just gave them food to eat and didn't give them extra wages. If you talk about making money, Old Bai is too stingy. If I didn't say that I had military matters to deal with, he would be eyeing my money. More than 11,400 captives have been working for the imperial court for free. The imperial court only gives them some food. Ha 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 ha. Princess Yongmu couldn't help but laugh when she saw Li Yi pounding his chest and stamping his feet. I actually have other plans for these captives. They will work now and learn the culture of the Tang dynasty while they are at it. Next year, I will release those who perform well and find an excuse to release 100 or so people. Li Yi explained his plan. The impact of culture was the most important. Especially when the Tang dynasty was strong. According to the records, after the new year, a large group of Japanese people would go to the Tang dynasty to learn knowledge and become officials. Now, Emperor Yuanzheng was on the throne. She was a woman, 37 years old this year. It was said that she was very beautiful. She helped her brother's child take charge of the imperial court. Li Yi had never seen her before. He didn't know how beautiful she was. She probably couldn't be compared to the girl and Xinyan in front of him. The girl in front of him was delicate and pretty. Xinyan belonged to the gentle and mature type. Li Yi realized that the saying that the Tang dynasty regarded fat as beautiful was not true at all. The Tang dynasty people didn't like fat Western women with big bellies. Li Lang. Seeing Li Yi distracted again, Princess Yongmu was very helpless. You are thinking about other things while you are flirting. Aren't you being too fake? Ah. Wen Tian, I designed a new set of clothes. It's a set, no, several sets. It's for winter beauties. Do you want to try it? Li Yi came back to his senses and introduced the design he copied. The clothes of the rich people of the Tang dynasty were actually very beautiful. He added some elements and styles of his time. He couldn't invent synthetic silk stockings, but he could make silk stockings. The silk color matched with knee-length pleated dresses or separated tops. The outside was fur or woolen overcoats. Some were long and some were short. These were made because of the textile technology. They were not sold. They were all worn by people in Zhuangzi. The coarser ones were felt, and the thinner ones were clothes. Just like hemp, the coarser ones were gunny sacks, and the thinner ones were made of hemp. It was more difficult to wash this kind of woolen clothes in the southern part of the Tang dynasty. However, people didn't wear it. In the northern part of the country, as long as it was dirty, they would throw it into the snow and beat it with a stick. When she heard Li Yi talking about new clothes, Princess Yongmu's face became redder. She knew that Li Yi designed clothes with very little fabric for Yi Meng. Let's go, I will take you to see it. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu's hand and walked towards the courtyard. Hey! Hey! Xiaolan was dumbfounded. You Li Yi, she glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. The 8 of them didn't seem to know anything and followed him. Wen Tian, look at this. This dress is actually very thick. The pantyhose is 4 layers. You can wear boxers inside. The shoes are leather, silk, and cotton mesh sports shoes. The bottom of the shoes is filled with glue. It is very elastic. You will look very lively after wearing it. If you are afraid of the cold, wear a coat outside. I will make a car for you. If you stand outside for too long, get in the car. Li Yi took out the clothes and compared them to Princess Yongmu's body. Princess Yongmu's face was no longer red. She revealed a curious expression. The new clothes and shoes did look good. The 4 of you, change out of your palace attire. Put on the clothes that I gave you. Let Wen Tian take a look. Li Yi turned around and said to the 4 palace maids who just came in. Brothers and sisters reading outside the station, if you have the ability, please subscribe to Qidian and vote. Thank you very much. Chapter 783. The 4 palace maids changed into red knee-length pleated skirts, silk stockings, sneakers, and silk blouses with collar flowers and transparent sleeves. Then, they let their hair down and put on a big bow. As soon as they appeared, a youthful and lively aura greeted them. Then, they put on the red woolen overcoat outside. The hem of the overcoat reached above the ankles. The well-ironed clothes made the palace maids look dignified. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's eyes lit up. Clothes can be designed like this. Then, the palace maids changed into long down jackets that reached their waists, short fur coats, and short woolen blouses, the color of the skirt, the color of the sneakers changed into high-heeled leather boots. The eunuchs also ran to change. One moment, they wore casual clothes, the next, a suit, a Chinese tunic, and a button Tang suit. This Tang suit was different from the clothes of the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty, the clothes were tied with ropes, or belts. The Tang suit was buttoned and made of cloth. There were also copper and painted buttons and zippers. Ever since they could make bicycle chains, the craftsmanship of Zhuangzi's workshop had improved again. The zipper was out. It looked very simple, but it couldn't be made with ordinary craftsmanship. Wen Tian, look, there's a pocket here, and there's another pocket here. The pocket with both hands usually doesn't put anything. The left inner pocket, the right inner pocket, the double-breasted design, the front and the side of the waist have a real belt and a fake belt. The belt outside is not just for decoration. Look at the socks. Long silk socks can be added with a short silk embroidered sock. I've been researching sewing machines recently. As long as we can make it and add some accessories, we can use it for embroidery. It's much faster than doing it by hand. Li Yi introduced the situation to Princess Yongmu and told her about his new things. He was going to make sewing machines. Because the smelting technology had improved, it was easy to make sewing machines into embroidery machines. He just needed to add things and even make embroidery machines. The kind of foot pedal was actually very easy to use. There was a belt connecting the upper and lower threads. The thread was wrapped in a paper roll and a small felt pad. The spring had been made when the Qiangong step bed was made, including the shock absorber board. This was how skills were improved bit by bit. The craftsmen of the Li family Zhuangzi slowly learned. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan's eyes were filled with stars. Both men and women loved to wear beautiful clothes. They had seen a lot of good-looking teenagers, and some of them were even more delicate and handsome than Li Yi. They had seen their fair share of rich people, such as Wang Wei, who roamed the Sea of Flowers. There was also no shortage of skilled craftsmen. She had also seen handsome generals in battle. But they realized that there was no one else. Wen Tian, these are all yours. See if they fit. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu as he motioned for the palace maids and eunuchs to go back and change into the palace attire. Where's mine? Where's mine? Lan was anxious. She was also wearing a palace dress. Not only was it beautiful, it also represented her status. However, she still liked the new clothes. She found that the silk stockings had something more than bare legs, because her legs were hairy. Yes, you have some too. Li Yi immediately agreed. I want the silk stockings that go all the way up. Lan lowered her head as she spoke. Li Yi understood. Silk stockings were most useful for Western women. They had a lot of body hair, and silk stockings covered it. Lan, I have a good way to shave leg hair. Li Yi added. You're the one who needs to shave leg hair. Lan glared. I'm just showing it to you to see if it's easy to use. I don't feel comfortable using it. Li Yi added. Is that so? Then give it to me. I'll help you try it. Lan's attitude softened. Actually, there's also fishnet stockings. You can hook them with a crochet needle. Even if you have leg hair, it's more seductive after wearing it. Li Yi put on a look that said, I'm telling you a little secret. How do I hook them? Can I learn it? Lan had the mentality of an ordinary woman. There's crochet teaching in Zhuangzi. There's also knitting. I've been doing it recently, but I've been practicing plain needles. It's mainly to train the dexterity of my fingers. Li Yi made a crochet needle action. He only knew how to do that. How long will it take to learn? Lan was anxious. Princess Yongmu also wanted to know. She nodded at the side, indicating that she would like to ask about the difficulty of learning. You two can stay here. Arrange a courtyard for yourselves. Don't stay in third brother and sister-in-law's courtyard. They sometimes bring the baby here. Li Yi took the initiative to invite them. We still have things to do in Zhuangzi. Lan refused again. How many things? Ask me, and I'll arrange it for you. Little Zhuangzi is easy to manage. Just say the word. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu. Okay. Princess Yongmu lowered her head. Li Lang, I was wondering why I couldn't find you. So you're here. Hello everyone, Li Lang is too lazy. He's missing a final song. Xin Yen came over and looked like she was going to blame him. Acting coquettishly was the most important thing. But when she suddenly saw Princess Yongmu, she quickly changed the topic. There's a song. Let's go. I'll play it for you. If not, I'll sing it a cappella. It's called Unforgettable Tonight, Unforgettable Tonight, Unforgettable Tonight. We wish the Tang Dynasty good, Tang Dynasty good. Li Yi changed the ending song of the Spring Festival Gala and sang it. Actually, it was fine even if he didn't change it. Everyone in the Tang Dynasty could understand it. Okay. Li Lang, I'll leave you to it. Xin Yen said seriously and left. Li Yi sang it once, and she remembered it. She went back to add music to it. The Spring Festival Gala is getting better every year. It's because there are more musical instruments and more songs and performances. Li Yi was looking forward to this year's Spring Festival Gala. There were many skits and crosstalks that mocked the current officials. The retired officials were not counted. They were just officials who were still on duty. Mocking. Of course, this was the Spring Festival Gala in Zhuangzi. It was another story if it was spread. Li Yi was not the Spring Festival Gala in his time. He didn't need to consider politics. The so-called politics was not politics. It was the thoughts of the person sitting in that position. What if the person was unhappy? Li Yi didn't need to care about those things now. For example, the skit in the class reunion. They were classmates, so they should help each other. That skit was deleted when it was replayed. Why? Because some people were in a higher position. Not only did he not help his classmates, he didn't allow it to be replayed. If the person was in a bad mood, he would cut it off. Li Yi was now in the Tang dynasty. Who did he care about? It was already good enough that he didn't call out their names. So what if he mocked you? If you dared to make a sound, he would impeach you the next day. Li Lang, if you always say that the officials are bad, the people will think that way. Princess Yongmu had her own thoughts. She really worshipped and liked Li Yi. She still had to say her own thoughts. Wait for next year's Spring Festival Gala. I will mock the Li family Zhuangzi in the beginning. Everything that has the people's hearts must be treated as ordinary. Then I will let the program say that after His Majesty knew about it, he helped the Li family Zhuangzi. That's why the current Li family Zhuangzi was born. The people need a belief, and the officials are tools, including the Li family Zhuangzi. If a country can't centralize power, then it's over. No matter what system it is, it's over. Li Yi didn't smile when he said this. Instead, he was very serious and looked very domineering. Princess Yongmu bit her lower lip lightly and lowered her head to look at her little shoes again. Chapter 784. Take out all the hand towels, quilt covers, mattress covers, and pillowcases. This is the last time this year. A shout came from the Li family Zhuangzi. The palace maids and eunuchs disappeared in an instant. The things they sent were all theirs. Before every shift, they had to send the things to the people in Zhuangzi who specialized in washing clothes. It wasn't that they couldn't wash it themselves. There were all kinds of washing machines, so they could wash it. However, some things were used for a long time, such as hand towels. After washing them, they would have a strange smell 2 days later. Everyone knew about this, including the people in Li Yi's time. The newly bought hand towels would have no smell after half a month. After that, they wouldn't be able to be washed no matter how much they were washed. In theory, it was time to change them after more than a month. In reality, that wasn't the case. Even if the hand towels were sent to the dry cleaning shop, they would be washed with chemicals. Also, fungi and some bacteria couldn't be killed in low temperatures, so they would have a strange smell soon. The Li family Zhuangzi used the steaming method. They brought things over and steamed them in a big steamer. After steaming them once, they would be just like the new hand towels. They would have no smell for many days. Otherwise, if they could be sterilized by washing, why would Li Yi's needles and gauze need to be steamed after washing? Now, the pillows and needles in the Li family Zhuangzi needed to be steamed, just like in the 1980s and 1990s when Li Yi was still alive. Therefore, whether a hand towel needed to be changed or not depended on whether the person using it would use the steaming method to sterilize it. Hand towels that cost more than 30 yuan should be thrown away after a month. Otherwise, there would be a smell. Steam. Specifically, find a day of free time to wash the hand towels and put them in the steamer. After steaming them once, they would have the same effect as new hand towels. As for the hand towels that cost 2 yuan each, throw them away. The money from steaming them once was enough to buy a new one. Steaming wasn't done just by opening the steamer. It also needed a long time to increase the pressure and steam temperature. If you bought 100 hand towels that cost 2 yuan each, you could buy a new one every day. After 100 days, you could steam them in a big steamer. The people didn't know. They always had hand towels to wash every day. They found that if they didn't wash them, they would have a smell. Even after wiping her body and feeling that she had washed herself clean with soap, when she came into contact with water the next day, there would be an unpleasant smell at night. The Li family Zhuangzi wasn't like that. Normally, the steam house would only be used once every 3 days. After that, the steam house could be used for many days. It was the last day of the new year, and everyone had changed to new ones. The ones that had been replaced could be processed. They would rinse them first and then steam them. Li Yi explained the matter to Princess Yongmu. It was very simple. It was just steaming. So that's how it is. Li Lang, newspaper, say it, tell the people. Princess Yongmu was very distressed. She threw away a lot of towels and clothes that she found smelly no matter how she washed them. It was actually steaming. Why didn't he know about it before? If I mention it in the newspaper, the people who sell hand towels and other things will have less sales. Li Yi analyzed the problem from another angle. When he was on the internet at that time, when he talked about how to remove the smell of a towel, it was all about adding salt, vinegar, soda, and boiling water. In fact, during the production process of towels, there was a steaming process. No one talked about this. It was clearly a steaming process, but why did they have to make it so complicated? Pressure cooker, 2 hours. When it was taken out, the towels were very absorbent. At the same time, there was no smell for many days. Li Lang, are the people who sell things more important, or are the people who sell things more important? Princess Yongmu was unhappy and pouted. Go and look for Songda. Write it in the newspaper next year. How about the beautiful lady? The people who buy things are more important. The people who sell things can change their strategy. Li Yi followed her advice. He gave people the feeling that he could change anything for a beautiful lady. Princess Yongmu was wearing a pleated skirt that reached her knees. She fidgeted and placed her hands on her lower abdomen. Li Lang, why are you treating me like this? I like you. I don't have any resistance to beautiful ladies. Let's have a heart-to-heart talk tonight. Li Yi was smiling mischievously again. No way. Princess Yongmu's personality was about to change. In the past, she had always been gentle. Now, she was like a young girl. In history, she was at a disadvantage. When she got married, she gave little things. Then, after she got married, she was bullied by the son of the person in power. The so-called bullying was when the other party went to her house and forced her to cook. They did not treat her like a princess at all. She did not want to tell her father because she felt embarrassed. The key was that in history, the people she married were weak, afraid, and all kinds of afraid. Now, it was different. She was in contact with Li Yi. Her family also wanted her to marry Li Yi and asked her to be more proactive. When Li Yi interacted with her, he always felt like a gangster. She became mischievous. The environment determined one's character. Don't be afraid. I know your surname is Li. It's not easy to live with me. It's okay. I'll try my best to change the law. We'll talk about it after 5 years. Li Yi said to Princess Yongmu with a smile. Princess Yongmu covered her eyes with the back of her hands and turned around. She was only 16 years old. Li Yi, I'm telling you, don't go overboard. Xiao Lan stood up in time. Actually, I've long wanted to spread it. However, for other materials, steaming is not a good way. Only cotton works. How do you steam hemp and silk? If the hemp is not woven and processed properly, you can use a wooden stick to beat the bacteria out. Silk is rinsed. A little plant ash is enough. If you steam it in a pot, it will destroy its structure. Li Yi talked about serious matters in the blink of an eye. There were no washboards now. Washboards only existed in the middle of the Ming dynasty. Now, clothes were not washed. They were dyed and waxed. Normal cotton cultivation in history was in the late Song dynasty. Then, it stopped. The Yuan dynasty did not develop the local economy at all, even though there were many Han people in the Yuan dynasty. A large amount of cotton only appeared when it was Zhu Yuanzhang's time. Then, there were washboards. The washboard could not be used to rub numbness. The washboard could not be used to rub silk. Only cotton cloth was suitable for the washboard. Therefore, the history of the washboard began in the Ming dynasty. It was accompanied by a large amount of cotton cultivation and application. I still feel that you are bullying my wife. Xiao Lan stood firm. She was the princess's personal maid and had to think for the princess. Silk is not easy to deal with, is it? Princess Yongmu did not think of anything else. She had a strong desire to learn now. Whether silk is easy to deal with or not depends on how you look at it. In terms of subsequent cleaning, silk is easy to deal with. In the beginning, it is not easy to deal with from the beginning. Silk reeling is the most difficult. How can you change the lives of silkworms and silk reels? You need to increase the value of silk. How to increase the value of silk depends on the scale and value of other substitutes. Li Yi was very patient. He spoke slowly. Up until now, he was not specific enough. Could economic matters be explained in a few words? Yes, it meant that there were profits and losses. In fact, it was not. It depended on whether the pursuit of pure profits or expected profits for a period of time. Chapter 785. Princess Yongmu had never been exposed to such knowledge since she was a child. She was raised to be a good girl and didn't go out much. What she learned was from books. Because her mother was from the Lu family, her handwriting was better and she was educated. No one asked her to learn anything else. She could embroider, but she couldn't cook, let alone other economic skills. Now that Li Yi had only briefly explained it to her, she was confused. What did the price of silk have to do with other things? Li Lang, are you talking about cotton? The only thing Princess Yongmu could think of was cotton. Wen Tian is really smart. Li Yi quickly praised, cotton is easy to grow and has a large output. It makes clothes and bedding comfortable. Li Yi knew that cotton eventually replaced other fiber crops and became the mainstream. Putting aside the brand, the price of silk was never low. The key was that the people couldn't afford to wear silk and had always been wearing hemp clothes. Li Lang, cotton can't be made into bedding. It's warm to put it in a silk cover. Princess Yongmu had never used hemp since she was a child. In her opinion, cotton bedding was good, especially the mattress. It was comfortable to sleep on it. The mattress was a little heavy, heavier than cashmere and duck down stuffed in silk. Brush a layer of glue on the inside of the cotton and stuff the defatted chicken feathers into it as clothes. It saves cotton and is warmer than wearing thick linen directly. Li Yi had been collecting chicken feathers and goose feathers. The good ones were used to make badminton, and the bad ones were defatted and softened with chicken feathers to fill clothes. The warming effect was much worse than cashmere, duck down, and cotton, but it was better than the others. The linen clothes were filled with straw and withered grass. It would be bloated to wear it, but the warming effect was many times better than not wearing it. When Li Yi first came to the Tang dynasty, straw was used as bedding in the various squares in Chang'an. It was still the same now, but the straw was woven into curtains, and there was a fire under it. In the winter morning, no one said that someone was frozen to death. Li Dongzhu, if you sell the cotton, will you make money? My family still has land. Xiao Lan's heart ached when she thought about the land she had bought. He bought 100 mu of land, 20 mu of which were planted with beans, and the rest were planted with greenhouses. He hired people to look after them. He had yet to earn back the money he spent on buying the land. Hiring people for the greenhouses was money. The silk was money. The shelves were money. The fertilizer was money. The money was saved up by Princess Yongmu and was used to buy land in Xiao Lan's name. Xiao Lan wanted to plant cotton directly after she stopped planting greenhouses. At present, there was no fixed price for the cotton, so it was bought by the Li family Zhuangzi and the Ministry of Revenue. If you use that bean field to grow cotton, the bean moths will come out and affect the development of the cotton. Why don't you plant bellflowers instead? After the greenhouse was removed, they were directly planted with seeds. The yield was higher than transplanting seedlings, which was different from many other crops. Then, in the winter, if he wanted to plant a greenhouse, he would first build a small shed to nurture seedlings of cucumbers, cowpeas, eggplants, and so on. Harvest the platycodon, build the greenhouse, and put the cultivated vegetable sprouts in it. This way, both sides won't be delayed. Li Yi patiently explained the problem of what to plant. In order to make money, there was no need to use cotton. After the Qing government finished purchasing the land in Hunan province next year, they would let Hunan province bear a part of the task of planting cotton through collecting taxes and deducting taxes. Right now, food was still the priority. Only when enough food was stored could they consider enjoying it. There are no seeds. Xiao Lan tilted her head and looked at Li Yi. She looked like she was saying, if you want to pursue my princess, you have to produce seeds. I'll settle it for Dongzhu. Li Yi agreed readily. Otherwise, he would also release a large number of seeds. Zhuangzi specially planted the land, and the platycodon was a medicinal ingredient. In the northeast of his time, the people were willing to use platycodon to make pickles. At first, the price was the same as other North Korean pickles. Later, the price rose sharply along with the licorice. At the most expensive time, a caddy of dog treasure pickles cost more than 40 yuan. It looked unaffordable. Platycodon looked like ginseng. Those who didn't know how to make it would use a knife to cut it into strips. The authentic way was to use a wooden hammer to smash it. After smashing it, there would be a trace of it. What was eaten was the root of platycodon, which was also called platycodon. It was better to use it together with licorice to treat coughs, especially when there was phlegm that couldn't be spat out. The taboo was that licorice and platycodon hurt the stomach. Those who didn't have a good gastrointestinal tract would feel nauseous and vomit after eating it. Li Yi needed medicinal ingredients. He cultivated the seeds and asked others to plant them. At the same time, he mixed them with chili powder and ate them as pickles. Princess Yongmu didn't read the medical book. She ate the platycodon pickles with chili powder. There was sugar, salt, and fried sesame inside. Yes. Plant. She believed in Li Yi. If he said that it could make money, it would definitely make money. It was better than planting cotton. She took out her own money. She didn't have much money to begin with. After buying the land, she started to plant greenhouses. It required a lot of silk. Recently, she didn't have much money. When it was time to plant other crops in spring, the money earned from the greenhouses would be able to cover her cost. There were more greenhouses this year, and the price of the greenhouses was not sky high. Next year, there would be more people. It would be impossible to cover the cost of the greenhouses in a year unless the price of silk dropped significantly. In the past, Princess Yongmu thought that her life was just to save some money. Then, she would be betrothed to a man by her father and live with him. What kind of life she could live depended on the other party. The other party's appearance, background, and moral character were not things that she needed to consider. Rest first, then prepare to watch the Spring Festival Gala. It's better than the one in the Imperial City. There are also more fireworks. Li Yi was afraid that the two of them wouldn't have the energy to watch the program at night, so he arranged for them to go to the courtyard. After sending the two of them in, he arranged for the palace maids and eunuchs to take turns to serve them. Li Yi changed his cheeky smile and went back to his study to write. The new year was coming. There would be new changes in the Li family Zhuangzi. At the same time, Li Yi had to come up with a plan for the future development. At the end of Su and the beginning of Hai, dinner began. Everyone still ate hot pot. This way, they could save as much food as they wanted. The water curtain was taken out again and divided into 3 areas. The people from the Zhang family village and the imperial plantation rushed over. There was a water curtain in the residential area. Everyone tried to squeeze together. Some even ran upstairs to watch from the windows. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan came out. They were arranged to sit down and watch the program. As expected, it's more interesting than the Imperial City. It's closer, and there's hot pot to eat. Last year, I didn't go. Xiaolan whispered to Princess Yongmu. Last year, she watched the program in the Imperial City. Her status was low, so she couldn't go. Princess Yongmu looked around. There were only the two of them at the small square table in front of her. The villagers were eating and drinking slowly. They were afraid that they would eat too much. They were also worried that they would feel sleepy if they ate too much. They ate and drank soup. When they felt full, they would be able to eat more after the soup was digested. The children didn't care about that. They put on new clothes and ate what they liked. At most, they would sleep and not keep watch. Princess Yongmu didn't feel cold at all. There was a lot of charcoal in the hot pot. If it wasn't for the fact that it was outdoors, many people would have been poisoned by carbon monoxide. After an hour, Li Yi, who had changed his clothes, ran over. Eat. Don't be idle. Eat some seafood first. As he spoke, he poured the frozen oysters and scallops into the hot pot. Chapter 786. It's better to eat in Zhuangzi, Li Dongzhu. Before coming here, I heard that the East Market sells oysters and scallops of the same size for 5 yuan. Xiaolan and Princess Yongmu didn't eat just now. They sat and ate melon seeds. There were several varieties of watermelons in the Tang dynasty. Among them, there were watermelons that specialized in seeds. They weren't sweet, but they had large seeds and many seeds. Seed melons were planted in Longyu Road. They were the food of the upper and middle class. How could the lower class have the money to buy melon seeds? Li Yi looked at the small pile of melon seed shells and smiled. If you think Zhuangzi is good, you can live there for a long time. If you like to eat melon seeds, there will be enough for you to eat all year round. I don't like to eat melon seeds. I'm waiting for you. Xiaolan retorted. Her tongue hurt from eating melon seeds. Li Yi nodded and said, the Gobi area is the most suitable for planting melons. I have a technique called the stone pressure technique. Put stones on the soil of the gobi and plant the melons. Don't worry about it. Wild beasts generally don't cause much harm. There are no wild boars there. When the season comes, all that's left is income. Take out the melon seeds and dry them. I have a way to fry them. I know about 5 spice. When Xiaolan heard about melon seeds, she couldn't help but reach out to grab them. Princess Yongmu tapped the table with her finger. Xiaolan stuck out her tongue. Princess Yongmu looked at the melon seeds and asked curiously, Li Lang, why do you use stones to put them on the ground? I also learned it. It's said that when stones are pressed on the soil won't be easily dried by the wind. When it rains, the stones can also retain water. The seedlings of cold melon are particularly tenacious. After sprouting, they drill out of the soil and don't care about the stones on top. Soak the seeds in warm water and plant them. People don't have to care about them anymore. They don't even have to hoe the grass. Li Yi compared the information and said that there was nothing wrong with it. Do birds eat watermelons in the wild? Princess Yongmu didn't know who ate watermelons. Hedgehogs, wolves, badgers, wild horses, sheep, wild boars, pheasants, and so on. Li Yi looked at the information and gave the answer. He realized that he would eat anything, including people. You want to tell the people? Princess Yongmu first thought of the Li family Zhuangzi. Ordinary technology was not confidential. People who live near the Gobi Desert have to harvest the seeds and transport them out. Only by raising the price of watermelon seeds will the merchants buy them. Li Yi didn't care about the technology. What he cared about was whether the people who planted the seeds could make money. The melon farmers themselves did not have sales channels, so everything depended on the acquirers. Princess Yongmu lowered her head and thought for a moment before asking, how much will the merchants pay for the current melon seeds? It depends on what the merchant thinks, how far away it is, and how good the seeds are. Usually, the price offered is very low. When Li Yi mentioned merchants, he shook his head. He gave the merchants benefits and promoted the development of business, but he also knew the nature of the merchants. Planting melons in the Gobi Desert was better than planting watermelons. Watermelons had a short shelf life, so the seeds could be harvested. If the watermelon seeds collected in Zhuangzi were 20 coins per caddy, the merchants from the nearest place in Longyu Road would only collect 1 coin per caddy of raw melon seeds. Excluding the transportation fees, the merchants made a lot of profits, so they had to collect taxes. 20 coins per caddy. How many watermelon seeds could 1 mu of land produce? According to the current watermelon varieties, land area, fertilizers, and care, 1 mu of land could produce about 50 caddies of seeds. Longyu Road was slightly better, producing more than 70 caddies of seeds. Princess Yongmu obviously thought of the same question. Is it worth it to plant watermelon seeds? How should I put it? If people don't take care of it, they can earn 50 coins per caddy after deducting the cost. If they plant wheat, 1 mu of land can produce 120 to 30 caddies, which is about 10 buckets of rice, and 20 to 30 coins per bucket of rice. Li Yi talked about the output and price, but he didn't say anything else. It's worth it to plant food. Xiaolan directly compared and gave the answer. Xiaolan, I'll let you plant wheat in the Gobi Desert tomorrow. If you want to produce 1 stone per mu, you have to take care of it every day. I'll give you heavy armor, modeo, crossbow, and bow. You see, first, plant 10 mu of land, and then. No, I don't want to. I'm a girl, I can't, I'll die. Xiaolan shook her head like a rattledrum. The wheat we eat only produces 1 stone per mu. Princess Yongmu was thinking about the output. Our land is good, 1 mu of land can produce 2 to 3 stones. The Gobi Desert can't grow wheat at all, it won't be enough. The people who live there all grow some vegetables and then let the sheep, which are still goats, eat grass and dig out the roots. After a heavy rain, if the number of sheep is not many, it will always be like that. Li Yi frowned when he talked about the people who lived in the Gobi Desert during the New Year. It was very difficult there, and it wasn't very far from the capital. Those people raised sheep, and when they wanted to sell them, they didn't give them grass to eat. When they were sent to Chang'an, the sheep were so hungry that they kept crying. It was like raising pigs, they were hungry, otherwise, they would be full. In other people's eyes, it was a way of life, but in Li Yi's eyes, it was helplessness. He considered the whole Tang dynasty and the imperial court. If there were people who didn't have a good life, he had to think of ways. Just like the story, two pairs of father and son saw a beggar. The father of one pair of father and son said to the child, "If you don't work hard, you'll be like him in the future." The father of the other pair of father and son said to the child, "If you don't work hard, you won't be able to help them in the future." Li Yi was now in the second level, he had to think of ways to let more people live a good life. Today, he happened to see watermelon seeds, so he wondered if he could let the locals try to grow them. If he provided the seeds and the method, the locals would be a little tired for 10 days to half a month, he could increase their income, and their living standards would improve. Who knows that the grass floating in the sky, the years will make people old, the wind, the moon, flowers and birds, a smile of the fate of the world, the singing on the stage, the audience sang along, and their voices suddenly became louder. Li Yi suddenly stopped talking and clapped his hands to the rhythm. Princess Yongmu blinked her big eyes, she still didn't understand why they had to raise goats and the number of goats. She also didn't know how much per mu could yield. How could they grow vegetables if they couldn't farm in the Gobi Desert? When the song ended, the host went on stage to announce. "Eat, it's ready. Use a colander to scoop it out. If you cook it for too long, the scallops will shrink too much, and the oysters will be cooked to pieces." Li Yi came to his senses and used a small colander to scoop out the 2 kinds of seafood he had just put in. He glanced at the empty plates in front of the 2 people and took a small bowl to scoop the seasoning. Chili oil, garlic juice, ginger juice, cold noodle soup, sesame paste, beef mince, soy sauce, aged vinegar, white sugar, tofu, oyster sauce, chopped green onion and coriander foam. He didn't put leek flowers, because these seasonings were salty enough. If he put more leek flowers, he would need to add more cold noodle soup. "Come on, each of you take 2 spoonfuls. I put salt in the dumplings this year. When you eat them, don't dip them in soy sauce. Dip them in vinegar or eat them directly." Li Yi scooped the seasoning he had mixed into his big plate and talked about the dumplings. "You cooked the dumplings?" Princess Yongmu craved the dumplings. The dumplings she had eaten were all taken from the Li family Zhuangzi. When it came to the stuffing, Empress Wang didn't trust others. Li family Zhuangzi wrapped the dumplings and hurriedly took them and sent them over. Li family Zhuangzi didn't put much salt in the dumplings, so that they could be dipped in soy sauce. There were still many people, including captives, during the New Year. There weren't so many plates to use, so they directly put more salt. Chapter 787. It's cooked, and it's fresher. The most important thing is that it's fast. There's a big pot, and the dumplings can be taken out after cooking for a while. Li Yi pointed at the place where the dumplings were cooked. There were more than 100 big pots boiling water. The Li family Zhuangzi needed to provide dumplings for more than 30,000 people, so there couldn't be fewer pots. The Zhang family village, the imperial plantation, the Li family Zhuangzi, the inhabited area, the newcomers outside the inhabited area, the captives, the winged knights, and the 16 guards. There was also the market at the bridgehead. There was a family of people doing odd jobs there. They didn't have a home to return to, so they lived in a shed with a stove. During the New Year, everyone around the Li family Zhuangzi had to eat New Year's Eve dinner. They were also watching a performance by the Beitsiu girls. The Beitsiu girls didn't have any business during the New Year, so they went to the Li family Zhuangzi to perform for others. The main thing was that they could get money, at least 500 yuan a night, and they didn't have to accompany the guests. Li Dongzhu, what kind of dumplings are we eating? I love beef and onion dumplings the most. Xiaolan had grabbed a handful of melon seeds and was eating them. When she heard that they were cooking dumplings, she put down the melon seeds. There's no beef in the dumplings this year. 2 cows died and were made into beef jerky for the children. The rest are meat and brain. The dumplings outside are filled with pork, cabbage, celery, and chicken with a lot of oil. Zhuangzi has chives and garlic sprouts, so you can't eat them if you're allergic to them. Most of the dumplings are lamb and pork, which have little oil. Li Yi was very familiar with this. He had arranged it. The dumplings and buns in Zhuangzi usually had little oil, whether it was meat or vegetable oil. The villagers with too much oil really couldn't eat it. The quality of life had improved, and they usually had meat for every meal. Who still wanted food with too much oil? The dumplings outside were different. When you took a bite of the dumplings outside, the chopsticks were slightly tighter, and the oil came out first. The villagers didn't eat the dumplings. Even the people in the village who worked hard didn't eat the fatty meat. Only the younger children, who couldn't chew on lean meat, would eat big slices of meat, which were fragrant and chewable. Older people wouldn't eat such fatty things. If one's teeth were not good, they could be inserted. Dongzhu was in charge of this. In the past, the older ones only had a few teeth left in their mouths. They would cook their food into porridge and then drink it. In the Li family Zhuangzi, there were only a few left. Let's see if they could hold up. If they couldn't, we'll replace them all and get a new set of teeth. The performance on the stage continued. When it was almost midnight, the dumplings were served. The people on the stage began to sing alone. Their voices were very low and did not have much of a presence. Everyone was eating. Princess Yongmu took a bite of the dumpling. It was stuffed with 3 delicacies, and the chives were very tender. It was not like the common chives in Li Yi's time, which were like plastic when she bit hard. There was also the tomato skin. It was still intact when he ate it, but it was still intact when he did it. The stomach, small intestine, and large intestine were unable to absorb and decompose it. The ones from the Tang dynasty were much better. There was no problem eating them. Li Lang, what's the life of a married couple like? Princess Yongmu ate a dumpling and looked at the lively scene around her. She asked about the future. She liked the feeling now. Everyone was so harmonious and worked hard together. That depends on the conditions and pursuits. Li Yi looked at the wine in the small wine cup in front of him and sniffed. Is there a difference? Princess Yongmu thought that a married couple was like her father and Empress Wang. She also had her mother. Her father had many women. Everyone hoped that her father would spend the night at their place. Yes. Li Yi thought for a while and only replied with one word. It was too complicated. He couldn't give an accurate definition. Bang! Whoosh! Whoosh! Boom! The imperial city began to set off fireworks, followed closely by the fireworks in the Li family Zhuangzi. Li Yi wanted to analyze the marriage, but he was interrupted by the sound. He simply didn't say anything. As the fireworks bloomed, the performance on the stage temporarily stopped. Everyone looked at the scenery in the sky. Li Longji stood at the top of the imperial city. He held Empress Wang's hand with one hand and his son who was awakened by the sound with the other. Around him were the concubines, talents, Jiayu, and other officials who were qualified to participate. Zhang Sun Xan was there. His rank was high enough. His wife was the sister of the empress. The two of them were lucky enough to participate in the New Year celebration. His current high status was not because of his wife, nor was it because he was a patrol inspector. It was because he was rich. He did business. The key was that he provided hundreds of people with jobs and paid more. The money he earned with his own ability was not related to other problems. No one could say anything when he spent it. In the past, he relied on his status as the brother-in-law of the Empress to receive gifts. Now, he knew how to give gifts. He learned it from Li Yi. He knew what Li Yi's situation was. With such power, he still gave gifts to the officials. Was his status lowered? Any official who dared to say that Li Yi gave gifts was lowering their status. The next day, this official could go to a remote area to play a role. The Tang dynasty needed him. Zhang Sun Xian, who thought that he had been tricked by Li Yi many times, was already disdainful of that imperial censor Li Jie. He had learned to be smart. After thinking carefully, he realized that Li Jie had a powerful force behind him. Even the current Prime Minister Su Yi was related to him. If he acted impulsively and did something, he would probably be crippled. Thank you, Li Yi, Li Dongzhu. You showed me the dangers of the world. Every time I schemed against you, I was sure that I would fall into the trap. Thinking like this, Zhang Sun Xian held his wife's hand tightly. His wife looked up at him slightly in the dazzling fireworks. Her eyes were bright. Li Yi is a good person. I just realized that he didn't want to do anything to me because of your sister. Zhang Sun Xian said and let go of his wife's hand. He raised his arm and hugged his wife's waist. He, who thought that he had been tricked by Li Yi, had learned to be smart. Even if he used chili powder to poison him, Li Yi was very gentle to him as long as there were no serious consequences. Later, he led the people to make more money. Drunken Immortal House even sent technicians to help. Xian, I only have eyes for you. Zhang Sun Xian's wife leaned her head on his body and said loudly. The fireworks were too loud. Empress Wang, who was standing in the main position, suddenly turned her head and looked at them. Then she smiled and said in Li Longji's ear, Uncle finally got it wrong for once. Brother Yi didn't want to target someone. Otherwise, he could prove that he was right at any time. The new year is coming. I don't know what plans Brother Yi has. I want to see the people around the capital office and the people of the Tang dynasty live a good life. Li Longji didn't think about the topic of who was dead and who wasn't, because Li Yi had already helped him. When Zhang Sun Xian was assigned to Lantian County as a patrol, Brother Yi understood the reason. Otherwise, if he wanted to kill someone, he had countless ways to kill them. Good life, people, good. The little guy who was watching the fireworks heard his father and said. He didn't know the situation, but he repeated the key words. You will have a hard life in the future. I will send you to the Li family Zhuangzi to learn. Empress Wang kissed her son and rubbed her face against the little guy's face. She knew that her son must be taught by Li Yi, but how could he learn so much knowledge? As for the other officials and scholars, they can stand aside. They don't need you to teach them. Uncle can teach you everything you can. You don't even know what Uncle can teach. Chapter 788. It's so beautiful. Princess Yongmu looked up at the fireworks and said. Li Yi vaguely heard the sound of the fireworks. He looked at the imperial city and suddenly remembered something important. He waved to Qingsong and shouted, send someone to the east and west of Chang'an and the south of the city to set off the fireworks there. Hurry. Qingsong ran to find someone. Li Yi was relieved. He thought that it was not easy for the people to see the fireworks. Obviously, it was not crowded to go to the imperial city from other places. Some people could only watch the show in their own square. The east and west of the city were in a suitable location. As long as the fireworks flew high enough, the people in the surrounding square could see it. There were many officials and people in the south of the city. They also wanted to see it. Li Yi believed that some people would run to the river to see the fireworks in Zhuangzi. They could go back at any time without closing the city gate. The winged knights took the fireworks and ran from the south of the city to the west of the city. The road in the city was full of people. After a quarter of an hour, the fireworks in the imperial city and Zhuangzi did not stop. The fireworks in the east of the city began to rise and bloom. After another quarter of an hour, beautiful patterns appeared in the sky above the west of the city. As Li Yi thought, many people stood outside the Ba River to watch and eat dumplings. Tubo's people in the Honglu Temple looked at the bustling New Year's Eve of the Tang dynasty in Chang'an. They were in a bad mood. More than 2 hours later, the fireworks finished and the show continued on the imperial city. Isinba's face was full of helplessness. Slay. Many places in Tubo are covered in snow all year round. It snows many days every year. It also snows in Tujue, grassland, and Khitan places. Buzhu had long thought of the Great Tang's capital's sleigh transportation capability, and he had also considered its military use. Write a letter back so that we can use the same tools there. Isinba's voice was full of helplessness. Tubo had always been learning about the Tang dynasty. He had not learned how to use the hot air balloon and had run out of alcohol. At present, he only had kerosene lamps. Kerosene lamps were expensive, so he did not sell more kerosene. The hot air balloon plan was no longer feasible. The only way was to consider how to deal with the hot air balloons of the Tang dynasty. He could learn how to sail a ship, but it would not be of much use in Tubo. What was left was the sleigh, which was pulled by horses and loaded with baggage. Baggage was not carried by a horse. The weight that the horse had to bear was obviously different. Usually, it's convenient for transportation. Bo Xia had a deep understanding of this. The commoners of the capital government did this. In the winter of last year, or rather the winter of the year before the new year, there was heavy snow. In winter, the people could only travel by ox cart and horse carriage. When they encountered snowy places, they would take a board from the car to prop up the wheels and slip through. Then, things changed. They were all sleds, and there was no need to clear the snow on the road. Those who felt that the road was not easy to walk on would take the water network. Commoners came and went frequently. Only then did they contact the surrounding counties to transport large quantities of greenhouse vegetables. Would the greenhouse be useful in Tubo? He needed a lot of silk and had to add more fire. Thinking of learning from the Tang dynasty in planting greenhouses, Boxy suddenly thought of a crucial problem. There was no coal in Tubo, so how could he burn it? Burn firewood and cow dung. Just to eat some cucumbers and eggplants in winter, he had invested a lot of money. Some people did not even have silk clothes to wear in winter. This included slaves. If slaves were not given clothes, they would freeze to death. It was a loss of property. Planting soybeans to raise insects. Boxy was thinking of learning how to raise insects. He found that insects were delicious. Even if the upper class of Tubo did not like to eat them, they could just give them to the slaves. Only when the slaves had the strength to do more work. If Li Yi was from Tubo, what good ideas would he come up with for Tubo? It's specially suitable for Tubo. Isinba was thinking about Li Yi. He wanted to come over to compete with Li Yi and get the technology from Li Yi. He was very conceited and felt that he was strong. After a series of events, the competition was over. He had been watching Li Yi take things out. In that case, Li Yi's main concern in the Great Tang's capital office was the local people. What would happen in Tufan? No, yes, it's called resources. Without resources, he can only provide a short curved plow in tubo. If he can take out a sled, what else can he do? Boxy felt uncomfortable when he thought of Li Yi. He belittled him and felt much better. The other foreign envoys in Honglu Temple were working hard to learn. The Shi and Khitans lived in the northeast and part of Inner Mongolia. It was difficult for them to travel in winter. They found that the sled was good. They were not wrong. In history, the horses, deer, and dogs in the northeast were all pulled by this thing. As long as there was snow, the sled could go up the mountain. Where the horses could run, the sled could definitely go up the mountain. If the bushes were too dense, the sled could not trip the horses. The sled could fly over the bushes. Of course, under normal circumstances, they would not do that. They were worried about the horses. What if they fell? In the past, they had not thought about it. This year, when they saw the people coming and going in the capital, they were ready to learn. Otherwise, they would not be able to go out in heavy snow. Yu Jiang came back with the group that went to Khitan and Bohai. He still pretended to be a Shu person. On the surface, the person in charge of the Khitan group was Bacharka. Yu Jiang went to find Bacharka. Bacharka and his group brought their families back, including the families of the brothers who did not go. They planned to let their families live in the Tang dynasty. They mainly wanted the children to learn the culture of the Tang dynasty. Then, they would take turns to return to Khitan to help out. Bacharka, the sled looks easy to make, but there is a trick to it. Khitan needs the sled. Yu Jiang pretended to eat dumplings and communicated with Bacharka. I'll go and ask. Bacharka was thinking about the Khitan. He did not care that today was the 30th. Li Yi had just sent Princess Yongmu back to the courtyard and was about to go back to his own courtyard to rest when he met Bacharka, who had come looking for him. The winged knights accompanied him. The winged knights were not at ease with other people getting close to Li Yi. Li Dongzhu, what's the trick to making a sled? My Khitan needs it. Bacharka asked loudly. The sound of the performance came from the other side. You mean making it? The main thing is that it's light. Because there is no bamboo over there, it's better to make it with oak wood. It's also relatively heavy. If you want it to be light, you can use straw and use oil tree branches to weave them into a row. Li Yi did not refuse Bacharka's question. He patiently explained how to make the sled in the northeast. The light ones were not sturdy enough, and were used when a child needed to be brought along, or to carry some goods and be dragged along. If wood was used, animals would naturally be used. There is a type of reindeer over there that can replace horses to pull the sled. They are more docile. Li Yi kindly introduced the reindeer. The entire northeast was under the control of the Bohai Sea, including the Heilongjiang region, but their control was not very strong. The three provinces in the northeast were far from Liaoning to Heilongjiang. How could they completely control the entire region? Using highways? Provincial roads? Trains? There were many mountains and rivers along the way. In other words, some places were under the control of the Bohai Sea in name, but in reality, the local tribes lived on their own. Otherwise, when the news of a rebellion reached the ears of the king of the Bohai Sea in autumn, he would send troops in winter. Before spring arrived, a group of people would freeze to death along the way. Chapter 789. Bacharka listened attentively, afraid that he would miss the key points. It's too late this winter. Even if I give you a batch tomorrow, it'll be spring by the time you get there. There's still more than a month before the glacier melts. Li Yi comforted Bacharka, meaning that they would start using it next year. By next year, only Khitan would use sleds. The Tang dynasty's Dal army would use sleds in Shaanxi, and the Anbei protectorate would use sleds in Baotou. In the north, they would use sleds all the time. This year, they had successfully used sleds in the capital. They could use the same transportation method wherever it snowed in winter. If ordinary people didn't have livestock, they wouldn't even think about it. They could rent cars or stay at home. The Tang dynasty didn't encourage normal migration. They wanted people to farm and work in their hometown. If they wanted to travel far, they would need a public inspection from the government office, which was a letter of recommendation. In the era of planned economy, without a letter of recommendation, they couldn't eat outside. They had to look at the letter of recommendation before they could eat. Also, they had to stay in a hotel and find a job. The public inspection in the Tang dynasty was similar. If they couldn't produce a public inspection letter, they would be arrested. For example, in Pujin-du, there was a pontoon bridge, so they could only go there. If they came from the other side of the bridge, they would be stopped. Of course, there weren't so many things to do if they were in the same county. They just needed a household register. There was no need for a public inspection. The night passed. On the first day of the first lunar month, Li Longji prepared to worship the ancestors. Li Dan didn't die. Li Dan, who should have died last year, was now living well. Therefore, Li Dan wanted to participate in the worship and tell the ancestors about the current situation in the Tang dynasty. They went on the second day of the lunar month. There was a big banquet on the first day of the lunar month. All the officials came to eat, including the foreign envoys. Let's go. I'll take you skiing. There's snow in Mount Li and hot springs. I'm familiar with Supervisor Wang Xing. Li Yi came to call Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan when it was almost noon. When the two of them were growing up, Li Yi was about the first year of high school. When Li Yi was at this age, a female classmate from the same village gave birth to a fat boy. She wasn't married yet. A large group of maids and eunuchs followed them to Mount Li. Soon, the people from the political affairs hall found out. Even if they found out, there was nothing they could do. Song Jing had never thought of impeaching Li Yi. Li Yi went to a place that only the royal family could go. Most importantly, there was no reward from the royal family. If the ministers performed well, they would be given warm soup. It has begun. After the new year, the Hunan prefecture must complete the work of clearing out the land. At the same time, the tax collection must begin. Bai Gu did not care where Li Yi went to take a bath. He was concerned about Hunan province. Zhang Shua was the magistrate of the Hunan prefecture, so there wasn't any problem with his operations. He had already started clearing out the land last year. After today's work, we'll take a break. How about we go to the drunken immortal residence in Lantian County? Su Yi suggested to take a bath. Without a reward from Her Majesty, he didn't dare to go to Mount Li himself. The only place he could go was the hot spring of the Li family Zhuangzi. Yes. Song Jing agreed. He had wanted to soak in it for a long time. Although there was a private bath in each square, it could not compare to a hot spring. It would be better if the weather was warmer. Bai Gu thought of the bicycle again. He couldn't collect taxes on the bicycle. Li Yi had told him the other day that he wanted to save the money to make new weapons. He was looking forward to the new weapons. Then he would cooperate with the other soldiers to deal with the Turks and open up the Silk Road. Since Suiye town was occupied by the Turks, the Tang dynasty's trade with the West had been interrupted. They could only get some through Tufan. In addition to fighting the Turks, Bai Gu was also thinking about Zhang Jiuling. Zhang Jiuling was building roads and preparing to set up a department of transportation in Guangzhou. When the time came, a steady stream of money would come in. Bai Gu wanted to work for 2 more years and not change his position. When the tax collection in most of the areas of the Tang dynasty was settled and most of the stalls were rented, he could rest assured and join the Tuan heir. The big banquet was held in Hanyuan Palace. Floor heating was provided and everyone ate hot pot together. Li Longji had become stingy. Normally, there should be a lot of stir-fried dishes. In the past, there was little stir-fried dishes and it was mostly roasted lamb. Now, when eating hot pot, other than the chicken and the soup base, the waiter would serve the food after almost all of it was eaten. It was impossible to order 10 plates of meat at once. You have to eat plate by plate. It's all money. I'm not rich. However, the dipping sauces were good and there were many varieties. There was no shortage of chili oil and chili sauce. There were also a lot of frozen prawns, fish fillets made from sea fish, oysters, scallops, and hairtail. In fact, there were also spoon worms. Li Longji didn't bear to take them out. People on the beach didn't eat spoon worms. They were like worms. Li Yi ate them. He knew how fresh spoon worms were. Then, the locals would search for them on the beach and reefs. The labor cost was high, but the quantity was actually not small. Things that people didn't eat reproduced quickly. Like the small sea crabs in summer, they were the size of coins and no one ate them. However, these small crabs were similar to flatback crabs and meatballs. They were used to fry, crispy and fragrant. People on the beach usually didn't eat them, including the people at Li Yi's time. There was no meat, so they could only fry them. People who went on vacation caught them and said that they were raising them. In the end, when they woke up the next morning, the small crabs were all dead. Li Longji didn't let others eat anything that wasn't easy to get. Prawns were fine. There were many of them. For example, the envoys of the Japanese Empire didn't like seafood very much. Sometimes, they ate seafood for memories. When the envoys from inland found the frozen seafood, they ate it with all their might. They didn't care about mutton. Empress Wang participated in this kind of big banquet. She carried her child and sat beside Li Longji. She was a motherly model. She fed the little guy hot pot and didn't dip anything spicy. They finally climbed up Mount Li. Li Yi chose the slope and asked everyone to change to skis. There were 2 ski poles made of bamboo. Both ends were slightly raised. When they were roasted with fire, the bamboo would be raised. When you wear it, you have to find a flat place. After wearing it, remember to keep your 8 characters inside. You must squat and never stand up straight. Use the poles to control your balance. Go down the slope first. Li Yi explained the skills to Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan. The winged knights, palace maids, and eunuchs who followed them all knew how to do it. They had practiced and fallen. What does the 8 characters look like? Princess Yongmu was full of curiosity. It was the first time she came into contact with skis. Li Yi glanced at the palace maids and eunuchs. The cub stood up, put on the skis, and found a small slope with the poles. It took a deep breath and slid down. The process of sliding was uncontrollable. With a swish, it slid down and then sat on the ground. This was the result of beginners who couldn't retract their legs and adjust their 8 characters. Unless it was flat ground or a slope, they would slide down. The cub got up and began to run up the slope with the help of the poles. Skiing didn't only have to be done from high to low. The biggest role of the skis was that it had a large surface area and people wouldn't get stuck. Take it a little bit. Keep a good posture, and then someone will push you forward from behind. You have to adjust the front end of the skis yourself. Li Yi taught Princess Yongmu how to put on her shoes and motioned for the palace maids to push her. Chapter 790. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan slowly learned, and the winged knights began to perform all kinds of performances. Slopes, flat ground, and speed up. During the skiing process, they suddenly stopped to shoot arrows, suddenly stopped to lie down, and quickly got up. Without a snowboard, they would shoot arrows while moving forward, and change their speed to ski. Princess Yongmu learned and watched the winged knights training. She realized that something was wrong. She thought that skiing was just for fun, but when bows and arrows were added, it seemed to have nothing to do with fun. Li Lang, are the winged knights in military training? Princess Yongmu watched the group of people climb and roll in the snow. She was not in a hurry to learn how to ski. When the snow is shallow, horses can be used to pull the sleigh. When the snow is deep, the horses can't run in the snow at all. In the waist-deep snow, any animal will struggle to move forward. In addition to the normal heavy snow, there is also a kernel. The snow elsewhere in the col is blown down by the wind and becomes thicker. If a horse goes in without a roof, how can you expect the horse to carry the sleigh? Skis solve this problem. At the critical moment, get off the horse and change to skis. Li Yi said as he gestured. When he was in the Tang dynasty, he did not see the snow very deep. The team moved forward. At that time, he had cavalry. There was always a cavalry at the border. It was formed by the local ethnic minorities. The other few teams could also be considered cavalry. They could apply to join, but their combat strength, when it was snowing heavily, they could only get off the horse and pull the horse together. At that time, the horse was not a tool, but a belief that people persevered with, a comrade. A cavalry team following a horse in the snow and an infantry team in the snow were two different feelings. Li Yi thought of his cavalry at that time and told Princess Yongmu the importance of skis. When both teams were trapped by the snow, the winged knights changed to skis, and the enemy could only cry. On the skis, they could circle around the enemy and shoot arrows, especially when they were in the limelight. When going up the slope, they could move up and down, or they could turn their bodies horizontally and move horizontally. No matter which way, it was very slow. However, it was much faster than wading through the waist-deep snow. If he ran in the direction of the wind, the range of the bow and arrow would be further. If he ran on the hillside, the range of the bow and arrow would still be further. If the baggage troops from both sides faced the same problem, those with skis would carry the baggage troops and ski. The speed of an army is always relative. The winged knights must learn how to ski and skate. The harsher the environment, the stronger they will be. Li Yi concluded as he looked at the winged knights who were playing happily. Princess Yongmu felt that she was participating in a secret military project and was very excited. With the help of the palace maids, she learned how to ski seriously. Xiao Lan worked even harder. She had to work hard. Everyone else knew how to ski. Li Yi slid back and forth beside her, correcting her movements from time to time and repeating the main points. Princess Yongmu didn't even eat lunch. She wasn't hungry, so she played like crazy. She had never been so happy since she was young. The education she received was to be gentle and quiet, to not show her teeth when she smiled. Because there was no orthodontic technology, many people's teeth were uneven and didn't look good when they were exposed. She was the same. She had two small canine teeth. They weren't very prominent, but they still didn't look good enough. She usually didn't smile like this, but it didn't matter today. A young girl should be like this. Why trap yourself? I'm old and experienced a lot. I can't find the feeling of being happy over small things anymore. Li Yi looked at Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan, who could already skate far away without falling, and smiled. Now, he only felt happy when others were happy because of him. When the people drank a bowl of free soup and recovered their strength, replenished their water, and lived, he felt a sense of accomplishment. As for making a series of movements while sliding in the snow, he really couldn't make a sound. I need to change myself and make my heart young again. I don't need to think about the responsibilities I carry. I haven't become a crown yet. I'll become one next year. Li Yi said to himself. Then, he slid down and made large movements with all his strength. After a series of rapid turns, he finally lost control of himself and rolled on the snowy ground. Ha ha ha! After using the rolling method to stop himself, Li Yi found a little of the feeling he had when he was young. Yes, he was so carefree and daring. Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi rolling in front of her and covered her mouth to laugh. Wen Tian, your two small canine teeth don't protrude much. There are gaps on both sides of your upper teeth. This is very good. I'll correct it for you with a steel wire. After a year, it will be fixed. Your teeth will be neat and white. Li Yi lay on the snow and looked at Princess Yongmu's laughing face. He suddenly wanted to correct her with a steel wire. What about me? What about me, Li Dongzhu? Xiaolan was anxious. Her lower teeth were not neat. Together, it's simple. Li Yi turned over and stood up again. He was very familiar with sledding with two boards. He could also play with a single board. However, a single board was not suitable for military use. When the snow was deep, it could not go uphill. When he thought of this, Li Yi wanted to laugh. He wanted to laugh at himself. At a ski resort where the snow was not deep, the coach would emphasize on standing posture when he taught the snowboard uphill. For example, the goalkeeper's movement. This was the standing posture. If some people still did not understand, the coach would directly say, squat. Yes, the traditional squat of China's wushu was the standing posture recommended by the West. If you were to talk about standing posture with a Chinese person, most of them would definitely be confused. What was this? If you were to talk about squatting, almost everyone could do it immediately. Li Yi always felt that there was no point in learning Tai Chi and thinking about fighting. Fighting was about the ability to take hits, explosiveness, endurance, reaction, and experience. But if it were to change to sports that required balance and body flexibility, Tai Chi could be added. It could be used as an auxiliary training. It would not be focused on Tai Chi, Li Lang, Li Lang. Ah! Li Yi's floating thoughts were called back by Princess Yongmu. Li Lang, should we keep skiing a secret? It is a military secret. Princess Yongmu regretted now. It would be better if she did not come to learn. If someone accidentally spread the news, would Li Lang think that she spread it? There is nothing to keep secret. If others want to learn, then let them. The more they learn, the less skilled they will be. Every type of training needs to be supported. If Tubo wants to learn how to ski, he needs to know how to make the snowboard. He needs to try and learn the movements himself. I can cook meat and vegetables for the winged knights every day to ensure that they do not lack nutrition. Can Tubo do the same? Li Yi did not care about others learning. Just learn. There will be new things in the future. If you can't figure it out, I will teach you. I will train the winged knights like special forces. Do you know how much logistical pressure there is? Li Dongzhu, eating is enough. Tubo doesn't have enough food. Xiaolan was also curious. She was also a young girl. The most important thing in training is recovery. Training in a short period of time is about efficiency. The key is recovery. If a person runs 50 miles today and does not recover well, he will not be able to walk 5 miles tomorrow. With the same training intensity and subject, I can make the winged knights fall far behind them in half a year. Li Yi shook his head with a smile on his face. Chapter 791. We didn't even have time to soak in the hot spring after a day of hard work. He brought our eldest princess there and didn't even inform us. At night, Li Longji soaked in the large bathtub with Empress Wang and started complaining about Li Yi. The water in the bathtub was the hot spring water from Mount Li that was heated up a second time. Li Longji felt that he had suffered a loss. His daughter had been kidnapped, and it was the first soup of the new year that had been used by Li Yi. It was just like the first incense stick. Mount Li's hot spring was Pure Flower's palace. Mount Li's words ended in the middle of the clear night. The rain of tears fell without complaint. One of the poems that her uncle copied should be used as a form of reverie. If San Lang thinks like this, is there a story behind it? Let uncle write it down. Empress Wang didn't care about the first soup. If Li Yi wanted to soak, then so be it. You just learned a bit of swimming. Why are you struggling? Li Longji said to his son, not mentioning Li Yi anymore. The little fellow was brought along to soak. The water wasn't high, so he was less afraid of water than older children and adults. Children had the strongest affinity with water. As they struggled in the water, because their eyesight wasn't developed yet, they could open their eyes immediately. When adults learned to swim, the step of opening their eyes was very difficult. Usually, they would learn in the basin before they could open their eyes while swimming. Actually, they couldn't see anything in the water even if they opened their eyes. When there was light, there would be refraction and water fluctuations. When they saw things, it was a blur, and the psychological pressure was great. But it was different with water glasses. If someone who didn't know how to swim put on water glasses and a small oxygen tank, anyone could learn to swim in an hour. The little fellow didn't have any fear of water and directly swam. He had struggled in the Li family Zhuangzi with Li Yi by his side. There was no danger. Li Yi was good at swimming and was also a doctor. The little guy could swim, and he could even make a diving motion. Now that he was in the pool, he wanted to break free from his father's hands and play by himself. You can swim when we go to Zhuangzi in a few days. You can't swim now. Stay here. Li Longji refused to let go of his son. In the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Yi was there to accompany the child into the water. Li Yi was able to kill the black fish in the Ba River, so it was needless to say how good he was in the water. Most importantly, Li Yi was a godly doctor. If he wanted to drown in front of him, it would be impossible unless he wanted him to. Ah! The little guy seemed to understand that he couldn't drill into the water anymore. His small hand held onto his father's large hand, while his other arm was placed flat in the water. His body was floating in the pool, and his neck was exposed as he stepped on the water. The Shi tribe, the Khitans, and the tribes that the Turks can no longer control have requested to be taught the structure and manufacturing process of the sleigh. Li Longji stared at his son as he spoke, not daring to leave for even a moment. Empress Wang also looked at the little guy. In fact, they already knew about it. They just want to show their attachment to the Tang dynasty and use this to test His Majesty's opinion on them. At this moment, Empress Wang suddenly had political wisdom. She was no longer careless like the Li family Zhuangzi, nor was she as amiable as when she brought a group of people to play in the imperial harem. If we agree with them, will Tubo find an excuse to deepen his contact with the current Turks? Li Longji considered the politics of the surrounding area. Whether we agree or not, Tubo will still find an opportunity. Tubo should have realized that the sleigh is most suitable in Tubo. Uncle's layout is very careful. If Tubo can see it, it will be too late. Empress Wang gestured the height. Li Longji understood that the recruits would come to Taibai Mountain one after another. Just like the Winged Knights, there would be 30,000 people. Those who are good at fighting can subdue the enemy without fighting. Li Longji said. The military training in Taibai Mountain could not be hidden from others, and there was no need to hide it. 30,000 elite troops could be sent to fight Tubo, which was a top military force. 30,000 people were trying hard to adapt to the plateau climate and complicated terrain. What would Tubo do if they knew? The military training was in the Tang dynasty. Would Tubo race against time to fight the Tang dynasty, or unite with other tribes to contain the Tang dynasty? In fact, it's not about subduing the enemy's soldiers, but about making the enemy's soldiers move and lose their minds. Empress Wang began to talk about the specific use of soldiers. When the Tang dynasty moved, Tubo had to move. For Tubo, it was passive. In the past 2 years, Tubo had always been passive. They took the initiative to attack twice in a row and suffered heavy losses twice in a row. They were not as good as the Tujue. In the beginning, Tujue raided the Tang dynasty and plundered nearly 100,000 people. When the Tang dynasty sent troops, Tujue killed all the people who were plundered and did not have time to bring them back. After that, he ran all the way back and killed people. His purpose was very clear. If he could not catch the slaves, he would not leave them to the Tang dynasty. He would kill until there were few people in this place and they would be afraid of him. Tubo was not. Tubo was not that reckless. The people he plundered were slaves. He raised them to work. When he did not succeed, he tried not to kill them and let them go. He did not kill them not because he did not know how to kill, but because he was afraid that if he killed too many, he would not be able to snatch them next time. In addition, if he killed too many, it would not be easy to reconcile. When the Tujue fought with the Tang dynasty, in the end, Wu Zetian tolerated it even though the Tujue killed many people. Li Longji was not. Before the Lushan rebellion, the Tujue was the first to be destroyed because they went too far. During the Lushan rebellion, the Tang dynasty and Tubo perished together. With brother Yi, the Tang dynasty will be stable. Li Longji did not know the history. What he knew was that Li Yi had never stopped. Li Yi's progress wasn't fast, but every step he took was steady and steady. There is a kind of fish that can survive in this temperature. Then they will eat the dead skin on the human body. I am sending people to look for fish beside the pools in the craters of the volcanoes. Some fish can withstand the high temperature. There was also a certain type of fish in a place quite far away. If it is not possible, we can slowly adjust the temperature of the water to raise them, especially the fish in Cheongzhou. Li Yi was soaking in the hot spring. He said to Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and the palace maids and eunuchs who were also soaking in the pool. There were no hot spring fish now, and they could not be found. They needed a process of cultivation. To cultivate hot spring fish, one did not necessarily have to choose a certain breed. Gradually increasing the temperature of the water and adapting to it, it could slowly become a hot spring fish. At that time, many of the fish in the hot spring were not Turkish. They were cultivated after adjustment. In fact, hot spring fish were useless. They were just interesting to look at. Could the dead skin not be rubbed down by itself? Did the fish have to bite? If he broke off a corner of a brick and rubbed it, could it not compare to that bit of fish? There were so many volcanic rocks in Lantian County, and they were all used for sauna. With this kind of stone with holes, the dead skin would all be rubbed down. There were also gourd fillings, which could be rubbed down too. Was it amazing to get a fish there? Li Yi felt that it should be. He wanted to cultivate it so that he could sell the fish to make money. Pedicures were not as good as fish. No, pedicures were people, and it was not easy to sell. Princess Yongmu was so naive. How could she know that Li Lang, who was soaking in the hot spring with her, was thinking of making money? She felt the temperature of the water. Li Lang, can fish live in this water? Look at what you're saying. It's like northerners can't survive in the south, and southerners will freeze to death in the north. Zhang Jiuling is from the south, and he didn't freeze to death in Chang'an. Li Yi paddled a few times in the water and said with a smile. Chapter 792. It wasn't until the 4th day of the first lunar month that Li Yi and the others returned from Mount Li. Princess Yongmu and Xiaolan had learned how to ski, but they still needed more practice in the future. On the morning of the 5th day of the first lunar month, Li Yi straightened their teeth and put on steel wires. You'll feel a little pain and discomfort later. You'll get used to it in 2 days. Li Yi explained what might happen after putting on steel wires. Princess Yongmu took a mirror and found that she couldn't smile. What was on her teeth? It's too ugly. Li Dongzhu, do you have any other way? Xiaolan felt like she was going to collapse. Xiaolan, this is the best thing in technology one can give you. Ceramic steel wires, anything better? I'm sorry. Li Yi felt that it wasn't bad. Don't ask for too much. Princess Yongmu looked at it carefully again. It's okay. Then she said, Li Lang, after lunch, Xiaolan and I will return to Zhuangzi. Something happened at home. Okay, I'll bring more things for you. I'll give you 2 bicycles. You can ride where there's no snow. Li Yi didn't ask her to stay. He had been playing with Princess Yongmu for the past few days to make her lively and not as quiet as before. At the same time, he was adjusting his mentality and making himself younger. After Li Yi came to the Tang dynasty, he had been thinking about the people's livelihood, politics, diplomacy, and military affairs. He had never thought about himself. Now that his body was young and vigorous, it was impossible for him to be a monk. In the afternoon, Li Yi waved goodbye to Princess Yongmu at the bridge. A group of people who couldn't be identified from their clothes outside picked up Princess Yongmu and got on the carriage. Then, they pulled more than 10 sleighs and left. It's time to change the guard. Get ready to take over. Li Yi turned around and called out to the 220 students. Previously, a lot of students who didn't pass the imperial examination were going to be village officials. Now, it was the turn of those who passed the imperial examination to go to the village. On the other side, Princess Yongmu sat in the carriage. She thought for a while and said, Go back to Zhuangzi. Go to Zhuangzi, not back to the palace. Xiaolan licked the thing on her teeth with her tongue and said that. The team slightly changed their direction and headed to the west of the city. Not far from Liuli village was the 100 mu land that Princess Yongmu bought under Xiaolan's name. 20 mu of Zhuangzi, 80 mu was a vegetable garden. The newly built water network passed by the side. It turned out to be the irrigation of the canals. When he bought it, he spent a lot of money, and it was connected to other people's land. Xiaolan's the broker to manage the small Zhuangzi to be taken care to Zhuangzi's Zhuangzi. The broker only knew that Xiaolan came from the palace, but he didn't know who was behind her. Some of the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace had saved up some money and would take it out to do business. Before Princess Yongmu's team arrived, Li Longji already knew. Do they want to open a mansion? Li Longji muttered with dissatisfaction. It's boring in the palace. Yuan Shu is not in danger outside. Haven't the nearby places been arranged properly? Empress Wang wasn't Princess Yongmu's mother, but she liked this quiet, well-behaved, and obedient daughter. The arrangement she mentioned was the land bought by Princess Yongmu. The surrounding land was bought by people with special identities. There were no fields in the south, north, southwest, northwest, west, and east near the road and the water network. A shed with free soup was placed on the side of the road near Princess Yongmu's field. There was always someone there to help people passing by. Open a mansion? Li Longji said, then shook his head. Many princesses who opened manors before were treated like princes. They could find their own officials. Therefore, there was the matter of princesses selling their officials. The princess was also poor. 30 taels for a small official. There was no limit to the number. Now, if they wanted to open a mansion for Princess Yongmu, a group of officials would object. Yuanshu won't lack money. Uncle will take care of her. I don't know how the two of them get along. If it's successful, we'll have to change the way we address them. Empress Wang smiled and talked about their relationship with Li Yi. Li Yi. Why doesn't he come into contact with women? Could it be? Li Longji began to worry again. He didn't see Li Yi find any woman. Of course, he didn't find any man. Princess Yongmu and her party dragged the sleigh to Zhuangzi. Although it was called Zhuangzi, it was actually a normal farmer. However, 3 new courtyards were built next to the land. The land was in front and the courtyard was in the back. They needed to take a small path to get there. She looked out through the window. She was puzzled. Her quiet face showed a puzzled expression. People came and went around, moving earth and stones. What are they doing? She bit her lip and widened her eyes. Xiaolan also looked out the window. She was also puzzled. When they arrived outside the courtyard, a middle-aged man in his 40s looked out curiously from the door. Steward Zhou, it's me. Xiaolan jumped out of the car first. Then, a group of maids also got out of the car. Guards in different clothes began to move things in. Steward Zhou's name was Zhou Gui. His grandfather and father were stewards for others. When it was his time, he failed the imperial examination several times. After he became an external official, he was ostracized. He took over his ancestral business and continued to be a steward. Previously, he was a steward for 2 7th-rank officials. The last time he was a steward was for the county magistrate. He was one of the county magistrates who was punished by Li Longji because he failed the imperial examination. The county magistrate couldn't afford a steward, so he had to find another job. Xiaolan found a broker, and the broker found him. He hired 20 people to take care of the vegetable greenhouse. He kept the accounts and no one cared about him. The last time he saw Xiaolan was 20 days ago. At that time, Xiaolan came out to see him with a strong-looking man. He obviously wasn't used to seeing so many people today. Steward Zhou, what are they doing around here? Xiaolan talked about the people around them. A big barbarian merchant bought the land and said that he wants to plant and breed crops. Zhou Gui lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that others would hear. Oh, then we have to prepare more people to prevent the barbarian merchant from messing around. Xiaolan looked at the 20 guards. One of the guards left, and the 8 maids looked around vigilantly. Zhou Gui hesitated for a moment, then continued to whisper to Xiaolan, Dongzhu, another merchant came to our door yesterday and said that he wants to buy our land and the greenhouse. He's offering 2,000 jin. Has he gone crazy from being poor? I spent 3,000 jin just to buy the land and plant the greenhouse. Isn't the greenhouse money? Come, meet my little Mississippi. In the future, my little miss will be in charge. Xiaolan pursed her lips and went to open the car door, inviting Princess Yongmu out. When Princess Yongmu appeared, Zhou Gui was stunned. He felt that his daughter Dongzhu was already beautiful enough. He didn't expect that there would be someone more beautiful. Words like clear spring water, crescent-shaped eyebrows, straight nose, vermilion lips, skin as white as snow, skin as tender as cream, and so on appeared in his mind. This is my Lady Li, Xiaolan introduced. Greetings, Lady Li. Zhou Gui quickly lowered his head and bowed, not daring to look anymore. He was thinking about many things in his heart. How did a Dongzhu named Wang Xiaolan become someone's maid? Then this person, yes. Princess Yongmu nodded slightly and asked, do you know the details of that merchant? I still don't know. No, but he said that if we don't agree within 5 days, we will regret it. Zhou Gui felt a kind of aura and stuttered, "You're tuning into the Blissful Bookshelf YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure."